The Ted Lasso character was first introduced as an NBC Sports bit to try to get more American fans interested in the EPL, just like how the NFL is having yearly games in England. It worked for me. And to make it even better, the series was made by Jason Sudeikis and Brendan Hunt, both of whom appeared in the skits almost a decade ago, and they play Ted Lasso and Coach Beard. The series starts with an introduction to AFC Richmond owner Rebecca Welton. She inherited the team in a recent divorce from her husband, Rupert. Former manager George is brought in and then immediately fired by Rebecca, to the surprise of Higgins. Higgins then asks if he should get together a list for potential candidates. Rebecca says there is no need. She already has it figured out. And then they transition to SVP, Scott Van Pelt. He is announcing that former Wichita State coach Ted Lasso has accepted the job and will become the first ever coach to switch from football, college football at that, and not even Division One, to soccer. And not just soccer, the Premier League. And for you non-Americans, sorry, I'm going to continue to refer to it as soccer because that's kind of the point of the show. Ted doesn't get it. Ted is then shown for the first time on screen on the plane to London. A fan asks him for an Ussie, and he says, "You mean a selfie?" And then the fan says, "Well, it's not really of myself, is it?" And he says, "Huh, good point." They joke, but ultimately this fan says Ted is going to get killed. Coach Beard is introduced for the first time as he is studying soccer for dummies and learning as much as possible in the plane ride over. And learns into touch means not out of bounds. He then wagers Beard $5 he can use it in a sentence later. They get off the plane and take a stop to visit the Tower Bridge. And Ted says it must not have been the London Bridge because it's still standing. Nathan is then introduced as he runs onto the pitch to get them off the grass. Ted and Coach Beard had wandered out there as they were looking around the stadium. He then finds out they are the new coaches and says they can take as much grass as they want. Right away, Ted Lasso takes a liking to Nathan and says he loves this kid to Coach Beard. Ted then sits down with Rebecca as they chat about the role, and he takes some tea that he instantly regrets and will never try again. Rebecca then gives him a tour around the stadium as she explains it was used during World War II as a hospital, and people think that there are ghosts running around the place. Rebecca then asks Ted if he believes in ghosts. He says he thinks it's more important for ghosts to believe in themselves. Ted is then forced into an instant press conference with the local media. He admits he's never coached soccer and says things like he's going to try for all four quarters. Then they say it's halves. And then he says, we're going to try win or lose. And then they say, or tie. And the media starts to get into a quiet frenzy at this point. Trent Krim from The Independent, as he will repeatedly say throughout this series, gets his first lines as he hammers Ted with questions that he just cannot answer. He is bombarded with yells from media and fans alike as they transition from shots from the press conference to shots at the local bar as everyone is pretty pissed off. He then takes a sip of soda water and spits it out all over the front row because he thought it was regular water. He's not doing too well. Rebecca jumps in apologizing for her country's manners and says they have been nothing but profound mediocrity lately. They all pretty much come to an agreement and shut up. Rebecca then says, from now on, things are going to be this way, the Lasso way. One media member then says, I'll give it 3 weeks. Ted asks to see the team. Rebecca says, can't keep the gaffer from the pitch. Ted then says, tell you what, I went 0 for 2 on that one. Rebecca then admits her plans to Higgins. She wants the team to fail to make Rupert suffer. She knows that AFC Richmond is his only true love, and she wants to run it into the ground. Higgins does not have an easy time doing this. He gets worse. Ted and Coach Beard then go on to watch practice as they try to evaluate their players' talent. They ultimately make their way back to the locker room. As the players get back to the locker room, all you see is an unrespectful team and a lot of angry looks, especially from Captain Roy Kent, who is a UCL champion and an EPL legend. Ted then falls asleep. Beard wakes him up, says you got to make it through so you can sleep at night, so you get over the jet lag. Then Ted invites Roy Kent into the locker room. They talk, and it's clear that Kent does not respect him, as he says he didn't think his career would end but being coached by Ronald fucking McDonald, as Ted was only trying to pay him a compliment about his career. Keely, who was introduced in the previous scene in the locker room as she was showing up to pick up her boyfriend Jamie to go get waxed. She then comes back and says she forgot his phone. As she was walking into the locker room, Ted was covering up an inappropriate picture of hers, let's just say, And Keely seems to like that. And Keely and Ted have an instant bond as she, quote unquote, helps him fix the sign that says believe, which is one of Ted's mottos. In the parking lot, we can see Higgins is not taking this news lightly. He's having a very hard time to go along with her plan. Rebecca then offers him a promotion, director of football operations. So Higgins accepts, and he's going to help her run the team into the ground, essentially. Rebecca then holds a guilt trip over his head by saying, "You never had a problem helping Rupert sneak women around all these years." Then Ted, in the passenger seat of Nathan's car, pretends like he's driving because it's on the left side in America. Gotta love Ted. The episode ends with Coach Beard and Ted Lasso walking back to their new homes for the foreseeable future that at least they hope. And Coach Beard pays off the $5 bet because Ted used into touch during the press conference in a completely wrong way, but he used the sentence, so he got paid the bet. Ted is shown in his new house, pretty lonely looking. It looks like the first time we've ever seen him not smile, and we're wondering what's going on. And all of a sudden, you can tell he starts counting, trying to find out if it's a decent hour to call his family. He calls his family. His son answers the phone, talks to him for a bit, then gets on the phone with his wife. And the show then tells us that they are on the outs. She wanted space. He said, "I'm giving you space." And she's like, "Yeah, but not like this. You can't be calling me all the time." And the episode ends on a sour note with Ted not being able to sleep, even after surviving the entire day, trying to beat off the jet lag. Two picks up right after episode one ended off, with Ted waking up, probably having a rough night of sleep. He goes downstairs, pours himself some cereal, and he finds out England has a different type of shredded wheats, I guess. He meets Coach Beard outside. Coach Beard asks if he's hungry, and he says, "Nah, I'm good. I had one piece of cereal." So then Ted and Coach Beard go to get some coffee. They get excited. They say it feels like it's the first day of school as they head to the stadium, and they're enjoying the local scenery, watching some kids play soccer in the park. Biscuits with the Boss is introduced for the first time as Ted tries to bond with Rebecca. He brings her a cookie and she immediately is obsessed with it. Then the coaches officially have their first practice. In practice, they are noticing that Jamie he's very good, very talented, disrespectful to his teammates, and he's flashy. He makes Sam Adesanya look like a fool. He makes him fall. Ted pulls me over to the sideline. And this is one of the first bits of Ted's great coaching showing through. He tries to tell Sam to be like a goldfish, a 10-second memory. And he wants Sam to be like a goldfish. If anything like that happens again, just forget about it. And he doesn't really seem to understand the message. So Ted goes to Nate to find out more about Sam. He finds out that he's been homesick of Nigeria and he's been underperforming since he joined AFC Richmond. Back in the locker room, Ted introduces a suggestion box for any changes players would want, from serious issues to snacks, whatever they think needs an adjustment. This all backfires when Ted and Coach Beard are at a bar, and it's mostly just people saying yank, wanker, yank, fuck off, wanker, uh, except they had one suggestion that the shower pressure in the locker room is horrible. Back at the stadium, Keely is asking Ted, which is better, lion or a panda? Because it turns out she's a model and she has a shoot upcoming. So she's wondering what his opinion is. Ted goes panda. Rebecca overhears the conversation, takes it personally, and says, "Of course you go lion." And then Jamie walks out. Ted says, "Hey, Jamie, panda or lion?" And Jamie says, "I'm me. Why would I want to be anything different?" And then Ted says, "I don't think you quite understand how psychologically healthy that is." So the next day, Breakfast with the Boss Part 2 is kicked off as he brings the cookies yet again. Rebecca is not really into this idea still, but she is definitely happy to get these cookies. Higgins is already growing a relationship with Ted, despite Rebecca's best efforts for that not to happen with anyone, let alone Higgins. He's the only one that knows of her plan. Back in the locker room, Ted tells Sam to leave, that the boss wants to speak to him. Now, all the team members start putting in money, but Jamie puts his gum in. This does not sit well with Ted, as he's really trying to do a team building experience here. And he could tell that Jamie just has no respect for the team or the coaches or anyone but himself, as he sees Jamie give the wanker sign to him on his way back to his office. Second press conference, it goes definitely a lot better than the first one. He actually remembers some people's names, but then Trent challenges him. He says, "Can you explain offsides?" Ted can't. He comes up with a quippy answer saying, "You can't really explain it, but you know it when you see it." But clearly, he's still way in over his head, but he just knows how to coach, and that's what he believes in. Rebecca then finds out Rupert has been having an affair for much longer than she knew of, from a reporter from The Sun, of course. Ted talks to Rebecca about Jamie Tart. He wants to figure out, how to get to him. He wonders if Rebecca has any advice. Rebecca, of course, has the wrong advice in mind because she wants people not to like Ted. She suggests talking to Keeley, and a plan ignites in her brain. Ted goes over to Keeley's shoot. He said, "I'm upset you went with the lion, but whatever. You look great." They have lunch. All that's happening here is Ted Lasso's trying to figure out what motivates Jamie. Keeley says BJ's. He says, "All right, what else?" And ultimately, she says positive reinforcement. Then she's making a mess on her face because she's eating in all her makeup. So Ted's kind of feeding her and cleaning her off. But there's a photographer there and he takes a picture. And if you think back to Rebecca, this is her plan. She's trying to get Jamie to clash with Ted, who's their best player. And she thinks he has the most say in the locker room, even though she doesn't know that Roy Kent really does. She doesn't know the team at this time or the players or what's best for anyone, but this is what's happening at this time. Then we're back ready for the first game that Ted is actually coaching against Crystal Palace, which is funny because a lot of the scenes in this show are shot at Crystal Palace, and it's why their jerseys look so similar. The birthday present and surprise to Sam went well, as he was truly surprised, and all the players and teammates brought in the cake and the presents for him, including items from Nigeria that he is very happy with that can remind him of home. Jamie doesn't like this bonding that's going on. Then the entire Nelson Road Stadium, who are the fans of AFC Richmond, are shouting wanker at Ted Lasso. Nobody respects him. No one's giving him a chance, including the fans that are watching at a bar. Then Ted says to Coach Beard, "Well, we got 90 minutes to win them back." And it turns out they lose 4-1, as we see Roy Kent pissed off with this performance, and he steams off into the shower. In this game, Arlo White, who's a famous commenter, he mentioned that Sam Adesanya played very well. So it turns out that he's starting to turn it around. But they also show the one goal scored was scored by Jamie Tart. It was a meaningless goal when they were already getting crushed, and he celebrated like he just won a World Cup. So Ted pulls Jamie into his office, compliments his skill, but he says he needs to work on being a teammate, and he needs to turn the me into us, and then the sky will truly be the limit for Jamie Tart's potential. Roy notices the water pressure was fixed, and he seems to be a little bit happy with Ted for the first time here. And then the team continues to celebrate Sam's birthday with music and dancing, even though they just lost 4-1. Ted was really encouraging that the team celebrate for Sam because he knows he really needs this at the time. And in his mind, it's only one loss. The more important thing is bonding the team together. Trent Krim from The Independent was waiting outside. Jamie was the first to leave. That seems like that would happen every week. He asked Jamie how he's taking a loss. At first, he trying to remember what Ted just said to him. He's trying to say I'm more than one guy. It's about a team. But then he gets pissed off and he tells him about the partying going on in the locker room. He doesn't mention that it's for a birthday. He just said they're singing and dancing. It's a complete joke. Then Ted and Beard head home, and Ted speaks to the young lady he noticed playing in the park earlier. She says, "You were rubbish today," but he accepts this criticism because he respects her, because he saw her absolutely crossing people up earlier in the day. She nutmegged someone. She has a lot of skill. So the two begin kicking the ball around. Rebecca then speaks to Higgins about the cameraman she hired, getting Keeley and Ted to look like they were on a date. Higgins calls her to say, "Is this really what you want? Do you want us to post this story?" At the same exact moment, she sees a video of Rupert's new flame on TV. She remembers earlier that he'd been cheating on her for so much longer, so she wants to stick to her plan to ruin Rupert's love, which is AFC Richmond. So she decides to leak the pictures. Episode 3 starts with Rebecca waking up before her alarm, looking extremely excited for the day. She rushes into work, sits in her office, opens the paper, and nothing. She can't find anything on the story of Ted and Keeley, so her plan did not make the news yet. She immediately calls Higgins, who's having breakfast with his family. She says, "Get in here, shithead." Breakfast with the Boss Part 3 starts, and Rebecca ends it early to try to get Ted out the door ASAP as she is trying to make up a false news story about him, and she clearly doesn't want him around to find that out. Coach Beard and Ted are then looking over the last week's performance, and they both decide it's time to start fresh with the game plan that does not involve getting the ball to Jamie and hoping that they score. Nate walks in, and he actually has a suggestion. He never thought that they'd ask his opinion, but he's ready. He has many plays written down on pieces of paper in his pocket, and they go through one that they like, which involves Jamie being a decoy, and they agree to try it out on the pitch. Then Keeley finds out about the photo, so she tells Ted. She says they are being framed to make it look like they are together. Her friend at the paper gave her 1 day to deal with it. So the two walk in and tell Rebecca, saying the Sun will run it tomorrow. Rebecca looks shocked, and she says, "Don't worry, I know the owner of the Sun, and I'll have it taken down." When they leave, Rebecca is now worried that they can trace the picture back to her. On the practice field, Nate's play is run, and it works beautifully. Jamie looks pissed because the ball does not go through him, and he's being used as a decoy, but the play works, so they're going to use it. Teammates in the locker room are picking on Nate, and Roy looks really pissed off. Ted gave everyone on the team a book to read, hand selected for each player. Every player seems to take their book home except Jamie when he throws his in the trash. Jamie then jumps in on teasing Nate, so Roy walks into the coach's room and lets Ted know about the situation. Ted says he's aware of this and he's not going to do anything about it because it's only going to make matters worse for Nate if the coach is the one that steps in. Roy walks out pissed, saying, "So you're not going to do anything about it?" He's like, "Nope." And then as he walks out, Ted turns to Coach Beard and says, "Roy is the one. We need to get his trust." Roy then goes to Jamie and demands he stops picking on Nate so the others will too, since they look up to him because he's so talented and he's widely known as their best player. Jamie says he'll take care of it, but instead walks up to Colin and Isaac and says, "Keep doing what you're doing." It makes me laugh. Rebecca then tells Ted she spoke to the owner of the Sun. Ted says, "God?" And she says, "No, the newspaper." And they're not going to run the story in exchange if the Independent, another newspaper they own, will do a one on one with Ted. Trent joins Ted on the sidelines to watch practice as Sam keeps improving. Jamie is complaining about this new play on the pitch, but Roy takes Ted's side and says it's going to work. And Ted tells Krim that the play was actually Nate's idea. In the locker room, Colin and Isaac start messing with Nate again, and Roy asks them if Jamie talked to them about leaving him alone. Roy storms out looking for Jamie, but he finds Keeley. The two seem to have a mutual liking right off the bat. Trent then asks Ted about the party for Sam after their losing performance to Crystal Palace, and he says he never cared about wins and losses. Trent doesn't seem to understand this at the time, but he will later, as Trent is then invited to an event where Ted is supposed to go speak to school children who have just won a championship. Keeley goes to see Rebecca and they talk about the report. Also, Keeley is noticing how upset Rebecca is about Rupert getting away with all his wrongdoings, and Rebecca is being killed in the media for the way she is running the team. You can tell that Rebecca and Keeley are starting to form a friendship. Ted and Trent visit the local school children, and Ted is immediately called a wanker. He congrats the school children on their championship winning season, and then he surprises the class with Roy Kent, and the whole class kind of loses their mind. He says, "Let's not talk. Let's just go outside and kick the ball around." Roy then goes up to Ted and says, "The only reason I'm here is because my niece goes to school here." And his niece actually ends up kicking Ted in the face with the football, and everyone laughs about it. Roy goes up to Ted and says, "I'm done with your mind games." And he won't go along with them. And he's counting down the days till he's gone. Trent and Ted then go for Indian food from a previous Uber driver. He was actually the one who picked him up from the airport and showed him around London before getting to the stadium. He asked for the special. and it's really hot Indian food. Immediately, Trent Krim says, I can't eat this. And Ted is obviously struggling too, but he wants to eat all of Trent's food as well because he doesn't want them to feel bad. As Ted is stuffing his face with hot food, Trent asked him why he would leave Kansas to coach soccer, calling him irresponsible and how trying to let him know how much it means to the town. Ted then stops and he says, Trent, what do you love? Trent says, writing. Ted says, I love coaching. And what I said earlier about wins and losses, I really meant that. I don't only care about that, but I care about helping each player become the best version of themselves on and off the field. It's important to have someone believe in you. Trent is visibly impressed about how nice Ted is, and then Trent leaves, but Ted stays more to eat to eat more spicy food even though he can't fathom any more heat. Roy is then shown reading the book A Wrinkle in Time, which Ted Lasso gave to him, to his niece. He seems to understand why Ted gave him that specific book as he slams it. The Trent Krim article came out, and he did say that Ted is way over his head and he doesn't know soccer. But he says if the Lasso way is wrong, it's hard to imagine being right. In a business full of people that celebrate egos, Ted reins his in. Roy then confronts Jamie about his goons who mess with Nate, all driven by him reading A Wrinkle in Time, so Ted's plan is starting to work. The episode then ends with Trent Krim saying he can't help root for Ted Lasso, and Rebecca looks pissed off that her plan has backfired for now. Episode 4 opens up with the team being down 2-0 at halftime, as Roy is not taking this well, screaming to the team that we could play better, but Jamie is just in the corner insulting Sam, saying he didn't pass to him because the only reason he would pass to him is if his dad was Maradona. Then maybe he would think about passing to him. Roy overhears this and fights with Jamie in the locker room, and people split sides. Some people take Jamie's side, some people take Roy's side. They shift to practice, and Ted Lasso and Coach Beard can see with their own eyes that the team is still divided, as half are gathered around Jamie and the other half are gathered around Roy during practice. So Ted tries to find a way to fix this situation. Rebecca is planning the annual gala where they raise money for children, and it's spoken about how last year they rose $800,000 or quid, and they want to break that this year. So she's really nervous about it. Ted walks in wanting to talk, and it's just not the time because this is the first time she's actually doing it by herself without Rupert's help, even though she said she did most of the planning by herself anyway. Having Rupert around helped because everyone just seems to love him. Ted eventually brings up if he can sit at the same table with Roy and Jamie, and she just agrees quickly so she can get him out of the room because she's too flustered to talk about anything else. Then, as Ted walks down the street, Nate is there waiting as they're going together to this event. Nate says, how do I look? Ted says, if you want me to be honest, it doesn't look good. It doesn't fit you. And Nate says it's because it's his father's suit. He doesn't have anything else. So Ted goes on to buy Nate a suit. As everyone is showing up for the red carpet, most players just do their thing and walk on by. But Roy is relishing in this, and you can tell the plot and the story is just making it that he's just too selfish and too unaware of anybody else at this time. Roy shows up. He just goes right through all the photographers, tells them to all fuck off. And once he realizes which table he's at, he's like, no, we're switching tables. Ted steps up and says, no, 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 I parent trapped you too. I want you two to open up to each other and tell each other what you think is wrong with the other one. We need to fix this for the sake of the team. It doesn't go well at first. He says, all right, well, who needs a drink? And the entire table raised their hand. Rebecca is nervous about public speaking. Ted tries to give her advice by saying, make fun of yourself. People always like that, which she ended up doing. But right after that, Rupert shows up and he takes the entire spotlight off of her onto him. The next scene, Ted asks Roy what it was like for him when he was Jamie's age, because everything he doesn't like about Jamie is that he's self obsessed and cocky. Roy agrees that when he was Jamie's age, he was probably just as much of a prima donna. Nathan then walks up to thank Roy for talking to Colin and Isaac about not messing with him anymore, and you could see Roy's heart start to open up a little bit. Rebecca asks Rupert to do the auction. At first, he says no, but then gladly accepts because he loves the spotlight. And then he quote unquote compliments her dress by basically saying, I didn't know you could fit in that anymore. Good for you. It was a backhanded compliment. This guy's an asshole. The auction starts, and Keeley wins the auction for Jamie over an older woman and another good looking woman. And she really gets into the auction when the young lady starts putting her bets to really high. And it then ends up Keeley pays $25,000 for the date with her own boyfriend. Rebecca then opens up to Ted Lasso as she's outside crying, telling him how alone she feels, and she really doesn't want to feel that way. The two embrace. He offers for them to leave in the carousel. She says, no, I got to get through this. It's only going to make Rupert more happy if I fail to spend the entire night here. Roy then sees Jamie by himself at the bar, and he tells him a story about when he was coming up. There was a player that he didn't like because that player is pretty much Roy in this scenario. He's been around the block, he played in the league forever, and this player gave Roy a hard time. And he hated him. He hated him for it. But he says they eventually talked it over exactly the way that Ted Lasso is trying to force them to do, and they ended up winning a trophy together. So pretty much Roy wants Jamie and himself to get over everything they're fighting about. It's better for the team. The bonding seems to commence here. Then Ted asks Rupert about the musical guest Robbie Williams, who canceled, implying he is the reason that he didn't show up, since Rupert is saying one text and he'll be here. Rupert seems to feel like he's been caught here, so he makes a sly remark and leaves. Rebecca and Keeley bond a little more as she tells Keeley that Bex, the other good looking woman that was bidding on Jamie, was the second date Jamie brought to this event. Keeley immediately goes to Jamie and asks about this, and Jamie admits, saying it was nice to see Kaylee look jealous. Then there's a bid going on for Roy, and Keeley starts bidding for Roy, along with the older woman that we saw earlier bidding on Jamie. So she's bidding, 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 ends up putting the paddle down, flipping off Jamie, and storming off. The event ends with Rupert saying he's donating £1 million, saying that gets Rebecca over her goal of 800,000, which is basically mocking because obviously that gets it over because that gets it over just by itself. And he says it's for the children to Rebecca in a mockingly manner. This guy just wants to make her hurt. That's all he wants, which now we can start to see Rebecca's side on why she wants the team to tank because that's what he really loves. Ted Lasso and Higgins show up with the man on the street that Ted saw earlier, saying that he's a great undiscovered artist and he'll take care of everything since he doesn't want Rupert to call Robbie Williams because he knows he's the reason that Robbie Williams didn't show up in the first place. Whose name is Cam, ends up being a complete rock star. He rocks the place and everyone dances outside of Jamie. And then Ted comforts Rebecca about Rupert, telling Rebecca that maybe not everyone sees him for the way he is, but Ted does. Then Keeley apologizes about bringing Roy into their fights. After this, she officially breaks up with Jamie, takes 2 bottles of alcohol, and leaves the party. As soon as she walks outside, she sees Rebecca standing there. She asks Rebecca if she wants to get shit-faced drunk. She agrees, and then the two get on one of the carriages that Ted offered earlier, and they're just going around the city, bonding, getting completely drunk, and this is where a new friendship is formed. Episode 5 opens up with Higgins arriving to the field along with his entire family because one of their cars is not working. Ted walks by, he says hi to the family, but he slams his head on the door because he keeps checking on his family flight because his wife and son will be showing up today. Rebecca then talks to Ted about it, and Ted says his sharing of feelings and his constant optimism is too much for his wife, and she needed space, so that's how he ended up here. Then Keeley shows up to Jamie's house, and he already has a new woman over, and she drops the keys and leaves. In training, once again, Jamie won't pass to Sam, and he shoots the ball, which would have went in, but Ted Lasso catches it, saying he has to learn how to pass. Feeling like they've gone over this many times already. Ted tells the whole team that they need extra passes, but right as he's saying that, he says, Practice is canceled because his wife and kid show up and he runs the entire length of the pitch to them. Then Rebecca walks in on a branding deal. Keely is working for Jamie. She says, I thought you two broke up. She goes, doesn't mean I can't run a marketing campaign for him. So Rebecca offers Keely a job for brand marketing. She said she'll think it over and get back to her. Ted takes his family to the local bar that he often visits, even though most of the people in there just call him wankers. And his son goes to play darts and hits the one gentleman in the arm. So they leave. Roy and Keely then talk about Jamie as she tells Roy that they broke up. Then Ted is back at his house building a Lego double decker tour bus with his son. His wife joins in to help, and they all seem very happy at the moment. He then realizes his wife is crying, and she admits she doesn't feel the same way anymore, but says she'll keep trying. Then they ask Ted why he went 4,438 miles away if he wanted to truly work on his marriage. Ted said anything he would do would backfire, so he gave her that 4,438 miles of space. Higgins then joins in and tries to help, which will later form a group name for this team. The next game is starting, and keep in mind that Ted's family is here for this game. Richmond are down 2-0 just after 2 minutes. And prior to this, Jamie was in the locker room taking selfies. He has a fight with Ted, and his son walks in. He says the next score won't be just for himself, but also for his son. Richmond are down 2-0 after just 2 minutes, and then Jamie Tart scores an incredible solo goal, and Sally's like crazy, screaming, me, pointing to the back of his shirt. Sam Abasania is hurt, and Jamie steps over him. Roy freaks out, says, show respect to your teammate, and he turns Sam around, like literally pushes him over, and this sets Roy off. Roy and Jamie get into a scrap, and Jamie ends up getting a yellow card from fighting his own teammate. Just after this, Jamie scores a second goal to tie it and celebrates like crazy again without his teammates. Ted decides to run up to Rebecca, who's in the owner's box, to ask if he's allowed to take out Jamie. She says, you're the manager, do whatever you want. No one likes this move at all. Jamie won't shake Ted's hand, but then Roy demands everyone listen to Ted. He explains they are broken and need to change, and this is the first time all players take to his message, embracing change, so that everyone in their life can move on with theirs. He's starting to mix up his speech with his problems with his divorce, but then he switches Sam to midfield and tells everyone to listen to Coach Beard on the new changes for the rest of the game. Late in the game, Roy Kent is on a breakaway. He's clear off. He has an easy shot, but he decides to make the extra pass to Sam. So he listened to the coaching of Ted, and Sam scores an easy tap in goal as they win their first game with Ted as coach. Roy then compliments Ted on his coaching move as the home crowd chant wanker, but in a different way. Not in a way of disrespect, but in a way of approval. Ted lifts his son to wave to the crowd, and then Rebecca is worried that her plan will indeed backfire. Ted then says goodbye to his wife. He knows it's over. Ted tells his wife he wouldn't change a single thing. If there was something he could do to make her happy, he'd do it. But he can't. He tells her it's okay and that he's going to be okay. And he begins crying knowing that this is the end. He says goodbye to his son while holding back his tears. He then sits on a bench as Coach Beard brings him a beer, and they're both complimented by a local fan who was talking shit on them prior in the day. Before I get started with this week's recap, rewatching this series has made me realize how really thoughtful and heart provoking this show really could be. You know, if you listen to the podcast, I always used to call it, visual antidepressant, but they really do show multiple people going through things. So if you're going through something, make sure to reach out. Okay. Now, episode 6 begins when Ted wakes up sad and he realizes that his marriage is over, and he finally takes off his wedding ring. He shows up to his office and he starts rambling, putting his shirt on backwards, just not making any sense. And then Beard tells Nate it's because of his now ex, Michelle. Ted asks Nate to play in practice, and Beard says to Nate he is not okay right now. Then we see Ted at his next press conference, and they're asking how he feels about the first win. He says it feels great, but then immediately the conversation shifts to Jamie because he was benched last game, and Jamie's actually in the back of the press room at the time. So one reporter says, "Are you really going to put your best player on the bench?" Ted answers by saying, "Well, that depends on Jamie because he wants him to be more of a team player and not a me player." Right after this, Rebecca tells Lasso that Man City are going to terminate the loan on they're going to terminate the loan on Jamie, and Ted mistakes this and he says they're going to take his house, and she goes, "No, no, 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 no. They want him back if he's not going to play." So the way it works in soccer, you can loan people out, but you still hold their rights. So they could play for a different team for one season and then come right back to you the next season. So now he understands this and tells Rebecca, "No, I have plans. I want to play him." He just says he has a plan and he needs to work it out, but he definitely intends to play Jamie. In the locker room, Jamie claims to be hurt and won't practice. This is actually a common theme when soccer players want to make a move. The most recent example I can think of is when Phil Coutinho faked a back injury to leave Liverpool for Barcelona. And I can say he faked it because he was playing for Brazil in the meantime, in between matches. So it's a pretty common theme. So it's pretty cool that they put that in here. So it's shown that Jamie wants to go back to Man City. Then comes one of my favorite scenes of the entire series as Ted Lasso walks up to Jamie Tart and asks him, "So you can't practice, huh?" And he says, "Yeah, just I can't go today." And then as Ted is walking away, Jamie says, "Relax, Ted. It's just practice." And then Ted goes in to the infamous Allen Iverson, "It's just practice" speech. So here's a little bit of that here if you're not familiar with that. But being from Philadelphia, I found this scene particularly very funny.
If I can't practice, I can't practice, man. If I'm hurt, I'm hurt. I mean, simple as that. It ain't about that. I mean, it's not about that at all. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but it's easy to talk about. It's easy to sum it up when you just talk about practice. We sitting here, I supposed to be the franchise player, and we're in here talking about practice. I mean, listen, we talking about practice, not a game, not a game, not a game. We talking about practice.
After this rant, he tells Jamie to set up the cones with the reserves. Jamie then tells Colin and Isaac to do it, but then Colin and Isaac take Lasso's back, so he's lost his goons. Ted then asks Beard about Danny Rojas if he's any good, but no one has seen him play yet because he was injured when they signed him, so he hasn't been able to play on the field yet. But here comes Danny Rojas, everybody's new favorite character, running and screaming Danny Rojas and football is life all around the field. He ends up being really good, and he had a great play with Sam to score a volley on a give and go. Keely then starts the job with Rebecca. She has to break the news that Rupert is now dating Bex from the benefit the previous episode, but her real name is Rebecca. So they're calling her Rebecca and they're calling our Rebecca old Rebecca. She does not like this at all. At the end of practice, Jamie's picking up the cones as Danny shows up and they have a crossbar challenge to see how many they can hit in a row. Danny wins, walking away screaming, "Football is life," and Danny Rojas once again. Coach Beard and Lasso are watching in the stands, and they now realize they have two aces. All they have to do is mold Jamie into the player that they want him to be, a team player. Next shot, Roy is on a treadmill, still reading A Wrinkle in Time. So you could tell that Roy is really starting to understand Ted's ethics, and he's starting to like him a lot. Keely walks in, and the two start bonding even more, and you can start to see a romantic flame start to blossom. Then Rojas gets injured in practice, where he literally tripped over nothing. He claims it was a ghost, which brings us back to episode 1 when Rebecca said the stadium was used to heal injured veterans, and the team believes that the treatment room is cursed, and that's why he got hurt, because he was in that treatment room before he went on the pitch that day. We're going to have a cursed reversed. And then they show up to the bar, the local bar that they're always at, and the bar owner shows the poster for young, fit men to go try out for AFC Richmond. But really, they were there to enlist soldiers. They enlisted 400 men that day to fight in the war, and they all took treatment in the Richmond treatment room, much of them dying. In order to defeat this curse, Ted asks everyone on the team to bring something personal to the club at midnight. They all murmur, no one's behind this idea, but then Roy stands up and says they are gonna do it and shut the fuck up and sit down. So Roy is definitely on Ted's side at this point. Sam then asks Rebecca if she's free tonight. He wants her to come to the ceremony. Ted thinks it'll only work if the whole team is there. She says, Sam, I will go for you. And it's very heartwarming. The ceremony begins, and the whole team starts putting in their personal items into the barrel, which they will eventually light on fire. They tell their stories. Some of them are sentimental, some of them are just funny and gags. But then Jamie shows up. He wasn't there the whole time. He tells this story of how his mom got him into football and she gave him these boots that he's going to put into the fire. But then he opens up about his father issues, and he said that's why he acts like he acts. He made a vow to be so tough that his dad could never hurt him again. So the team kind of understands where Jamie's coming from now. They all go outside and burn it all down. Then Danny Rojas runs onto the field and they celebrate drinking as a team united as Jamie starts singing the Richmond theme song as the night ends. The next day, the locker room is more united than ever. They're all cheering and happy, and everyone's in a good mood until you see Coach Beard and he tells him that Jamie went back to Man City. This does not sit well with Ted Lasso. He goes up to Rebecca, but she says there's nothing that she could have done. They wanted him back. They terminated the loan, which is a lie. She just didn't want the team to keep progressing and to not be relegated. Then in the office, all the coaches are sitting there sulking. Dana Rojas peeps his head in and says, Hey, coach, football is life. Then Ted takes down Jamie's jersey as he is no longer part of AFC Richmond. Episode 7 opens up with the team packing for a trip to Liverpool to play Everton. Rebecca and Keely are bonding more and more every day, and you can see that show in this episode because they're taking the flight together to Liverpool as she tells Higgins he needs to stay back this weekend. As you know, she was pretty pissed off about the team bonding, so that's why she got rid of Jamie. But then they go back to the locker room, and Ted notices the team is not in the highest of spirits. And he thought it might have been because of Jamie, but it turns out Roy just spits out, we're in a shit mood because we haven't won in Everton for 60 years. So they're a little nervous about the match. Then on the way to the team bus, a reporter asked Ted how he feels about Jamie leaving. He's honest. He says, to tell you the truth, it breaks my heart a little bit. And he wishes him all the best. And he's as respectful as he could be because he really was getting to him and it really did hurt his feelings. As they arrive to Liverpool, Rebecca tells Keely it's the first anniversary while being divorced from Rupert. So she's pretty upset, and her friend Sassy's going to come over. So Sassy shows up, and the three bond right away. They're like the three amigos right off the bat, having fun. And Sassy's the type that really knows Rebecca deep down. And she says that you haven't even really met the real Rebecca yet because she still has her guard up from losing Rupert. Then they show Ted asking Nate his opinion for the game, but he's too nervous and he runs off. He doesn't tell Ted his plan. Then back with Sassy and the crew, she gets the ball rolling with the waiter, trying to set Rebecca up with the waiter as the two keep matching eyes. Sassy then meets Ted and is immediately attracted to him. Then upstairs in Ted's hotel suite, he is drinking away his sorrows while signing his divorce papers. Nate tried slipping notes under his door for his thoughts on the game, but Ted actually loses his mind and tells him to leave because he's in a really tough spot right now and he's very upset about signing these papers. Next morning, Ted immediately apologizes to Nate and he says his notes are great, but he wants Nate to give the pregame talk. He starts calling out each player individually about their mistakes to try to get them to play together, gaining confidence along the way. When he gets to Roy, Roy stands up. Roy gets right in his face. He says, "Go on, say it to my face." Well, he says it to his face. He says, "Anger is your superpower, Roy, and that's what made you one of the best midfielders in the history of the English Premier League." And the anger is gone. Right after this, Roy flips a bench that was bolted down to the ground and says, "Let's go get these fuckers." And Richmond win 1-0. And who scored the goal? Roy Kent. And the team erupts and they said they have to go out and celebrate. They all asked Keeley where they should go because her commercial has been running in their hotel since they got there of her some commercial spot she did for the city of Liverpool nightlife back in the day. So they ended up going to karaoke because that was part of her ad. Sassy then sets Rebecca up to do karaoke, and she truly opens up to the whole team, showing this different side of her. And the team has a lot of fun with her. As Rebecca is singing, though, Ted has a panic attack. The reason he has panic attack probably is because the song she's singing is "Let It Go," and he just freaks out, walks out, sits down outside. Rebecca finds him, tells him it's okay and to breathe, and she is genuinely nice to him for the first time, showing that she does truly care for him as a person. He heads back to the hotel and he signs the divorce papers. The rest of the team leave, and Keely said she wants to walk as Roy is waiting by, and Rebecca looks very happy that she's waiting for him. Roy walks her to the hotel room and he gives her a kiss goodnight, and that's it. They both look very happy, but Keely looks a bit confused as to why Roy didn't go into her room. Rebecca then receives a thoughtful text from Ted as she eyes down the waiter from earlier, and then Sassy walks into Ted's room as the episode ends. So everyone ends up lucky in Liverpool, the best place on earth. Episode 8 opens up as Nate is sleeping in the back of the team bus on the way back from Liverpool so he wouldn't miss the bus. Apparently, he was way too drunk and didn't trust sleeping in the hotel, so he slept in the bus. And Rebecca wakes up in her hotel room with the waiter, forgets that he is in her hotel room, and then when she remembers this, she says, "Get out." And then Ted wakes up with Sassy, and he did not know what to think. He actually felt pretty bad about sleeping with her, having just signed the divorce papers with his wife. They get back to the stadium. Coach Beard asks Ted what's going on. Ted says what's on his mind, and then he says, "Let's go into your office to talk." Keely then talks to Roy as he says he is busy. He can't hang out today. She still doesn't know what to think of it. She doesn't think that he is into her. Then Higgins, Nate, and Coach Beard are telling Ted to cut himself some slack and not be so upset about what happened last night. And Ted eventually feels a lot better, and they come up with the name the Diamond Dogs. So now, anytime they have a issue that they want to talk about, he's gonna call in the Diamond Dogs, and here they come. Ted thanks Rebecca for helping him out last night. She says, of course, he wants to thank her. She says, "I have a meeting with two minority owners and would love for you to come along." So Ted says, "Yes, I'll be there." Keely is talking to the players for potential brand meetings. Then Roy clears things up with her, saying he wants to go different this time, and that's why he's taking things slow. She admits that, okay, since we're going to be honest, I slept with Jamie last night, go separate ways for the time being. Roy goes into Ted's office and he calls them the Diamond Dogs. They help Roy too. They say, you have a past, she has a past. If you guys want to be together, just let it go and see what happens. So Roy seems to leave the room with this mindset. Next, we're in what was supposed to be the meeting with Milk Sisters, as Ted nicknamed them. But Rupert spoils it by saying that they sold their share to Bex and they are now engaged, and he'll soon have 2% back ownership in the team. And Rebecca is pissed. Roy and Keely talk, and Roy says she is over her thing with Jamie and asks her on a proper date. And Keely gets really, really excited about this. Back in the bar, Rupert is playing darts and he bets Ted on a game. Ted agrees and said if he wins, Rupert can pick the starting lineup for the last two games. And if not, he can't show up anywhere near the owner's box while Rebecca holds the key. As the game is drawing to an end, Rupert has the upper hand. He tells Ted he's about to send Sam back on defense where he belongs and that he never thought that Rebecca would fuck over an entire team. And Ted gets visually angry here. And he says, "Hey, better manners while I'm holding the dart." He tells him the story about how guys have underestimated him his entire life and how he saw this quote from Walt Whitman: be curious, not judgmental. And he says, if you would have asked me if I played darts, I would have told you the truth that I played every Sunday with my father till he passed away. He goes on to win the game. Rupert leaves, pissed off. Rebecca's really happy. Back at practice, Ted asks the team for a favor, and Sam says, "We will die for you, coach." He says, "Not necessary." As the team go on to lay down, spelling out "Hi, boss" to surprise Rebecca, and she seems like she's in a really good mood. Like she's starting to come around to Ted. Higgins is worried about capacity for the final game, saying that they need to sell more home tickets to have a better advantage against Manchester City. She says no, sell the team tickets to Man City fans, and she hopes that the away crowd will be bigger. And Higgins stands up to her and says no, and he won't do it, and he storms off. Same time, Keely walks in and says, Rebecca better tell Ted everything or she will, since she found proof that Rebecca hired the photographer to make it look like Ted and Keely were on a date. Episode 9 opens up with Roy being criticized for his poor play last match against Arsenal as Ted tries to cheer him up and he says, "Don't worry about it." And Rebecca is in the locker room having a photo shoot as she tells Ted she was really hurt by their last loss. Keely walks in and says, interesting. Rebecca, can we talk for a second? She pulls him into the room and says, "You need to tell Ted what is going on right now." Ted's final presser of the season is next, where reporters try and get something out of Ted on his game plan. He really won't say anything. Then the reporters start to speculate on the potential lineup. After this, Coach Beard and Nate say Roy needs to be benched, and Ted says no way. So now we know what the reporters were thinking. Rebecca then is surprised by Rupert once again, and he says he and Bex are having a kid, and he wanted her to find out from him so he could rub it in her face. Right after this, she finally gets the courage to tell Ted the truth as she walks into his office to let it all out. He forgives her. He says he understands. He says divorces can be tough. Rebecca starts crying in Ted's arms, saying how much she is thankful. And Ted says, "You gave me this opportunity and you changed my life for the better." On the pitch, Ted gets the team practicing hard for the final game against Manchester City, of course, where Jamie Tart is. Then Ted has a talk with Roy, letting him know that people are asking if he will be benched for the final game because of his poor play. Ted goes to see Coach Beard, who has been drinking, and says they need to sit Roy or everything they have done all season will be for nothing. Roy is then shown thinking what it would be like if he is truly benched, as his niece and Keely tell him that he is amazing whether or not he starts and he'll always be a great person in their mind. Higgins gets his job back, and Roy walks into the locker room and says second team is going to kick the first team's ass today, as he accepts that he's not going to start the final match. The season 1 finale of Ted Lasso arrives with Nate arriving at the clubhouse to find that his normal duties have been performed. He's pretty confused. He doesn't know what's going on. And at first, he thought he was getting fired and he started to yell at her, called her a shrew. But turns out he got promoted, as Ted says. And then the whole locker room shows themselves and they show that they knew what was going on the whole time, as Coach Beard and Ted Lasso present Nate with his whistle and say, "You're officially Coach Nate." Roy then comes into Ted's office and tells him, due to league rules, he's going to have to pick a new captain. Ted disagrees and says, "No, you're my captain." And then Roy says, "Well, these are the rules. You got to pick a new captain." And then Ted says, "Well, new rule, you find the new captain." They go back and forth like this for a while, but finally Roy agrees and will pick a new captain. Then Ted and the entire Richmond squad are prepping for the match against Man City. Ted is trying to say, everybody relax, just a normal game. But then players start saying, oh, it's not a normal game. And Isaac brings up that they could be relegated. Then Sam goes, "Do you not get relegated in America?" Ted says, "No, everyone pretty much just plays out their schedule, good or bad. And everyone's pretty much fine with that." They have to play Manchester City for their last game. Who's on that team? Jamie Tart. So Coach Nate, I'm sorry, brings up a video of Jamie, and he's trashing AFC Richmond, even though he's trying to act like he's not. But he ultimately says he's ready to put the final nail in the coffin. And then Isaac throws a chair into the TV, which made Roy pretty happy. At the bar, Ted and Coach Beard are talking about the relegation system, and the three fans that have been harassing Ted for the entire season pretty much come around and show him respect, even though they said he was shit. And Ted goes, "Come on, doesn't anybody have a little hope?" Everyone laughs at him and says, "It's the hope that kills you," which is the title of the finale episode. Ted has an emergency meeting at his house with the coaches, and Nate brings up the point that if Crystal Palace win their game by 6 goals or more, that Richmond could still advance. They could survive relegation with a draw if Crystal Palace wins their game by 6. Ted doesn't like this whole draw thing. He doesn't believe in ties. So he storms around his house looking for one of his miniature believe signs that he says he has all up over his house, and calls the two coaches negative Nellies because he doesn't think anyone actually believes in their chances of winning the game. The next morning, Ted goes for breakfast with the boss, with Rebecca, and he goes into her office and he tells her that maybe she would have been better off with an actual soccer coach. And if it comes time for her to fire him, that he doesn't want her to feel bad. Rebecca, now fully on Team Lasso, says it's okay that he's not like every other coach. And she encourages him to cause confusion. And once he says that, he goes, yeah, or create chaos. And then the idea sparks, which draws right to the next scene where they are drawing up trick plays. He asks all the members of the team if they ever had a really good trick play, and they start writing them down and explaining them. And Ted has Coach Beard throw in the Lasso special in there. Next up, Jamie is at the barbershop where we see the Ussy fan from episode 1. He goes to get an Ussy with Jamie while talking about Ted Lasso, saying that he likes Jamie now. Then the fan goes, yeah, he must be playing mind games. Jamie starts getting really confused, so he texts Keely to see if she can talk. He shows up at Keely's, but Roy answers the door. And the two have an awkward exchange and are sitting there. Roy made a coffee for Keely. Jamie bought a coffee for Keely. She mixes them together and says, all right, what's on your mind, Jamie? What's up? Jamie is saying how he believes Ted is playing mind games. And Roy and Keely both say, no, he genuinely liked you and he's not out to get you. Jamie leaves the house not believing in this still and says to Roy, enjoy the game on the bench tomorrow, old man. Right before the game, Roy goes up to Isaac and makes him captain. And he says, never stop throwing chairs. And then we're treated to another inspirational speech from Coach Lasso, where he's saying how he doesn't like the line, it's the hope that kills you. And now, being from America, I'm not familiar with this line, but all the players in the locker room seem to nod that they've heard this line before. He asks, do you believe in miracles to his team? And anyone that does, come on up in the circle. So the whole team gets riled up. They go next to him in the circle and they say, Captain, arm in. Everybody looks at Roy. Roy nods to Isaac. Isaac puts his hand in and he's like, all right, what's up, Skip? And Isaac says, Richmond on 12. Then we're in the game. It seems like it's pretty back and forth. Each side gets a good opportunity, including the Sandman trick play that Danny Rojas came up with. It was a nice chance, but ultimately, this half goes scoreless. In the locker room, Sam is asking to put up the Crystal Palace score, but Ted says no. We're going for the win, not to tie. And he also says, Roy, you're starting the second half. Let's get going. Then out of nowhere, Manchester City gets a penalty in the 61st minute and they take a 1-0 advantage. Right after that, Jamie Tart has a breakaway opportunity and Roy tracks him down and he gets him and he slide tackles and he breaks the play up, but hurts himself in the process, heads to the locker room. But before that, the entire Richmond fan base serenades Roy with his signature song. As Arlo White says, that's the same song we've been hearing in the Premier League for a decade. Roy then goes into the locker room and is comforted by Keely. Then, all of a sudden, the fans start to go a little crazy around the stadium, and you could feel the electricity buzzing. Nate says, hold on, hold on, hold on. Wow, Crystal Palace actually did it. They won 6-0. Now, as they say this, Ted relays the message onto the field so his players can know that all they need to do is tie. They don't need to win the game, as Richmond are given a free kick. Then this happens. Led by Isaac, the team decides to go with the Lasso special, really making Ted happy because he says, I didn't even say it. They're just going to run the play on their own. The Lasso special is a great play based on American football, which ends up with Danny Rojas scoring the tying goal on a great pass from Sam on a great play drew up by Ted Lasso and ran by his players. However, while everyone in the Richmond side is celebrating, Man City rushes down and they have an attack on goal. It's Jamie. He has a clear shot on net, but what does he do? He makes the extra pass, and unfortunately, Manchester City score to win the game and to send Richmond back down to the championship. On the way back to Richmond's locker room, Ted sees Jamie in a different treatment locker room, and he's being berated by his father for passing the ball. And we can kind of see why Jamie has this such a high guard up from having a father figure like this, always wanting him to be the one to score the goal and not be a team player. In the post-game speech, Ted tells the team to keep their heads up and to be grateful that they are going through this sad moment with all of these great folks together and that they will never be alone as a rendition of You'll Never Walk Alone is played in the background. Ted then says, Hey, Sam, what should we all act like right now? Sam says, a goldfish. As Jamie is heading towards his team bus to go back to Manchester, Coach Beard tracks him down and hands him a letter or a note from Ted Lasso that Jamie thinks is a love letter, but he opens it up and it says, Way to make that extra pass, Ted. Jamie seems pretty taken back by this and pretty happy to have received this note. And now he knows it wasn't mind games all along, that Ted does truly care for him. He also gave him one of his army figures to be his defense because he knows what he's going through with his father now. Then, as Higgins is exiting Rebecca's office so that Rebecca and Ted can speak, Ted figures he's getting fired. So he says, I'll save you the trouble and I'll just quit. But then Rebecca says, Ted, you're not going anywhere. Otherwise, how can we prepare for next season? Ted gets really excited and ends up spitting his bubble water all over Rebecca's face as the season ends.
But Season 2 kicks off a few weeks into the season. AFC Richmond is about to win their first game. They have a penalty kick, and none other than Danny Rojas is about to take it. But as he strikes the ball, their mascot, Earl Greyhound, gets loose. He jumps in front of the net and gets struck by the ball and killed. And man, it is a big buzzkill. Dead dogs aren't really good for business, and the video's kind of going viral, which is putting Rebecca in a little bit of a tizzy. Ted, though, is handling it great. The media is actually asking about the games and when do you hit the panic button because they've had so many ties. But leave it to Trent Krim from The Independent to ask Ted if he has any comments on Danny killing the dog. Ted tells him that he hasn't spoken to Danny, but he hopes that Danny isn't taking it too hard, which he is. He's an inconsolable mess. But Ted then tells a touching story about his connection with dogs, how he was scared of dogs for a while until he got to take care of one from a neighbor who wasn't doing well. After the press conference, Ted goes and sees just how bad of a state Danny is in. When he tells Danny, don't forget, man, football is life, Danny just looks at him and says, it used to be. He then tells the team to just be a goldfish, forget your mistakes, reconvene in the morning. But one of their newer players, Jan, who is Dutch, turns to one of the players and says, why would I forget what I did? You're the only one who played poorly. And Sam has to point out that Jan isn't being rude, he's just Dutch. The coaching staff then goes and has a post-game meeting, and Ted gets a text from his son who is wearing a bunch of ties, making light of the fact that all AFC Richmond does now is tie. Ted feels like this is the sports gods punishing him for wanting a tie at the end of the last season. And Nate points out that the team is playing well, they're just a little bit unlucky. But Ted and Beard have another name for unlucky. It's the New York Jets. The new Nate then interrupts the meeting and says, hey, can I leave early? It's my mom's 50th birthday. Which isn't a problem for Ted, but it is a problem for Nate. He kind of gives Will a hard time about this, and then turns to Ted after Ted tells him, yeah, well, it's fine, you can leave, and says, you can't be too easy on them. The next morning, Ted goes to meet with Rebecca, Higgins, and Keeley, and he tells them that Danny will bounce back. But because of what Danny did, Rebecca now feels guilty, so she's become a benefactor of a dog shelter. A really big benefactor. Higgins then heads out, and Rebecca starts freaking out because she got a text message from a guy that she's talking to. and her and Keely start geeking out over the fact that this guy texted her back. Ted tries to get filled in, but they just shush him. They give Ted the bare minimum details, and then Rebecca asks Keely if her and Roy would be up for a double date next week, which Keely says, yeah, absolutely. Ted then asks Keely, did Roy come to the game? And Keely says, no, he didn't. And Ted lets her know that Roy always has a ticket if he wants one, but Roy's actually busy coaching the youth of England. And in pure Roy Kent fashion, he's using the Queen's English. Very inappropriate, telling them how they played like a bunch of little pricks. Gets to the point where one of the mothers actually has to tell him, you can't talk like that even when they are being little pricks. Later, after one of his practices, Keely informs him that he's going to have to go on a double date with Rebecca and her new guy next week, and that doesn't really sit well with Roy, but he agrees to do it anyway. Keely then asks Roy, once the season's over, you're going to have more time to see friends, right? And Roy says, I see friends all the time. I have my yoga moms. And Keely asks him, well, don't you ever want anything more than just sitting in a yoga pose and getting buzzed on rosé, talking about reality TV? And the answer is no. Roy loves the fact that these women know nothing about him. She then tells him that Sky Sports reached out about an analyst deal, but Roy doesn't want to do that. And one of the issues is Keely thinks it's a good idea. And Roy tells her, the last time I did one of your good ideas, I made a fool of myself. It was my retirement press conference, and I looked like an idiot. She once again tells him, I think you'd be an amazing football analyst. But for the time being, Roy Kent is perfectly happy just chilling in his yoga moms group and coaching kids under the age of 10. The next day when Ted brings Rebecca her biscuits, she's a little disappointed to see Ted because she really wanted to see Keely. She wanted to talk more to Keely about what she's going through with this relationship. And Ted says, well, look, I understand. I mean, I want to be Keely every day too, but let me take a crack at it. And Rebecca's a little surprised, but she's willing to give it a chance. So Rebecca fills Ted in on the guy that she's talking to, a guy named John. And Rebecca starts describing the guy, and he sounds great. And Ted says, I'm confused. Is there a problem? And Rebecca kind of looks at the ceiling and says, yeah, I guess not. He then heads off to practice and sees if Danny Rojas is bounced back, and unfortunately, Danny is not. He's dealing with nightmares where he wakes up in a cold sweat screaming about killing a dog. And it transitions to the pitch where he starts sailing every single kick over the goal. He tries to give Danny a pep talk as he walks him over to the corner to see if maybe doing corner kicks will help, but it doesn't. In fact, Danny drills Ted. After practice, Ted gets his coaching staff together, and he can't figure out what's going on with Danny or how to fix it. And Beard says, I think we already know what the issue is. It's the yips. Although Beard writes it down because you don't say the yips out loud. Of course, Nate, not knowing what the yips are, ends up breaking that rule, and they have to explain to him why you don't say the yips. It's like saying Voldemort. Higgins then brings up the idea of what about therapy? Getting this guy to see a sports psychologist. Maybe that'll work. And at this point, Ted's ready to try anything, so he tells Higgins, yeah, go ahead, do it. That night, though, Ted and Beard go out for food, and he tells Beard that he can't quite figure out why, but the idea of bringing in somebody from the outside, the therapist, to try to help Danny, it doesn't really sit right with Ted. He thinks that it has something to do with the fact that he doesn't really trust therapists after what happened with his marriage, and how they did go to therapy, and it didn't help. Beard reminds him to not judge a book by its cover, and everybody's different. But as Ted and Beard were talking over dinner, that's not the only dinner that was going down that night, because that was the big double date night. And as Rebecca introduces Keely and Roy to her new guy, John, you can tell that Roy wants nothing to do with this guy. Part of the reason why is because he knows who Roy is. But Roy also feels like this guy is a tallywhacker. And when the date ends, Rebecca heads on over to Roy and Keely to see what they think. And Keely's playing it PC, saying he's a really nice guy. And finally, Roy just cuts the BS and says, he's fine. That's it. And that's all right because most people are fine. But it's not about him. It's about you and why you think that he deserves you. Because, Rebecca, you deserve someone that makes you feel like you've been struck by lightning. Don't you dare settle for fine. And that's pretty eye-opening for Rebecca. The next day, when she meets with John, she realizes that Roy might have been right. There's not really a spark going on. This guy really doesn't do it for her. And during this coffee, she realized that she needs to be brave enough to let somebody wonderful love her without fear of being hurt. She then breaks up with John. The next day, though, as Ted is sitting in the facility just having fun with his coaching staff, Higgins brings in the therapist, Dr. Fieldstone. And she doesn't really play into Ted's personality much. She gets to the whole reason why she's here, Danny Rojas, and has Ted fill her in on what's going on with him. She's speaking about how this can be fixed, and Ted says, you're pretty confident you can fix Danny then, right? And she asks him, are you good at your job? And Ted doesn't really know how to answer, so he just blurts out a yes. And Fieldstone says, well, as good as you are at your job, I'm twice as good at mine. And they don't really know what to say. They're pretty taken aback by it, so they just blurt out, we're very lucky to have you. She then heads up to Higgins' office because that's where she's going to be interviewing Danny. And when Coach drops him off, he thinks that maybe it'd be good if he stays, but Dr. Fieldstone says, no, you need to go. And she starts speaking to Danny in Spanish. And while Ted was a little reluctant to believe in therapy, It seemed to have worked because Danny comes out of that meeting rejuvenated, looking like the old Danny Rojas. As Ted, Beard, and Nate look on to see if he is truly fixed, they're not the only ones, because Dr. Fieldstone is also watching from the balcony. And Danny goes over to the corner and drills a corner kick. He's back. After practice, Danny actually thanks Ted for bringing her in, saying she's incredible. After Danny leaves, Ted wants to go talk to the doctor, but when he heads upstairs, Higgins lets him know that she's actually in a session with another player. And not only that, there's a waiting list. Ted's kind of surprised, and Higgins lets him know that a few of the guys wanted to sit down with her until she left. One person who probably needs therapy, though, is Roy Kent, just anger therapy. And as Keely is leaving the office that day, she calls up Roy to apologize for trying to force him into an analyst job that he didn't want. But he reminds her, that's great, it's Yoga Mom's Day. So he tells her that he'll see her later that night, and then he sits down, grabs some rosé, and starts watching bad reality television with all these moms who don't know who he is. And on the reality television show that's set up kind of like The Bachelor is his nemesis, Jamie Tart. In episode 2, unfortunately for Jamie, he gets kicked off the hit show Lust Conquers All. The next day, they're contractually obligated to go on a TV show, talk about the experience of getting kicked off. And Jamie's kind of enemy number one with a lot of people because he made one girl feel like he was going to get married to her, and then he slept with another girl in a jacuzzi. And you just don't do that on a show called Lust Conquers All. Now, Jamie actually left Man City to be on this show. He figures, yeah, I can just go back to Man City if Pep Guardiola will have me back. But they won't. They have no interest. Jamie goes to meet with his agent afterwards, and he finds out that it's not just Man City that doesn't have any interest. Nobody has any interest. In fact, the only interest in Jamie Tart is another kind of reality show where you go to Ibiza and take ecstasy for 3 weeks. And Jamie just can't believe that his agent can't find him any team that is willing to take him. Jamie Tart suddenly has become a rudderless ship. And it's kind of similar with Roy Kent without football. His big plans for the day are to do yoga and cook Keely dinner. It's a far cry from being a pro soccer player. He drops Keely off where he ends up seeing Ted for the first time in a while, but when Ted goes to say hi to him, Roy just takes off, and Keely has to tell Ted he's having a busy day. As Keely and Ted are talking, they see Dr. Fieldstone come into the office on this fancy bike. And Ted's a little taken aback to see her because he thought that the team was getting rid of her. She was only supposed to be there for a couple days after all. But that's when Keely tells him Higgins hired her for the rest of the season. He goes in to confront Higgins about it, and Higgins does apologize and says, I should have confronted you first, but Ted says, nah, man, you're head of football operations. You don't have to ask me for my opinion. Ted ends up bullying Higgins into standing up for himself. As he's sitting there, though, he notices a familiar smell in the building. And when he brings it up, Nate runs in and says, wait till you hear this shit. We'll put lavender in the laundry detergent. Yeah, that's right, Ted. He put a calming influence in the laundry detergent. It just seems like no matter what Will does, Nate's going to have an issue with it. Although, in defense, it seems like he kind of has a case with this one. After getting the drama of the office, Ted heads upstairs to welcome Dr. Fieldstone, the same way that he welcomed Rebecca. He brings her biscuits. He bursts in the doorway just like he normally would with anybody, but she reprimands him for it, saying, please don't do that. I could have been in a session. And that kind of takes Ted off guard a little bit. He offers her the biscuits, and at first she says no, but she eventually takes a bite of one. But then she hands him back, saying, thanks, Ted, but I don't eat sugar. In a past life, when I would eat sugar, I would talk nonsense for an hour and then pass out. Ted explains that he's the same way with video games. It's something in his life he really enjoys, and he pretends that somehow not having it is better for him. But in reality, he's just depriving himself of something that makes him happy. Instead of attempting to adjust your relationship to it. He then excitedly sits down and asks her, what's your favorite book? But instead of answering the question, she says, this is very interesting. This is clearly your way of connecting with people. It's very disarming. And then right before she kicks him out, she says, I'd really like to observe training today, which Ted says, yeah, you're welcome anytime. But Ted is completely thrown off by this woman. He can't read her at all. Ted then heads upstairs to see Rebecca, who's setting up a new online dating profile with the help of Keely. And when he hands her the box of biscuits, she's a little appalled to see that there's a bite taken out of one. And Ted explains how he gave her biscuits away to Dr. Fieldstone, but Fieldstone doesn't eat sugar. And Rebecca's response to that is, what a fucking asshole. They then get into a conversation about how you don't really need therapy. That's what you have friends for. But then they proceed to prove why you do need a therapist because neither of them want to admit what's going on in their personal lives to each other. Fast forward to later in the day, Roy Kent didn't just have yoga and dinner plans. It was trophy ceremony day for his girls' soccer team. And after hammering home to the girls that they should be feeling like shit because they lost, he heads home to find Keely jerking off. And initially, he's really turned on. He wants to know what gets her going. And that's when she reluctantly shows him. She's not jerking off to porn. She's not wanking it to the royal wedding. We're not talking the latest issue of Good Housekeeping. She's getting off to Roy Kent's retirement ceremony. And it is as bad as he said. He's a blubbering mess in it. And Roy gets pretty insulted. He can't believe that she's getting off to him being, quote, pathetic, but she says, no, you're vulnerable. You haven't been like that since you left football. He tries to explain how at his age with a messed up knee, you don't get to be a football player. And that's when she once again brings up the analyst job that he turned down. She tells him you'd be back around the game again, and I know you miss it, but he still is pretty steadfast that he doesn't want to do it. And that's when she really hits below the belt, saying, you're just like Jamie. And this didn't come out of the blue. Keely ran into Jamie that day. Jamie had nowhere else to go. He needed to talk to somebody about what was going on in his career, and Keely was always really good at listening. So he hunted her down in a coffee shop, and the two chatted it up. And it turns out that with nowhere else to go, Jamie wants to come back to Richmond. Keely explains that while Jamie is really lost, at least he's trying to find his way back to the game. Roy, he's content with yoga moms. Eventually, he reluctantly gives in. He will do one episode on the analyst role, but when it doesn't work out, he vows to hire a bunch of little kids to follow her around for eternity and scream, told you so, told you so, told you so. That's a trade-off that she's willing to make. As Keely and Roy were negotiating, Ted is sitting alone in the pub having dinner when the other lost soccer player, Jamie Tart, walks in. Ted invites him to sit down and says, what can I help you with? And that's when Jamie asks, what are the odds of me coming back and playing with Richmond? And Ted explains, Jamie, you burned a lot of bridges over there. Let me ask you a question. Why did you leave Man City and go on that show? You were getting good minutes. And at first, Jamie toes the company line, saying, I thought it would be fun. I thought it would boost my brand. But Ted knows that's a lie. And eventually the real reason comes out. Jamie went on that show and quit Man City because of his dad. Jamie got sick of his dad criticizing every little thing he did on the pitch, so he decided to piss him off by going on the show. Ted tells Jamie that sometimes an overbearing dad is what drives men to be great. Bono's dad was apparently a piece of work, but then again, so was Joshua Tree. When there's a little bit of awkward silence, Jamie once again asks him, so what do you say? Can I come back? And Ted turns to him and tells him, Jamie, you're an amazing player, but I just don't think it's a good idea. The problem is, though, unbeknownst to Ted, the supporters down the bar ended up taking pictures of the encounter. The pictures end up hitting social media, so when the Richmond players show up the next morning, they assume that Jamie's coming back on the team. And as Ted told Jamie, he burned a lot of bridges, so that doesn't sit well with the players. When Ted comes out on the pitch, Beard lets him know that it's a little contentious today. As if Ted wasn't already stressed out because Fieldstone is right behind him watching his every move. When he tries to correct Sam on his passing, Sam ends up flipping out at him, initially telling him he could do better, but then storming off the pitch. Ted has to go chasing after him, but before he enters the locker room, he makes sure to let Fieldstone know he's not usually like this. He finally catches up to Sam and says, all right, man, what is it? It's pretty clear that you have something going on. And after some prodding, Sam says, I can't believe you're bringing Jamie back to the team. I mean, how many locker room blowups have we had since Jamie left? None? I mean, yeah, we haven't won yet, but we will. I believe that. Just because Jamie scores goals does not mean he deserves to be here. All of this, by the way, catches Ted completely off guard. He had no idea that the picture was circulating on Twitter. Sam then goes on to tell Ted that no player has ever made me feel as bad about myself as Jamie Tart did. Ted tells Sam, look, I understand you're upset with him, but Sam cuts him off and says, no, I'm not upset with him. I'm upset with you. You didn't even talk to us about it. And Ted says, honestly, I didn't think there was anything to talk about. I told Jamie it's not going to happen. And that completely changes Sam's mood. Sam feels pretty awkward and apologizes to Ted, but Ted says, Sam, don't worry about it. You're a leader on this team. I want you to speak your mind. Sam gets a big smile and thanks Ted and then says, you know, my father tells me every time he sees you on TV, he's very happy that I am here. He says I'm in safe hands with you. Ted thanks him, but then he makes him run a bunch of laps for storming off the pitch. But it wasn't just Ted and Sam that were talking because over in the corner, Higgins had set up shop in the weight room. He gave his office to Dr. Fieldstone, and he never got it back, so he's kind of a man without a home. So after practice, Ted invites Higgins downstairs to join the Diamond Dogs, where he belongs. Ted then tells the group, we need to discuss the future of Jamie Tart with this team, and Beard's a little surprised because he thought that topic was dead. And it was, until Sam reminded Ted that not everybody's as lucky as Sam to have a great dad. Higgins does say that Jamie could be exactly what they need, but Nate points out that it could also ruin morale. They put it to a vote, and the only person in favor of bringing back Jamie is Higgins. So it seems like it's settled. Jamie's not coming back. As Ted leaves the office that night, he runs into Dr. Fieldstone, and she thanks him for inviting her to practice. She tells him that she'll email his staff her takeaways when she gets home, but he says, no, go ahead, give it to me right now. What do you got? So she tells him that there's a wonderful atmosphere at Richmond. All the employees are thoughtful and kind, and they actually listen to one another. He then asks her, so do you think we have like a if it ain't broke, don't fix it situation? And she reminds him, you have 8 straight ties. Heavy is the head that wears the visor. You probably have a lot on your mind, and I hope one day we get to sit down and talk about it. And Fieldstone was right. Ted does have a lot on his mind. He does need to shake things up in a way. So the next day, as the team's warming up on the pitch before practice, out walks Jamie Tart. And then finally, there's Roy's big tryout. He's not looking forward to it. He doesn't want to do it. He's working with guys that when he played against them, he couldn't stand. But he shines. They start breaking down a Chelsea United game, and most of the pundits are pretty vanilla with their analysis. And then they get to Roy Kent, who is brutally honest. He says that his old team Chelsea played like shit. I mean, it's exactly what you'd want from Roy Kent as an analyst. It takes his coworkers completely off guard, but the audience loves it. The reaction on social media is great. And when he gets home, Sky Sports reaches out to Keely and tells her, we want Roy back, we just have to clean up the salty language a little bit. And Roy admits, yeah, it was good to be back near the game. Episode 3 picks up a couple of days after Jamie Tart has been integrated back into the team. Ted goes to give Rebecca her morning biscuits, but right outside of Rebecca's office is some 13-year-old girl that Ted doesn't know. When he walks in, he finds out that it's Sassy Spur's daughter. Sassy's speaking at a conference, so Rebecca's going to be watching the 13-year-old outside, who's named Nora, and it turns out Rebecca is Nora's godmother. After this, Ted heads downstairs to address the media, and it turns out that Richmond FC is actually heavily favored this week. But Trent Krim from The Independent always has to ask the hard questions, so he asks about the impact of the locker room by bringing in a guy like Jamie Tart. And Ted tells Trent that he doesn't really think it's going to be an issue. But as Ted is talking about how Jamie's return to the team won't negatively impact the team itself has kind of ostracized him. Jamie's in a corner, doesn't really talk to anybody. And when Keely comes in with photos from a Dubai Air photo shoot that Sam is featured in, and the team is huddled around him joking about the photos, Jamie tries to be included and joke back, but anything Jamie says just feels mean-spirited. Gets pretty awkward. Before Keely does leave, she reminds everybody to sign up for a new dating app that she's peddling called Banter. Keely exits, Ted enters, and they start going over the game plan for that week, but Jamie interrupts Ted and says, actually, I'd like to address the team. And Jamie apologizes for everything that he did, which turns out is a lot because the team starts going around the room saying what a douchebag he was. Jamie vows, though, to be different, to change, and to become a better teammate. They all then head out to the practice pitch where Ted lets Jamie know that he's going to start him on the reserves and make him work his way back into the starting rotation. But just because Ted has forgiven Jamie doesn't mean his teammates have. Because during practice, as Jamie is streaking down the pitch, his teammates are gunning for him. And Jamie's able to dodge the first few, but Sam ends up performing a pretty hard slide tackle, walking over to Jamie and saying, oh yeah, things changed when you were gone. And Sam is kind of flying high. He just set Jamie Tart in his place. He got this Dubai Air gig. And after practice, he excitedly texts his dad about the pictures. But instead of being happy for him, his dad is livid at him. Because unbeknownst to Sam, Dubai Air's parent company had a massive oil spill in Nigeria, and they're just refusing to clean it up. Instead, paying off the government so they don't have to. So Sam's dad gives him a, I'm not mad, I'm disappointed kind of text. And it's something that Sam truly had no idea about. Now over with the boss of AFC Richmond, Rebecca takes Nora out to make good on the time that was lost since the last time she saw her. Problem is, the last time she saw Nora was about 6. Now she's 13, things have changed, she's no longer into things like tea parties. She's also not into things like dolls. And as the two are standing in front of a doll shop making fun of the dolls' backstories, out walks Roy Kent and Phoebe. So Roy and Rebecca, Phoebe and Nora start walking on the street with Nora and Phoebe leading the way. And after talking about Rebecca's failed dating life, she changed the topic to how she had all these plans for Nora, but turns out they're all just outdated plans. And Roy reminds her that kids don't need a parade every day. What they need is to feel like they're a part of your life. So that night, Rebecca takes his advice and asks Nora if she wants to go into the office the next day. And it turns out that's exactly what Nora would like to do. She wants to see how a football club is run from a female's perspective. The next day, as she's walking in telling Nora that one of the perks of the job is having your own private office, she opens the door to find that Keely has overtaken the office. Keely feels bad about it, but apparently that's what Keely does when she thinks that Rebecca's out of the office for the day. She just kind of sets up shop. After the introductions, Nora notices the Banter ad and asks, "What is this?" And Keely says, "Oh, it's just a side hustle. Some PR firm hired me to do some freelance work on it." And Nora asks, "All right, well, what's the hook?" It takes both Rebecca and Keely a little bit off guard, but Keely goes right into the pitch for Banter. It's a less superficial dating app, so there's no photos. It's completely anonymous. All you do is talk via messages. You have no idea what the person looks like. While Rebecca thinks this is horrifying, Nora thinks that it's awesome, which changes Rebecca's mind pretty quickly. After this little banter pitch, though, Higgins fills Nora in on what he does for the club. But there's a knock at the door, and Sam comes in. And when Sam enters the room, Nora is completely starstruck because Sam is her favorite player. But Sam hasn't come in just to say hi. He's come in to pull out of his Dubai Air contract. He explains his reasoning and apologizes to everybody in the room, knowing how hard that they worked on it. But nobody's mad at him, and Keeley says, "We completely understand. We'll get you out of the contract." When he exits the room, though, Higgins reminds Rebecca that Dubai Air is their main sponsor, so this could cause waves. Rebecca tells Higgins, though, "I'll handle this. The CEO of Cerithium Oil is an old friend of Rupert's. Don't worry about it. I got this." Now, as Sam was upstairs talking to the bosses, downstairs the coaches were meeting, and Jamie walked in and said, "I think I figured it out. I'm going to buy everyone PS5s. And while Jamie thinks that's a great idea to get back in the good graces of your teammates, the coaches don't. When Jamie leaves the room, Ted turns to Beard and says, "I think we have a break glass case of emergency here. I think it's time for the boys to meet that guy." And that guy is Led Tasso. Complete opposite of Ted. He comes out like a hard ass, yelling at the guys, flipping tables. Anything they do is just the wrong thing. He just continues every single drill to lay into everybody. Until Jamie just finally gets sick of it and says, "You can stop yelling at everybody. This whole Jekyll and Hyde thing, it's not really working." And Led Tasso yells back at Jamie, "Oh, okay, you know what? Practice is canceled," which is literally what everybody wanted. So for the first time since Jamie's return, his teammates are actually happy with him. As Led is walking off the pitch, though, Beard grabs him to shake him out of it, and that's when we get the return of Ted. Now, practice was being observed by Dr. Fieldstone, so they start explaining the method of Led Tasso, and she's figured it out already. The thought process behind it is that everybody's mad at Led, so they forget to be mad at Jamie. But you can tell that she thinks this is a terrible idea. After the guys shower up, Jamie, who is still having a hard time getting reacclimated to the club, goes to talk to Keeley, but Keeley now doesn't have to listen to Jamie blabber on for free. So she brings him up and introduces him to Dr. Fieldstone, the woman who's paid to listen to his problems. And you figure that one of the issues might be Led Tasso. Now, as the team was getting introduced to Led Tasso up in the owner's box, that thing that Rebecca thought would be easy turns out to be pretty hard. She calls up the CEO of Cerithium Oil to get Sam out of his contract, but his response is, "Release him." And now she's in between a rock and a hard place. Releasing Sam, which is stupid, or risk pissing off the team's biggest sponsor. And considering they're already paying Premier League prices while getting championship money revenue, pissing off your main sponsor is a bold move. But Nora reminds her that sometimes you have to do the right thing even if you lose. So with life lessons from a 13-year-old, Rebecca emails the CEO back telling him that they will not be releasing Sam. The next day, though, is the big match. And as Rebecca is sitting in the owner's box with Nora, she gets an email back from the CEO just saying, "Fine." So she feels like she won this battle. Keeley then notices that Rebecca is on banter, and Rebecca reminds her that she will insult something but try it because she's a good friend. But as Rebecca and Nora and Keeley and the rest of the fans are waiting for the team to come out, Sam is in the locker room putting duct tape over the Dubai Air logo on his jersey. And when one of his teammates asks why he's doing it, he tells the entire team of what Dubai Air's parent company has done to his home country. That's when Isaac and one other member of the team ask Sam for the tape, and they also put tape on their jerseys. Sam then tells the team, "I don't expect anyone else to do this, but I hope you realize why we, as Nigerians, have to." And that's when Jamie stands up and says, "Throw me the tape." And Sam goes, "What are you doing?" And Jamie reminds him, "We're a team. We got to wear the same kit." And when the team comes out and takes off their jackets, the entire team has covered up the Dubai Air logo. And that's when Higgins turns to Rebecca and says, "This might be an issue." And there is indeed, because the CEO of Cerithium Oil immediately calls Rebecca, but Rebecca sends it straight to voicemail because she's a bad boss bitch. Now, even though they were heavily favored, Richmond ends up losing that game. And after the game, when Ted has to address the media, they ask him, "Did you know the team was going to do that?" And Ted says, "No, I didn't. I've never had to have the courage to do something like that because when bad things happen to people like me, i.e. white people, the media has a tendency to write about it without even being asked. So Sam had to go and get your attention." He then throws the mic over to Sam. And Trent Krim from The Independent asks if the protests might have distracted the team and that's why they lost. But Sam tells the whole media group that he's not there to talk about football. He goes on to explain the protest, saying that Cerithium Oil has been paying off the Nigerian government and it's been ruining his home country. When he gets out of the media session, though, you could tell that his emotions are kind of mixed. And Ted has to remind him, "Hey, man, doing the right thing is never the wrong thing." When he gets back into the locker room, the team is partying it up. Sam can't quite figure out why because they lost, and they lost bad, too. And they tell him, it's because we finally broke the tie streak. Jamie then wants to give a toast to Sam for his bravery. And for the first time, Sam and Jamie dap it up, and Sam tells Jamie, it's good to have you back. And Jamie says, it's good to be back. This little protest has really united the team. But you know what else unites a team? A team photo. Rebecca forces Nora over to ask Sam for a picture, but Sam gets the whole team in it, and they celebrate the broken tie streak by taking a photo. In episode 4, it's Christmas, and there hasn't been much fallout from Sam's protest. In fact, the team's actually won their first couple games. Current record is 4-4 and an amazing 14. In the locker room, the players are doing their Secret Santa. And in the coach's office, they're doing the exact same thing, Secret Santa. They start going through what their plans are for Christmas. Nate's just happy that he can finally afford to get his dad a nice gift with this bump in pay for being an assistant coach. Beard and his wife, or I should say ex-wife, separated. They're going to a pagan Christmas ritual at Stonehenge. They bought the tickets before they split up, so they're going as friends, and he seems very excited about it. Keely is starting a new tradition with Roy called Sexy Christmas, and yeah, it's basically what it sounds like. Rebecca is planning on going to a Christmas party at Elton John's place. Higgins is just planning on opening Christmas presents with his family, but he does have an open house for any players on FC Richmond who don't have family in town. It's something him and his family do every year, but they only usually get 2 to 3 people. And then finally there's Ted. This is the first Christmas where he's not with his family. So he's going to spend the entire day with his son Henry on FaceTime. So after the Secret Santas are done, the group heads off to enjoy the rest of their days. We'll start off with Keely. She gets the entire house ready for Sexy Christmas, even setting up a leg lamp, because you flip that thing on and it's like electric sex. She puts on lingerie, she waits for Roy to come over, but when there's a knock at the door, to her surprise, it's not Roy, it's Phoebe. Now, right behind Phoebe is Roy, but this does put a wrench in their plans for, quote, Sexy Christmas. Roy's sister has emergency surgery, so he has to watch Phoebe. Because of this, they have to postpone Sexy Christmas to Sexy December 28th. That's the next day they both are free. But after agreeing on the new date, they realize that something's wrong with Phoebe. She's just sad. They finally convince her to come out with it. She tells them that a boy at school was mean to her, which immediately makes Roy livid. But Keely takes a more leveled approach, asking her, well, what did he do? And the boy gave her a Secret Santa gift, but the gift was toothpaste, mouthwash, etc. Keely says, I bet your breath doesn't smell that bad, but when she smells it, she's gagging. Roy thinks that Keely is just exaggerating. After all, he spent time in soccer locker rooms, but when he gets near Phoebe's mouth, he almost passes out. They both realize this isn't just a case of bad breath, this is medical. So Roy tells both of them, all right, pack your stuff up, we're going to the neighborhood I used to live in, knocking on doors, and if we don't find a dentist within the first 10 houses, I'll give you each $1,000. They do finally find a dentist in the last house. The group goes in, she looks at Phoebe's mouth, and she tells them that the latest medication that Phoebe started taking has dried out her mouth, causing bacteria to create the bad breath. She gives them a prescription, they go to the pharmacy, and they get it filled. She should be fine in 48 to 72 hours. But there's one last thing that she wants to do. She wants to visit the boy who gave her that little care package a visit. So Phoebe, Roy, Keely, they head to his house, they knock on the door, and when he answers, they've made up cue cards where Phoebe starts tearing them off. The basic message of the cue cards is, you made me feel bad, be nicer, I forgive you, have a good Christmas. Now over with Higgins, even though his family usually only gets 2 to 3 players, they got a lot more this year. Players like Danny Rojas and Sam, that new Dutch guy. I mean, they just started flowing in. And Higgins is surprised, but he loves it. Anyone whose family is out of town ends up heading over to Higgins. It's so crowded that they all can't even fit at the table. They have to use things like pool tables and ironing boards. But Higgins just absolutely loves the family atmosphere, and he loves hosting it. And then finally, there's Ted. He FaceTimes Henry, and the gift that he got him is a drone. And when Henry opens it up, Henry is gone. He talks to his ex-wife for a bit, but after he hangs up, Ted's by himself. That is, until he hears something at his window. And it's Rebecca. Rebecca tells Ted, grab your coat, keep your Santa hat on, but let's go. And they start walking through the streets of Richmond. They pass by a couple of street performers who are doing a killer rendition of Last Christmas I Gave You My Heart. Which, real quick, good time to remind you, if someone gives you their heart on Christmas, the very next day, don't give it away. Wait a couple days. It's just rude. Anyway, Rebecca gives the street performers a very generous tip, but then they head off. Because Rebecca has gotten a bunch of gifts together for local families that couldn't afford Christmas presents. And her and Ted end up delivering them to the house. They pretend like they're Santa's elves, and Santa couldn't make it, so Santa sent them. But it's just one of those feel-good things that they do. And Rebecca used to do it all the time, but after last year, what happened with her ex and the divorce, she got away from it. But it was important to her to get back to it. It's also important for her to spend time with her Richmond family. So after her and Ted are done delivering the presents, they head back to those street performers and pay them to head over to Higgins' place, where they put on a badass street performance. And Higgins and the rest of the team that's at Higgins' place end up coming out in the street and partying it up. In episode 5, Richmond continues to struggle, and one of the many reasons why people think they're struggling is a lack of leadership. Without Roy Kent in the locker room, people are pointing to the new captain, Isaac. And while doing his Sky Sports bit, Roy reassures the panel that Isaac will get it together. But it's clear as the team is watching film study that Isaac is just wound way too tight. He's yelling at his teammates, he's blaming people, he's pointing fingers. And Ted interrupts the film session and reassures them that even though he hears what's going on and hears the chatter, he doesn't believe they're a bad team. He thinks that good times are ahead. He uses something called rom-communism. Basically the idea that in rom-coms, everything ends up working out in the end. He says that what's going on with them right now is that they're in the dark forest, and fairy tales don't start or end in the dark forest. And everybody is engaged on Ted's every word, including Dr. Fieldstone, who is in the back monitoring this. But Isaac doesn't really seem to get the message, because he continues to point fingers and yell at his teammates. And no one really knows what's going on with Isaac, including the coaching staff. But it's become apparent that something's wrong, to the point where Dr. Fieldstone comes in and asks Ted, "Is Isaac okay?" And Ted says, "No. He's way too tense." She offers to talk to him, but Ted says, "No, it's okay. I got it. I know exactly what he needs." In reality, Ted has no idea what he needs. What he does know is that since Isaac is an alpha, he's only going to respond to alphas. Nate somehow interprets this as he needs to go talk to Isaac, which isn't the case at all. And while Ted appreciates the offer, he has somebody else in mind. Now, up in the owner's box, there's some business to attend to. Higgins walks in on Rebecca, who is on banter, and she's smitten with some mystery guy. She's smitten hard. But Higgins got a call from Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney, and they're interested in buying FC Richmond. This is the definition of product placement, since Rob McElhenney already has a show on Apple TV+, and he's just trying to get the word out that he owns a soccer team. So the conversation about the sale of the team doesn't really go anywhere, especially when Higgins' phone goes off and the ringtone is "She's a Rainbow" by the Rolling Stones. Higgins goes on to say that that's the song that was playing in the background when he met his wife, and that because of it, he considers his wife his rainbow. This leads to Rebecca actually asking Higgins for some advice on how to get out there and sort of show what she's got to offer. The advice he gives her, though, is just be you. Rebecca then gets a knock at her door from Keely and Nate because Nate needs a table at a local restaurant. He wanted to get it for his parents' anniversary. It's one of the few restaurants where his dad doesn't complain. Problem is, when he went in there to make a reservation for a good table, they told him they don't do that. Because of this, Nate came to Keely looking for fame, when in reality, he works for FC Richmond. He shouldn't need it. Rebecca actually goes so far as to offer to buy the restaurant, but Keely reminds her, no, we need to teach Nate how to handle himself in public. And Rebecca understands this because when she goes into these league meetings with a bunch of men, they kind of look at her like a ditzy bimbo. So she has to show a level of confidence, and that's what they teach Nate to do. Go into that restaurant and demand respect. With these new learned tricks, he's hoping that this works when his parents and him head to the restaurant later that night. But that's for dinner. Ted Lasso needs some lunch. He also needs to find himself an alpha dog, and he kills 2 birds with 1 stone when he finds Roy Kent at a kebab place. Initially, he asked Roy about joining the coaching staff, but Roy says, no. I'm happy with the job that I have right now. I have no interest in going back to Richmond. Ted then says, all kidding aside, man, I just need a favor for Isaac. Roy knows that Isaac is simply in his head, and he does agree to help. That night, he tells Ted to bring Isaac to a location, and when they find Roy, it's outside of the apartment complex that Roy grew up in. And right down below it is a small, tiny soccer pitch. Roy goes on to explain that he spent hours out there. That's where he learned the game. That's where he fell in love with soccer. And anytime he was on a cold stretch, he came back to that exact tiny pitch. He would play with the locals there and remember the fact that soccer is a game and you're supposed to have fun. So he wants Isaac to do the same thing. Now, Isaac is hesitant at first, but after a while, he starts buying in and he starts dominating this soccer game, remembering how fun the sport can truly be. Isaac heads home and Ted starts walking with Roy and says, nice work, coach. And Roy says, do you really think I'm going to fall for this? Trying to get me to come back to the club and coach? Ted reassures him that he has zero interest in trying to get him to do something that he doesn't want to do. But that's a lie. he starts quoting lines from a bunch of romantic comedies, changing it to fit the narrative that he wants Roy to be a soccer coach. But Roy once again hammers home that he's never coming back to Richmond. Let it go. Even though Ted was shot down, the work with Isaac was a success, and so was Nate's little tutorial. He also had a successful night. Initially, when him and his parents showed up at the restaurant, they were given a table way in the back, but Nate remembered what Rebecca and Keely taught him, and he marched up to the hostess and said, "Look, that table that I wanted by the window is open, so why don't you give it to me?" And she did. She wouldn't, however, give him her number because she's picky. But because of Keely and Rebecca's teachings, Nate was able to give his parents a really nice night. The next day is match day. Roy heads off to his analyst gig, and Ted heads off to the pitch. He runs into Dr. Fieldstone, and she asks how he's doing, and he does admit that he's feeling a little under pressure. She tells him that her door is always open if he needs her, but he does what Ted Lasso does. He deflects with humor. The team then gets ready to get off the schneid. Over with Roy, though, the analyst asks about this 17-year-old hot prospect and how they expect him to do. And Roy is honest. He says, "I have no idea. He's 17. The truth is, we have no idea. We don't know. We're not in the locker rooms. We're not on the pitch with these guys. What we do is we come out here and we say what we think they should do. And then at halftime, we come out here and yell at them for not doing what we told them to do. The truth is, we just don't know." They then try to change the subject and show Roy his old team and how they're warming up. Isaac is extremely loose. He's having fun. He's got a really good energy about him. The analysts, however, are criticizing it because they're not aware of what Isaac just went through. And Roy, seeing what's on screen, is getting emotional because he realizes this gig isn't for him. To the surprise of his co-analysts, he takes off his gear and he says, "I'm sorry, I'm not meant to do this," and he leaves. He hails a cab and he tells them, "Get me to the stadium." When he tries to get in, though, they actually demand a ticket. They don't believe that he's Roy Kent. So he has to go to will call and pick up the ticket that Ted leaves him for every single match. And right before the game starts, Roy Kent returns to the Richmond pitch, to the surprise of the fans, but more importantly, to the surprise of Ted Lasso. And with Roy Kent in the fold, the team is playing better than they have all season. They're on a 4-game win streak, and they're in the quarterfinals of the FA Cup against EPL team Tottenham Hotspur. Spirits are very high at FC Richmond, but that's never a problem with Ted Lasso. When he heads into work, he runs into Dr. Fieldstone, and she reminds him, if you ever need to talk, make an appointment, but it's still something that Ted just really isn't interested in. He heads into his coaches meeting, and he's just excited about the idea of the FA Cup. He compares it to March Madness over in the States. But it's obvious something's going on with Beard. He doesn't seem like himself, and he's yawning a lot, and eventually, Roy Kent asks, "What the hell's wrong with you?" And Beard lets him know that him and Jane got back together. Everybody acts really excited for him, except one brave soul, Higgins. He asks him, "Do you really think that's a good idea?" And the room gets insanely quiet. When Beard finally leaves the room because he saw that he missed her call twice, Higgins calls an emergency meeting of the Diamond Dogs, and he wants to know why nobody backed him up on this. But both Nate and Ted basically say that telling a buddy that the relationship isn't working never really ends well, especially if the couple ends up getting back together, as much as Beard and Jane tend to do. It's better to just kind of act like you're happy for the guy. The group then heads out to the pitch, and Roy ends up doing what he's supposed to do. He's coaching, and the team is loving it. They're referring to it as the Roy Kent effect. It seems to be bothering Nate a little bit, though. But there's one person that the Roy Kent effect isn't affecting, and that's Jamie Tart. And it's not for lack of trying. Jamie goes up to Roy and says anything I need to do, but Roy ignores him. Ted has to remind Roy, you're paid to coach all the players. And Roy turns to Ted and says, "Well, then you can dock my pay." As practice continues, Rebecca opens up her office window and yells down to Ted that he has to cancel his plans because she wants him to go to lunch with him that day. And that's because Rebecca's mom wants to meet Ted. She showed up uninvited at Rebecca's house because she's decided to leave Rebecca's father. It got kind of awkward because Rebecca had a guy over and the guy wasn't wearing any clothes, but this news didn't really surprise Rebecca at all. In fact, she's kind of used to it at this point. It happens a lot. Her mom will say that she's leaving her father. Her father then buys her some environmentally conscious gadget. Her mom goes running back to her dad. Circle of life. But for the time being, the two are separated. After practice, Ted and Beard head back in their offices. Keely asks Ted if he wouldn't mind driving to lunch, but then Ted gets a phone call from Henry's school. They want to know if Ted can drop off lunch, but the problem is Ted's kind of far away. And while on the phone, his ex-wife shows up, so she kind of saves the day, but Ted's mood suddenly changes. He doesn't really have time to focus on the phone call, though, because Jamie Tart comes in the office and says, "You guys got to tell Roy to start coaching me." And they all kind of laugh at him, saying, "Wait, you actually want us to tell Roy Kent what to do?" Jamie kind of throws his hands up and says, guys, I'm asking for help here. And Ted tells him, you guys have your own history. You guys have to get together and woman up because you've been doing too much manning up. Keely then turns to Jamie and says, I'll tell you some advice. Agree with him. That's what I do. Anything he says, just agree with. So Ted heads off to lunch with Rebecca and Rebecca's mom and Keely. This lunch ends up being a little bit painful for Rebecca. And when her mom gets up to leave to go talk to her psychic, Rebecca fills both Ted and Keely in on the backstory between her parents. And Jamie goes and takes the advice that he was given. Next time he runs into Roy, he asks Roy, why won't you coach me? And Roy says, you don't deserve it. And Jamie actually agrees, which does catch Roy a little bit off guard. So Roy goes in deeper, telling Jamie that the way he plays is dull and conforming. Jamie once again agrees, so Roy decides to really put this to the test, telling Jamie, and you're ugly. And he fights the urge, but Jamie actually ends up agreeing with Roy. Roy just walks away, though, saying, I enjoyed that. And Jamie yells at him, come on, man, I'm trying to build bridges here. And this results in the two getting into a pushing match where Ted has to run out. And Ted, who has arrived back from lunch at this point, has to get in between the two. And Ted realizes that he's going to have to mend this relationship between the two. Jamie says, if you're going to make me better, then I want to hear it. So Roy says, okay, I'll tell you what's wrong with you. Ted messed you up. He made you a team player. We need you to be a prick out there. We need you to score goals. And right now, you're average. So sometimes, when it is appropriate, you can be a prick. And trust me, you'll know when the time is right. The next day is the big match between Richmond and Tottenham Hotspur. The game is knotted at 0, and it's extremely close. So Roy decides to give Jamie the signal, which is to flip him off. It immediately works. Jamie starts talking trash to the Tottenham players, getting in their heads, and eventually drawing a foul, which gives him a free kick. And it's a long distance away from the goal. But when Jamie gets that opportunity, he doesn't look to pass. He looks to shoot, and he doesn't miss. It puts Richmond up 1-0. It's actually a goal that Roy Kent called from the sidelines. Richmond, though, is about to pull off a major upset, but they're slowly coming apart. They're playing way too tightly wound. And in arguably the most crucial point of the game, Ted mentally checks out. Beard notices it and asks if he's all right, and Ted says, I gotta go, my stomach, and walks off the pitch. It throws his team completely out of whack, and they end up giving up the game-tying goal. The absence of Ted has piqued Rebecca's interest, so she ends up leaving the owner's box and heading down to see if she can find him. When she gets down there, though, she can't. Now all of the game planning is up to Beard, Roy, and Nate. But Beard doesn't ask Nate's opinion. He says, Roy, what do you think we should do? And they start discussing strategy with each other when Nate just throws his dick on the table, ignores Beard and Kent, and starts making substitutions. He also then tells the defense to play back. And while this is a bold move, it ends up working out. Tottenham, playing very aggressive, ends up getting caught in transition. Jamie goes the other way and scores the game-winning goal. Richmond is going to the semifinals. Rebecca, who is still in the locker room, still looking for Ted, still unsuccessful at that, ends up running into the team and the coaches who run in, and she congratulates Roy, telling him this is the Roy Kent effect. But Roy, give him credit, says, that's not me, that was all Nate. And it's Nate who ends up doing the post-game presser. He tells the media that while he knew that Richmond needed a goal, he also knew that Tottenham needed a goal too. So the idea was to not let Tottenham through, and eventually someone screw up. They did, and they scored. Everybody with the team is in a great mood after this huge win. But something has been weighing on Higgins' mind, and that's how to tell Beard that him and Jane aren't right for each other. He even consoled Rebecca about this, and she had warned him that at one point she told her mom that she should leave her dad, but when they got back together, her mom didn't talk to her for 9 months, so, beware. But Higgins just can't let this go. He wants to be a good friend of Beard, so he catches Beard leaving the field, and he tells him. But Beard doesn't lose his cool on Higgins. He actually gives him a hug, although he does end up going home with Jane. Rebecca saw this conversation going down outside, and she's decided that she needs to have that tough conversation again with her mom. But on the ride home, she ends up calling Ted to see if she can get an answer, and she doesn't. She was looking for one of Ted's pep talks, but all she finds is his voicemail, unfortunately. When she gets home, it's too late. Her mom isn't there. Everything Rebecca said would happen ends up happening. Her dad ended up buying her mom a Tesla, and her mom ended up running back to her dad. She was nice enough, though, to leave shepherd's pie in the fridge. Now that the house is open, though, she ends up calling that boy toy over again to, celebrate the win, if you will. But she's also been talking to a guy on Banter. The conversations have been going really, really well. And he messages her and says, I had a crazy day at work today, but I couldn't stop thinking about you. Maybe we should meet up. And yeah, Everybody thought it was Ted, myself included. No, it's actually Sam. Sam has been talking to Rebecca this entire time. Kudos to the writers on that plot twist. This episode, though, doesn't end on a happy note. No one was able to find Ted until Dr. Fieldstone went up to her office to lock up, and Ted was sleeping on her couch in the dark. And you can tell that something's going on with Ted, and he tells Dr. Fieldstone, I want to make an appointment. In episode 7, Ted goes to meet with Dr. Fieldstone for their first meeting, but he's nervous. He's talking way too much and not saying anything. He's extremely uncomfortable. It doesn't help, by the way, that Dr. Fieldstone isn't really saying much at all. She's just listening, which is, in fact, her job. After about 5 minutes of nonsense, Dr. Fieldstone finally asks, why don't you tell me about what happened the other night? And Ted gets up and says, yeah, I don't want to talk about this, and runs out. He's not the only person, by the way, who's had a rough morning. Nate has been definitely reading the press clippings. He's been living on Twitter. And all of the reaction to his coaching has been positive. So he heads to his parents' house, hoping that maybe his dad would be proud of him. After all, he's on the front page of the sports side of the newspaper. But when he brings it up to his dad gives him a speech on being humble. So 2 of the 4 coaches have had a rough morning. They head out to practice where, during training, Ted lets the group know that it's really important to not let their opponents know how tired they are. They then break up into groups where Nate goes with the offensive players, and they're kind of razzing him a little bit about the whole Wonder Kid nickname that he gave himself in that post-game presser. And Nate takes it all in stride, except when Colin brings it up. And it's not like Colin said anything bad. All he said was, we're lucky to be taught by the Wonder Kid today. But Nate takes such offense to it that he says, all right, I need all our best goal scorers on the pitch. Actually, Colin, why don't you sit this one out? And it really upsets Colin, who's been seeing Dr. Fieldstone about being more confident. And this certainly didn't help. After practice, the team heads into the locker room, and Sam immediately hops on banter. But the mystery woman that we now know as Rebecca has yet to reply, and he can't figure out why. And 3 dots do end up popping up on his screen, indicating that she might be texting back, but they stop. And Sam, along with the whole team who is watching the soap opera go down in front of them, are completely unaware that upstairs in the owner's office, Rebecca has no idea how to respond to this mystery man asking her to meet in person. Keely is imploring her just to respond, say yes. But Rebecca points out she just doesn't know what to say. And Higgins says, why don't you tell him the truth? I'd love to meet up, but I'm worried that you can't live up to the fantasy that I've created in my own head. So instead, I'll let my insecurities keep me from possibly meeting the love of my life. She's just really worried because every relationship she's had has just been a nightmare. She starts pointing out that Higgins' relationship is great and Keely and Roy is great, but Keely says not so fast. Roy is actually driving her nuts. They live together, and now they work together, and Keely just feels like she can't get any free time. Every time she turns around, there's Roy. And Roy even proves her point by walking into the office and asking her, you ready to go? That night, though, as Keely is trying to get some work done, Roy comes downstairs and starts trying to spend some time with her, but she explains, you need to go on the couch and read your book because I have a lot of stuff to do. So that's exactly what Roy does. But the fact that he listened ends up turning her on so much that it ends up distracting her from her work because she jumps all over some Roy Kent. The next day, Ted Lasso starts his day in Dr. Fieldstone's office. She's a little surprised he came back, but he tells her, I don't quit things. She senses that he's not a big fan of her profession, and he says, no, I'm not. And he says, yeah, if you want the truth, I think your profession's bullshit. You don't know me. We don't have a history, and yet you expect me to spill my guts. But you're not listening because you care about me. You're listening because you're paid to. In fact, you're paid to be here for an hour, yet the session's only 50 minutes. So how much could you really care? And all of this so you can what? Blame it on my folks? Like I said, it's bullshit. Then he stands up and walks out for the second time. He goes downstairs to get ready for practice that day. But most of the people at FC Richmond have their heads buried in their phones. Nate is once again reading press clippings, while Sam and Rebecca are waiting for the other to respond, having no idea who they're actually talking to. And they end up ironically bumping into each other. They end up having a little bit of an awkward hello and then go their separate ways. Colin, however, wants to get some answers on what went down yesterday. He goes into Nate's office and asks, did I do something to upset you? He can't figure out why Danny and Jamie said basically the same comments that he said, but Nate wasn't mad at Danny or Jamie. He was only mad at him. And Nate gives the most arrogant explanation on why he did what he did. He tells Colin that Danny and Jamie are like Picasso, whereas Colin is like that painting at a Motel 6. It's just kind of there. It's a painting made to cover up a bloodstain. And that painting does the job, but its job isn't to be beautiful art, it's to cover up things like bloodstains. So he tells Colin, just do the job. It's a really douchey response, and it's one that Beard overhears. And while Nate was insulting Colin, the rest of the figureheads of FC Richmond, being Higgins, Ted, Rebecca, Keeley, are meeting in the equipment room. It's the only place that Keeley feels like she can get a break from Roy, and also Smoke. All of a sudden, Jamie shows up, and it gets really awkward when they're actually talking about Roy, and Roy enters the room. Although he actually guesses that they're talking about him, he doesn't really care though, asking Keeley, all right, you ready to go? That night, though, the fact that Keeley can't get any alone time bottles up and she explodes on Roy and she's trying to watch Sex and the City. She explains that sometimes she just needs to be by herself. And Roy is more upset by the fact that he just realized this is what Keeley's been talking to everybody about this entire time. He thought before she was just complaining about how much hair he left in the drain. But now, he's pissed, and he ends up leaving. When Roy gets to the training facility the next day, Keeley's waiting for him, but he completely blows her off. When Nate gets to the training facility the next day, he's listening to a podcast talk about how wise and smart he is, but when he gets in his office, Beard is waiting for him. He tells him that he was rude to Colin, and it was weird and personal. And he hasn't told Ted, this is just between the two, but he demands that Nate do better. And Beard actually can't tell Ted, because Ted, for the third straight day, has gone up to Dr. Fieldstone's office before practice for a therapy session. Although this time, she expected him, because after all, Ted Lasso doesn't quit stuff. But even though Dr. Fieldstone is paid to listen, she has something to say to Ted. She tells him that she was completely offended by what he said, asking him, would you coach for free? And Ted says, yeah, I would. But she asks, do you? And Ted has to admit, no, I don't. Her point is, just because she gets paid to do what she does doesn't mean that she doesn't care about her patients. Just because he gets paid to coach doesn't mean he doesn't care about his players. The fact that he would assume that it's not the same for her is what really offends her. And Ted ends up apologizing. She forgives him, telling him that fight or flight response is natural. It just so happens that Ted Lasso does both. But Ted ends up saying, so you think I'm scared? And she says, yes, I do. And Ted says, maybe I just don't want to learn the truth. But Dr. Fieldstone points out the truth will set you free. They then end up going through their first therapy session, but we don't actually know what they talked about. Afterwards, though, it seems like Ted does feel better. He comes out chipper, but, that's kind of just normal Ted Lasso. But before they break up into groups, Nate ends up going and apologizing to Colin. All of this, by the way, is something that Ted had no idea about, and he asks Beard if he has to address it, but Beard assures him, no, we're good. The groups then break up into practice, and they're going through a drill, and Roy ends up screaming at Jamie, saying, what the hell are you doing? You're supposed to back up your partner. But Jamie points out that Roy's wrong. What the teammate needed in that moment was space. And because it's a soccer analogy, Roy ends up realizing that, yeah, he needs to give Keeley space. Of course, the team has no idea about this. They just think that Roy Kent's being Roy Kent. But Roy Kent has had a breakthrough. That night, when Keeley comes home, Roy has a bath ready for her, candles, music, and he lets her know, I won't bother you for 3 hours. After practice, the team headed in the locker room, and it's a good thing that Nate apologized because the team had made him a personalized jersey, and it would have been awkward if he was still being a dick. And the jersey has number 1, Wonder Kid. Nate loves it, and the team lets him know that it was actually Will's idea. He just thought it was a really cool nickname. Nate thanks everybody and then heads into his office, where he once again hops on Twitter, scrolling, reading all the positivity. But Twitter is a cesspool. Trust me, I can attest to that. There's always somebody out there waiting to tell you that you're a lib-cuck soy boy, even though you've never had soy in your life. I'm looking at you, DanMan45. Yeah, I reported your ass to Twitter. Anyway, the point is, there's always somebody ready to just bring you down. And when Nate sees the dark side of Twitter, it pisses him off. He ends up storming into Will's office, throwing the jersey at him and saying, don't you ever embarrass me like that again. And then finally, Ted Lasso ends his night in the pub, but he ends up running into Trent Krim from The Independent. And this is the first time Trent has been able to talk to Ted since he walked off the pitch with, quote, food poisoning. So he asks Ted for a quote, but the quote that Ted gives him is the company line. Sorry, Trent, I had food poisoning. And Trent writes it down, files it away for later, and heads out. And in the season finale, we get a look at how Dr. Fieldstone starts her days. Most therapists actually have a therapist, and Dr. Fieldstone is no different. She's going through her latest therapy session where she's just complaining about how Ted Lasso drives her absolutely insane. But then afterwards, she gets on her bike and she heads over to the pitch. On her way over there, though, she does get into a car accident and ends up sending her to the hospital. On her way over to the hospital, with an obvious concussion, she ended up calling Ted Lasso 32 times, cursing him out. So that gave Ted an indication that he probably should go pick her up. Because of that, he skipped training. The voicemails are brutally honest. It's what Dr. Fieldstone really wants to tell Ted in these meetings that she can't. Ted, though, takes it in stride, doesn't take it personal at all, and proceeds to walk Dr. Fieldstone back to her house. Even though Dr. Fieldstone continues to tell him, I'm good, you don't have to do this, it's Ted Lasso, so he continues to walk her home. When he gets into her apartment, though, he notices a lot of empty alcohol bottles. Too many for one person. But Ted has overstayed his welcome. She does have a head injury, and she does need to rest, so she kicks him out. But Ted wasn't the only one to skip training that day. Roy Kent gets a phone call from Phoebe's school that he has to head over there for a parent-teacher conference. Phoebe has been using some inappropriate language, we'll say, and while the teacher agrees with Phoebe's sentiment, it's got to be toned down. It becomes pretty obvious who the bad influence in the room is. It's Roy Kent. Roy has to have a conversation with Phoebe about not cursing, but it's a fear that he actually has that he's infecting her with the worst parts of him. She reassures him, though, that because of him, she does things like stand up to bullies, so he needs to stop that nonsense ASAP. Because of the fact that Roy and Ted both miss practice, Nate has to run things. But afterwards, as the players are working out, Sam gets a phone call from his dad. His dad is ecstatic because Cerithium Oil has been ordered to pull out of Nigeria. And his dad says, Sam, it's all because of you. I'm so proud of you. Jamie Tart overhears this, and he just got a phone call from his dad, but he sends it right to voicemail because he doesn't have the same relationship that Sam has with his dad. But after this great news, Sam feels empowered. So he texts, unknowingly, Rebecca on Banter and says, dinner tonight, 8 p.m., I'll be there, so should you. He then waits for a response, and he's excited when he gets 3 dots on the screen. And he calls everybody over, and Rebecca responds with, okay. But now it's time for Sam to look his best. And there's one teammate who can do that, Isaac. Isaac is the team barber. He gives out 1 haircut per teammate a year. So you better save it for a big occasion. And Sam calls his in. Jamie, however, doesn't really understand the lore of this haircut, but after you see the finished product, you get it. Jamie still doesn't want to wait around and just watch a teammate get his haircut, so he heads to Higgins' office because he knows why his dad called. His dad wants tickets. Richmond is to play Man City in the semifinals of the FA Cup, so his dad wants to be there. Higgins asks him, do you want me to put him in VIP? But Jamie says, I don't care where you put him. Just give him tickets so they get off my back. Jamie then asks Higgins, do you have a good relationship with your dad? And Higgins says, ups and downs like everybody. And Jamie says, well, not me. My dad's a dick. In every situation, he's a dick. And Higgins tells him, I try to love my dad for who he is and not who he isn't. Whatever he is, Jamie, he's still your dad. And that makes him a VIP. Higgins then gets the info he needs and sends Jamie on his way. That night is the big date. Sam is in the restaurant. He's waiting by the bar. Rebecca is waiting in the car. She's terrified to go in. Keely ends up FaceTiming her, and when she sees that she's in the car, she yells at her, saying, would you get in there? It's either going to be an amazing night or it's going to be so bad that you can punish me for it for the rest of our friendship. But in a way, it's a win-win. So Rebecca heads in, and she's very surprised to see Sam there. She doesn't put 2 and 2 together initially, and neither does he. They just think that it's a coincidence that the two showed up at the restaurant. They have an awkward conversation because Rebecca doesn't want to admit she's on a blind date. She just says, I'm a little nervous because I'm meeting somebody. And Sam says, you don't need to be nervous. You look incredible. She then compliments him, but they kind of turn separate ways because they are on the lookout for who they were talking to on Banter. But maybe a minute later, they realize, oh my God, I'm here to meet you. Rebecca immediately tries to leave the restaurant, repeating over and over, oh my God, this can't be happening. But Sam, the optimist, says, yeah, but it is, so let's run with it. Rebecca tells Sam, we can't do this. First of all, I'm your boss, and second of all, you're way too young for me. When she finds out exactly how young Sam is, he's 21, she starts beating herself up saying that she groomed him and she's a pedophile. And Sam reminds her, you didn't groom me. We didn't know who we were. She tries to leave, but right before she does, Sam says, hold on. We're both here. We both look good. We can still have dinner. It doesn't have to be a date. It can just be a funny coincidence. And hey, girls got to eat, right? So Rebecca reluctantly agrees. And they both have a great night. Sam ends up walking her to her steps, and she reminds him, this wasn't a date. And Sam gets real close to her and says, can we not do this again sometime? But she shuts that down, saying, Sam, I'm going in alone. Right before she does, though, she ends up kissing him. She then pulls back and says, no, we never again. We're not doing that again. But that can only help his contract negotiations with FC Richmond. Now, if only Dr. Fieldstone's night has gone that well. She's sitting in the dark watching television with a busted-up bicycle when she gets a phone call from Ted Lasso. Ted's checking in on her because she had a concussion. The phone call actually brightens her spirits a little bit, but right before Ted hangs up, she says, I was scared today because riding my bike is my happy place, and I'm worried that I'll be too scared to do that again. She's not looking for a pep talk. She just wants to tell Ted how she's feeling, and she's glad that she got it off her chest. The next day, the team ends up heading to Wembley Stadium. It's match day. Ted tries to repeat the speech from Hoosiers, but it doesn't really make sense because, unlike basketball, the pitch is different in soccer. The team then has to go get ready to face Man City, and everybody is pumped. Jamie Tartt's dad shows up, but he's a jackass who shows up in a Man City outfit, heckling his own son and FC Richmond along with their fans. The coaches are all preparing to go out, and Ted's doing some breathing exercises, but right before they actually exit the room, Ted says, "Wait a minute, I gotta tell you guys something. I didn't leave that match because I had stomach issues. I left because I was having a panic attack. I've been having them from time to time, and it's something that I'm working on. But I just thought you guys should know the truth." The group then starts admitting stuff that they did that they're not proud of. Like Higgins admits that he screwed up a transfer one time because he messed up the time zones. Roy then says that he doesn't read the scouting reports that they write up. Nate's admission is the fact that he comes up with ideas and stores them away. And then at the right moment, he brings them up and makes it look like they're spontaneous. It makes them look smart. It's actually genius. Then there's Beard, who says that there was one game that season where he was accidentally on mushrooms. He drank some bad tea. All of this makes Ted feel a lot better about his admission, and then they go out to the pitch. And while it's the biggest game of pretty much all of their careers, they get demolished. They lose 4-0, and it's not pretty, and it was never even close. Everybody on FC Richmond's side is pretty dejected. They're all kind of sitting in the locker room licking their wounds when Jamie gets a visitor from his dad. And his dad has this shit-eating grin on his face, comes in, and just starts mocking the entire team about how they put up a good fight and it was close, but better team won, that sort of thing. I mean, Jamie was right. This guy is the definition of a dick. Jamie's dad then starts criticizing Jamie's game. And it's extremely awkward for everybody in the room. His dad then asks Jamie, "Hey, can you get me and my friends onto the pitch to take some photos?" But Jamie says, "No, I'm not doing that." Jamie's dad tells him, "You don't have to be a moody bitch just because you got your ass kicked on the pitch." And Jamie very calmly tries to stick up to his dad, saying, "Don't speak to me like that." His dad says, "Okay, here's the truth. That little TV show you made, it made it easier for Man City to kick you to the curb. And look where you are now. You're playing with a bunch of amateurs." No offense, anybody, no offense, but he's screaming it. And it is offensive. Jamie tries to turn around and walk away, and his dad says, "Don't turn your back on me." So Jamie turns around and punches his dad. Nobody in the room quite knows what to do, but when Jamie's dad gets up and tries to go back at Jamie, screaming at him, "Don't forget where you came from," Beard grabs him and kicks him out. The entire room gets silent, and that's when Roy Kent walks over to Jamie and gives him a hug, and Jamie ends up crying into his shoulder. When Ted sees that interaction, he walks out and calls Dr. Fieldstone. Before he can even get a word out, she says, "Sorry about the loss, but thank you for the new bicycle," because Ted Lasso did Ted Lasso things and ended up buying her a brand new bike. But Ted didn't call to have a fun conversation with her. He called to open up to her. He tells her that his dad committed suicide when he was 16 years old. And he's not sure if that's where some of his issues stem from, and she cuts him off and says, "No, that's exactly where they came from." She asks him, "Do you want to talk about this right now?" And he says, "No, not right now. I have to get back and talk to the team, but I just wanted you to know." She tells him to call anytime he needs her, but this is a really emotional moment for Ted. He's crying. Beard ends up coming out and finding Ted on the phone, and Ted ends up brushing the tears from his eyes to make it look like he wasn't just crying. Ted says, "All right, well, let's get out of here," but Beard says, "No, I don't want to ride back with you guys. I just got to go shake this off." He does ask Ted if he wants to join him, but Ted says, "No, I can't. I promised Henry I'd FaceTime him." So the team heads home, and when Rebecca gets back, she sees Sam's post-game interview on the television. He talks about the hurt that the team has from letting the fans down, but also lets them know that they tried. And that's all that matters to him, is the fact that they tried, because trying is the hard part. This speech ends up hitting Rebecca, not the football part, but the relationship part. She ends up texting Sam and saying, "Hey, I just saw your interview. Are you around?" And he ends up texting her his address. She grabs her coat and goes to the door, but when she opens it, there's Sam. Ends up walking in, making out, and closing the door. In episode 9, you find out exactly what Beard did when he said he was going to walk this one off. He ends up taking the train home, just sitting by himself. But when he gets into his apartment, he turns on the TV and he feels like the commentators are just ripping him apart, even though they're not. Thierry Henry especially is going really hard at Beard and his tactics. But once again, it's really just all in his head. They are discussing the game, though. And they are discussing how Richmond really struggled that day against Man City. so he decides to go blow off some more steam at the pub. The bartender asks, is Jane coming? And he says, no, we broke up. He told Jane that he loved her and she wouldn't reciprocate. But Jane has really been weighing on Beard's mind. Most of Richmond, though, have been thinking about the game, especially the bartender, who, just like Thierry Henry in Beard's head, starts ripping him apart for all of his tactics. He decides to go just sit alone in the corner with his beer when Jane texts him and says, I saw the results. You want to come find me? I think it's what you need. And Beard writes out this whole message that he can't keep doing this. He told her how he felt, and he doesn't want to be strung along anymore, but he ends up deleting it. The text message with Jane ends up getting interrupted when the supporters show up, and they start talking about the match, but Beard tells them, you can sit down as long as we don't talk about the match. So, over the course of the night, they throw back a lot of beers, and they start diving into some pretty heavy topics, like the entire world being the Matrix. But eventually, they close down the bar. Now, the supporters are like, yeah, we'll just go home. But Beard says, no, this night ain't ending. Where can we go? And they let Beard know of a private club that is really tough to get into, even as a dress code. Luckily for them, though, the bartender keeps a lost and found of old clothes. So they put on some hand-me-downs and head on over there. But right before they leave, though, Jane texts Beard once again a selfie of herself in front of a neon cross, and it says, I'm atoning for all my sins. Beard, though, once again doesn't answer because now he's on a mission to get into that club. And Beard's honestly not that worried about how he's going to do it. He has a plan. He goes up to the person at the front door, he gets their name, and then he has one of the supporters call up and tell her that her apartment's on fire. And it works. She ends up running out of the place, and they end up sauntering on in. One of the supporters feels pretty bad about what they just did, but Beard says no. That girl will appreciate her apartment tomorrow like she's never appreciated an apartment ever. As soon as they actually get to the club, though, the supporters feel like they don't belong. And Beard tells them, knock that off right now. You belong here. If you could be anywhere right now, where would you want to be? Right here, right? Well, act like it. Beard then heads to the bar to get everybody some drinks when one of the women at the club catches his eye. And I understand why. She is a smoke show. But Beard grabs the drinks and heads back to find the supporters, where they're playing pool with a bunch of Oxford douchebags. And the supporters aren't doing a really good job of blending in. Beard, however, does a phenomenal job at it. He tells the Oxford D-bags that he was a professor at Oxford, and that these three were the best of the best that Oxford has ever offered. But Beard is unaware that these three douchebags actually went to Oxford. So they start quizzing Beard about Oxford, what college he taught at, where he lived, and amazingly, Beard passes all of their tests. At the end of the night, they're completely convinced that Beard actually taught at Oxford. And the way that Beard knew all of this about Oxford is the fact that he used to date an Oxford professor, and Beard ended up doing this crazy thing called listening. As the supporters and the Oxford douchebags end up playing some pool, the woman in the red dress that caught Beard's attention before ends up catching it again. He ends up walking after her, but ends up losing her in a hallway. So Beard starts opening up some doors, and the first one he opens is a random room with a bunch of televisions stacked up on each other. Beard's kind of confused by this, so he sits down and is drinking his beer. When Beard starts imagining that all the TVs are turning on, they're all to the game, and Thierry Henry is once again ripping Coach Beard, going so far as to say that Beard's self-esteem is so low he would need a pep talk to commit suicide, and Thierry Henry would love to give him that pep talk. When Beard gets up to get out of the room, he rips his pants, and he yells, and one of the security guards ends up hearing this, comes into the room, and wants to know where Beard's membership card is, and obviously he doesn't have it, so he gets kicked out. But the smoke show that he was after is now outside on the street. She lets him know that his pants are ripped, but she doesn't live too far away, and she can fix them. And when a really hot woman offers to fix your ripped pants, you take them up on that offer every single time, and Beard does that. He heads back to her apartment, and she is giving off some vibes. That's one way to put it. Like, she could be a complete serial killer psychopath, because she tells Beard that she has a bunch of clothes from ex-lovers that she just keeps. It's her thing. But she's just hot enough where you go with it. So Beard takes off his ripped pants, gives them to her to fix, and she ends up giving him some disco pants that he can put on for the time being. They start talking about love, and he says he thinks he's in love right now with this woman who he can't stop thinking about. But then the woman in the red dress's cell phone rings. She asks Beard to get it, and it's a FaceTime with a guy who immediately questions who Beard is. The woman explains to the guy on FaceTime who Beard is, but he is so enraged that he vows to beat the hell out of Beard when he actually gets there. And while the woman tells Beard that this guy on FaceTime is nothing to worry about, Beard suddenly isn't so sure when the guy starts banging on the door. so Beard tries to get the hell out of there. He ends up taking the fire escape to the roof, but the guy ends up in pursuit. It gets to the point where Beard's only option is to jump into the dumpster. Beard takes off running from the guy and ends up hopping on one of the buses, where a Karen rats him out for not paying. And the issue is Beard left his cell phone and his wallet in that woman's apartment, so he can't pay, and he ends up getting kicked off. He wanders into a hotel and asks to use the front desk phone, call for a cab, but the concierge says no, it's for guests only. He then asks to use the concierge's personal cell phone, but the concierge is convinced that this is all a scam to get his identity. So Beard just ends up wandering out of the hotel. He goes down an alley where he sees 3 guys walking towards him, and he's convinced that these 3 are the supporters. But when he actually gets close enough to see who they are, turns out it's Jamie Tartt's dad and his 2 friends. And Jamie Tartt's dad is out for revenge. They end up chasing after Beard and beating the hell out of him. And Jamie's dad ends up picking up a pipe and is about to cave in Beard's head when Beard is saved by that guy who was chasing after him from the mystery woman's apartment. Once he knocks out Jamie's dad and he chases off his 2 friends, Beard's thinking that he's about to get the crap beat out of him some more. But the guy ends up just giving his cell phone and wallet back and saying, "Here, you forgot these at our apartment. I've been trying to find you." As they walk back to the street, the guy explains to Beard that he's a little bit of a hothead, but his girlfriend, Mary, explained the whole situation. The couple's having a baby, and he was worried that she was cheating on him because he used to be a cheat, so it's just something that he's been trying to fix, and he thinks he's been better at it. He does let Beard know, though, that Mary is keeping his pants, but she did say that he can keep the disco pants. So it's a pretty even trade-off. When the 2 guys go their separate ways, Beard looks at his cell phone, and he has 52 messages and 72 missed calls from Jane. And as he scrolls up to the text messages, he sees why there was panic from Jane's side, because she told Beard, "I love you." I mean, it's followed by a bunch of "fuck yous, you haven't responded, there's a lot of men after me," but Beard is excited because he got what he wanted. When he goes to call Jane, though, his phone dies. It's just been one of those nights. So he is forced to walk alone back home, beaten and bruised. But as he's doing so, a limo pulls up because the supporters have been able to track Beard down. They ended up taking those Oxford guys for so much money in pool, and they ended up buying themselves a limo. And they're ready to keep the party going. But Beard says, "No, take me home." The supporters oblige and drop him off at his house, but since the supporters don't want this night to end, Beard gives him an address and says, "Here, take this to Renee and tell him Coach Beard said it was okay." And when they go to that address, it's a random door that says "Do not enter." And when they bang on it, some old guy is standing behind it and says, "Yes?" And the supporters hand him the note and said Coach Beard said it was okay. So this guy leads them down a dark and dingy alley. But when they get to the end of it, it's Nelson Road, the stadium. Coach Beard allowed the supporters to go onto the pitch and play soccer for a bit. And they are completely in their glory. Night didn't go so well for Coach Beard, though, after he was dropped off. Coach Beard isn't used to these English keys, and he was a little too rough trying to open up his door, and the key ended up breaking inside of it, so he has no way to get in. And on top of it, it ended up downpouring. So Coach Beard ended up walking over to a church where just outside of it, there's a neon cross that looks just like the one that Jane ended up taking a selfie in front of. But when Beard ends up getting into the church, there is no Jane. There's nobody. So with nowhere else to turn, Beard ends up praying to God. He starts praying to God about his relationship with Jane, saying that when he's with her, the world just feels more interesting. But then Beard starts faintly hearing some music. And when he follows it, it turns out that it is in fact a church, but it moonlights as a nightclub. And when Beard ends up going down to that club, he throws all his reservations out the window. He lets loose. And while he's dancing, he ends up running into Jane. The next day, Beard does end up showing up for work. Ted does end up asking Beard about his face because it's all beat up from Jamie's dad, but Beard just says, "I must have fallen out of the bed." They then get into coaching film. Nobody wants to rewatch yesterday's game, so they start doing so with the Benny Hill theme music in the background. It makes it easier to watch. In episode 9, Rebecca and Sam are keeping their relationship secret, but Sam does want to come out with it. He wants to come out clean and let it be known that they're together. Rebecca, a little more hesitant about that, as you can imagine. But as they're sitting in Rebecca's kitchen with not very many clothes on, her mother unexpectedly shows up. And Rebecca's a little surprised, but says, "All right, what did Dad do this time?" And her mom says, "He died." So Rebecca heads home to her mom's house and has to get ready to plan a funeral. And her mom is driving her nuts. Every morning her mom wakes up and blasts "Never Gonna Give You Up" by Rick Astley. And I'm on her mom's side because that song's a banger any day of the week. But it's just annoying the hell out of Rebecca. Luckily, though, when you go through a tough time in your life, friends are always there. Sassy and Nora end up showing up, and Instead of taking the door, they end up crawling through her window just like Sassy used to do when they were kids. Now, the entire Richmond team is planning on going to the funeral to show support for Rebecca. Most of the players have no idea what to wear. They've never been to a funeral, and if it's not Yeezys, they don't really know about fancy shoes. But everybody buys the proper attire, hops on a bus, and heads on over. Rory and Keely also go over together, but they're fighting because Keely wants to be sad. After all, funerals are depressing. But she can't stand the way that Roy's acting. He's making jokes and he's being very cavalier about the whole situation, completely turning Keely off to it. They end up heading over to the funeral, but it's contentious. And over at the church, Rebecca and her mom are standing there greeting the people as they come in. And Rebecca can't believe that Rupert had the audacity to not only show up, but show up with his 20-year-old wife and their new child. Rebecca's even more disgusted when her mother she's thrilled to see Rupert. But Rebecca just feels like Rupert is shoving his new life into her face at a very emotional time. She gets a little bit of a pick-me-up, though, when the Richmond bus pulls up, and she's very surprised to see everybody get out of it. She never expected the entire team to show up, but Higgins lets her know they wanted to be here for you. And as Rebecca was talking to Higgins, Sassy was showing why she's Rebecca's best friend, because she walks up to Rupert and tells him, "I have been dreaming of your death every single day. I can't wait to show up at that funeral. I'm going to wear red, and I'm going to celebrate it. I will be a beacon of joy to the other 3 people that are there." Rupert tries to walk away, but Sassy just says, "Fuck off and die, Rupert." So let this be a life lesson to everybody. Get you a Sassy. A short while later, Rebecca's other best friend, Keely, shows up. And to make Rebecca feel better, Keely starts making fun of Rupert's baby, but then as soon as she sees Sassy, she goes running into her arms. And at an event that's supposed to be depressing, these 2 women are laughing and hugging and thrilled to see each other. But after talking about reincarnation for a second, Sassy asks Keely, "So where's Ted?" And Keely immediately starts making fun of her for wanting to know where her fuck buddy is. Sassy quickly gets off her sex life and moves it to Rebecca, saying, "I'm pretty sure she's sleeping with someone, but we gotta figure out who it is." So now the 2 women are on a mission to find out who their best friend is sleeping with. They both grab Rebecca and they head to the back of the church in a room that is used to just store pews and whatnot. And they are laughing, they're being loud. And finally, Sassy just comes out and says, "All right, who is it? Who you banging?" And at first, Rebecca acts like she's not sleeping with anybody, but Keely says, "Even though it's your father's funeral today, you're glowing like a girl who just got laid. So spill it. Who is it?" And the trio is interrupted when Nora and Rebecca's mom show up because they've both been sent in to tell all 3 of them to keep it down by the priest. But as soon as they tell Nora what they're trying to do, Nora gets really excited. They start playing 20 questions. And it doesn't take more than 2 questions for Keely to figure out that it's Sam, which blows Rebecca's mind. But Nora, who had a crush on Sam, looks at Rebecca in a whole new light. I mean, Rebecca has truly become this girl's idol. But they've made so much noise that the priest has to come in and tell them, "All right, everybody but Rebecca and her mom out." As her mom and Rebecca are sitting there, her mom mentions how she has to do a eulogy, and Rebecca wasn't planning on that. But her mom lets her know, it'd look really bad if you didn't do that. But she tells her mom, "I don't care. I've got nothing nice to say about the guy." And her mom's a little taken aback and says, "What's got into you? I mean, he was a good father, wonderful husband. I mean, what are you so angry about?" And Rebecca says, "I don't want to talk about it," but they end up getting into it. Rebecca tells her mom, "If you want to know why I hate my dad so much, it's because he was cheating on you, and I saw it." She tells the mom her story about how she came home one day with Sassy and went up to steal liquor from the room, and that's where she saw her dad sleeping with a neighbor, and she's lived with that since that day, which was almost 30 years ago. And what made it worse was the fact that the next day her dad acted like nothing happened. But to Rebecca's surprise, her mom says, "I knew about the cheating. I knew about everything. But once I love something, I love it forever. And I loved your father." Rebecca then looks at her mother and says, "Well, then I hate you for that. I hate that you allowed him to treat you like that." And her mom is honest and says, "Well, I wasn't brave enough like you to leave him for good." And Rebecca looks mortified and says, "Well, you don't think I was scared to leave Rupert? I was terrified, but it was necessary." And that's when her mom makes a comment about how Rupert was a self-righteous douchebag, and Rebecca's pretty surprised about that and says, "Well, then why are you always nice to him?" And her mom gives her an important life lesson. To deal with people like that, you gotta let them know that they can't get to you. So you kill them with kindness. Because in the end, what's more important, being right or being loving? She then tells Rebecca, "I was so proud when you left him because you realized that you deserved better." You know, I'm actually glad to hear that you hate me, because for so many years, I thought you didn't feel anything for me. And I'll take your anger over your indifference any day. There's then a knock at the door and the priest shows up and says, "All right, it's time to start." And the 2 women have to head out and start the funeral. But while they were talking, as Ted was getting ready to go to the funeral, he started having a panic attack, so he had to call Dr. Fieldstone to calm him down. And she ended up making a house call. Dr. Fieldstone starts it out by saying it's perfectly normal that he would have a panic attack going to a funeral because he's probably having flashbacks of his own father's funeral. But Ted says, I didn't go to my dad's funeral because he quit. Ted then goes on to tell the story of how his dad died. Just like Rebecca, it was 30 years ago. He had run home to grab something, and as he was heading to his room, he heard a bang. When he went into his parents' room, there it was, his dad, dead. So he called 911, grabbed a beer to cope with the pain, and then called his mom and said, you gotta get home right now. Dr. Fieldstone says, I'm sorry that happened to you, Ted. And I understand why you're angry with him, because he took a lot away from you. And Ted corrects her and says, he took a lot away from me and my mom. But then Dr. Fieldstone asks, what was he like? And Ted says, he was a good man. He talked a lot, probably could have listened a little more. Fieldstone then asks, what did you love about him? Because I've heard what you hate about him, but tell me something that you loved about him. And Ted tells her that when he was in 5th or 6th grade, he was supposed to read Johnny Tremaine for school. But, of course, he didn't, and he was stressed out the night before because they had a big test. He couldn't sleep, and his dad found out the reason why and said, look, go upstairs, think about something you're looking forward to, and that'll help. And sure enough, Ted fell asleep. And when he woke up the next day, his dad told him, I'm going to drive you to school. Normally, Ted took the bus. And on the way to school, Ted's dad told him the entire story of Johnny Tremaine because Ted's dad had stayed up all night reading the book just so his son wasn't stressed out about some stupid reading assignment at school. Ted pauses for a little bit and says, he was a good dad. You know, I don't really think he knew that. I think if he would have known that, he wouldn't have done what he did. And then Ted starts crying and saying, I just wish I would have told him more. Ted starts really crying and says, I was just so angry at him because he was always gone for work or out with friends. Then all of a sudden he was just gone. And then I knew right then and there that I was never going to let anyone get by me without understanding that they might be hurting inside. Because life is hard. It's real hard. Ted starts breaking down. And then he asks Dr. Fieldstone for a hug. And she's more than happy to give Ted a hug. And as they're hugging it out, he asks, are you going to charge for this? And she says, oh, absolutely. End the house call. So they kind of laugh about that. And then Ted heads off to the funeral. By the time that Ted walks in, Rebecca is just about to start her eulogy, but she can't really find the words on what to say. So she just starts mumbling the lyrics to Never Gonna Give You Up. And at one point, she gets too choked up to finish the lyric, and that's when Ted, who is sitting all the way in the back of the church, sings Never Gonna Say Goodbye. And one by one, everybody who's in attendance starts singing the lyrics to this 1980s classic. The funeral ends, and Rebecca, her mom, Sassy, they're all saying goodbye to everybody who's shown up, and Rebecca has learned from her mother because when Rupert comes out, she's incredibly nice to him. Right before he leaves, though, he tells Rebecca that he convinced his wife to give up her shares in Richmond, and they're just going to give them to Rebecca. He says he just doesn't have time for football anymore. He then starts to walk away, but Rebecca notices that before he gets in his car, he stops, says something to Nate, pats him on the shoulder, and then he leaves, which is a little weird. Everybody then heads over to the wake, and at the wake, Rebecca grabs Sassy and Keely and lets them know that she thinks she has to break things off with Sam. They both start kind of busting on her, but then Sassy notices Ted from across the room, and she ends up leaving, because grief is nature's most powerful aphrodisiac. With 1/3 of the conversation gone, Rebecca tells Keely, all right, wish me luck, and then she goes off to go find Sam. And now Keely's standing there all alone, and that's when Jamie walks up. She offers him a beer, but he says, no, listen, I know that you're with Roy and you're happy, but today's made me realize that I'd hate myself if I didn't just come back to Richmond to get away from my dad. I also came back because of you. I finally think I'm becoming the best version of myself, the man that you always thought I could be. And I know that this is a pretty crappy thing to do, but I love you. And she doesn't say anything, so he kind of just walks off, and she's still processing it when Roy comes up. And Roy apologizes for how he's acted the entire day. He tells her that he doesn't deal with death well because when his grandfather died when he was a little kid, he wished to God every single day for an entire year that he could just have one last conversation with him, and he never got it. And that made him realize that you only have one life, so you don't want to waste a second of it. He then says to Keely, I love you, and I'm sorry. So in the span of about a minute, Keely's had 2 men tell her that they're in love with her. At this point, Rebecca has found Sam. She's cornered him in a closet. And before she can even break it off, he says, I've wanted to do this all day. And he just gives her a hug. She then starts to break it off with him, saying that there's only one thing she can't get past, and that's the fact that he's wonderful. And that's a bad thing because it means that he could really hurt her. And that scares her. And because of that, she needs to figure that out on her own. Why does a good guy scare her so much? So Sam, being that good guy, tells her, take as long as you need. I understand. As the wake starts clearing out, Rebecca and her mom are saying goodbye to people, including the entire Richmond team. And Ted is the last one to leave. Rebecca asks him if everything's okay, and he says, "Oh, no, everything's not okay, but me? Yeah, I'm doing okay." He then recalls a nice story about Rebecca's dad, and then he heads off with Sassy. With Rebecca and her mom standing there alone, her mom asks her, "Are you and Sam taking a break?" And Rebecca's pretty surprised that her mom even knows that, but her mom reminds her, "I'm your mother. I know everything. Besides, I saw Sam coming out of the closet, looking pretty sad." And Rebecca doesn't say anything, but her silence says it all. They then head back to Rebecca's mom's house to start looking over some old family photos, and they even pop in a VHS tape of Rebecca when she was a little kid. But midway through, Rick Astley shows up because her mom had taped over the video. So these two women literally get Rick-rolled. In episode 11, Richmond is rolling. They are one win away from getting back to the Premier League, and they're led by Sam, who just scored his first career hat trick. But as everybody's congratulating him, he gets a text message from Rebecca. And she does congratulate him, but it's more of a friend and not a romantic partner. And that's pretty disappointing to Sam. The next day, Ted, Rebecca, and Keely are all in Rebecca's office, and they're all discussing how Keely is going to be featured in Vanity Fair's Women of Business section. After they're done celebrating Keely's accomplishment, Ted asks them to chip in for a going-away present for Dr. Fieldstone. Everybody just decided on cash. So Ted collects some dead presidents, or in this case, dead queens, I guess. But that's when Higgins walks in. Because Higgins got an email from a guy named Edwin Akufu, and he is a billionaire. He inherited a lot of his dad's money, and he wants to meet with Rebecca. Higgins doesn't know why for sure, but he thinks it's because Edwin Akufu wants to buy Richmond. When a billionaire wants to take a business meeting with you, you do it, even if you don't want to sell your club. So Rebecca tells Higgins to set it up. Ted then heads down to his office where Nate asks him if he can run a new strategy by him for the game coming up. Ted loves it and says, "Yeah, all right, we'll run it through practice today." But Ted's cavalier attitude with it annoys Nate because he feels like this is another one of his ideas that Ted is going to take credit for. So he tells both Beard and Roy that when this works, and it will work, he's going to let everybody know that it was his idea. And Roy tells Nate that's the job. Nate then asks both of them, "But don't you ever want to be in charge, get all the credit?" And Beard says that Ted winning, Ted doing well, is going to shine a light on all of them. The coaches then head out to practice, but the practice is interrupted when a caravan of security and a helicopter show up. And that's because Edwin Akufu has arrived in Richmond. He quickly meets with Ted, says hello to him, but then he heads up to meet with Rebecca. Rebecca does want Ted in the meeting, though, so right after practice, Ted also heads up. And Rebecca lets Edwin know that she has no interest in selling Richmond. And Edwin says, "I'm not trying to buy your club. I'm trying to buy Sam. I've recently purchased a club that I can't talk about right now, but it is a team in Africa, and Sam might be interested in going home. And I understand he's under contract for 3 more years. That's why I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse." But Rebecca really doesn't have any interest in listening to an offer from Sam, although she kind of owes it to Sam to at the very least let him talk to Edwin and make that decision for himself. So Sam comes up to the office and him and Edwin head off to talk. But Rebecca is suddenly flooded with emotions at the idea of Sam leaving. Sam and Edwin start off their day touring a museum. They're looking at a painting done by a famous African painter, and Edwin lets Sam know that he recently purchased it so he can get it back to where it belongs. He also admits, though, that he's not the everyman he appears. He actually hired everybody in the museum. They're all actors. They then head off to have some traditional African food, but he also tells Sam that this place doesn't actually exist in London. He flew in his own cooks. While Sam appreciates all this, he does end up telling Edwin, "I don't see myself leaving Richmond for whatever team you're thinking of buying." And that's when Edwin tells him the team he's buying is Casablanca. He plans on making Casablanca one of the premier clubs in the world, and he wants Sam to be a part of it. In fact, he wants the entire club to be African. He tells Sam, "You inspired the world with bringing awareness to what was going on at home. That's why I want the man you are, not just the football player." Sam wraps up his day with Edwin, and Edwin gives him 72 hours to decide what he wants to do. But upon walking back to his house, he's giddy. He calls his dad and tells him what an awesome day it was. Although, when he does get back to his place, Rebecca is waiting for him. Rebecca's been so conflicted on what to do with Sam that she had to come right out with it. She told Ted. The two were having an affair. She didn't know what to do. And Ted was supportive as always, but didn't really give her an answer. So she headed over to Sam's house and waited him out. So when he arrives, she tells him, "I can't give you an answer on us. And I also can't ask you not to go if you want to. But I just want you to know, I hope you don't go." As for the rest of Richmond, after practice that day, Roy went to go pick up Phoebe, but it was a half day. Her mom already got her. So all Roy finds in the classroom is the teacher. But the teacher's setting up for an art show that Phoebe won't be a part of because her art is incredibly realistic tits. But Roy ends up helping the teacher out, setting up for the rest of the parents. She does end up asking Roy at one point, "Are you married?" And he just says no, never mentioning Keely once. But he agreed to do a Vanity Fair photo shoot with Keely that day, so eventually he has to run. And speaking of that photo shoot, Keely had to go and pick up some clothes for it, and Nate tagged along. Nate wanted her help on picking out a suit. As Nate is trying on a suit, she says how nice it is to have a guy around because Roy would never do something like this. He's just too manly, if you will. Nate comes out in a ridiculous-looking suit, and he's saved by Keely, who says, "Yeah, that's not it." So it's back to the drawing board. But they start drinking champagne because these suits are so expensive that you'll want to try to get your money back with the free champagne. It takes a little bit, but they end up finding the suit. Nate comes out, he looks great, and Keely says, "You look so hot." She goes in to go fix his tie, and out of nowhere, he just says, "Do you ever feel like you want to be the boss?" And Keely says, "Yeah. After meeting Rebecca, she's the one who really inspired me to be a boss. People like you and I, we can't help but dream big. And no one's going to fight harder for their dreams than us, right?" I mean, the scariest part is just making the decision to go for it, because once you do that, and then Nate shuts her up by kissing her. He immediately pulls back, though, and starts apologizing, and Keely starts telling him, "Don't worry about it, it's okay," but it's very awkward, and the damage is done. So now Keely has that weighing on her conscience. On top of it, she's extremely nervous about this photo shoot. And Roy, who just arrived, tells her, "You're going to be great. You've done 1,000 magazines." But the reason that Keely's nervous is because those were all about her looks. This particular piece is about her. So he gives her a quick pep talk, and it makes her feel better, and they go out to take some awkward pictures. During the photo shoot, one of the camera people has to go get a new camera, and that gives Keely and Roy a little bit of a downtime to talk, and that's when Keely comes out with the Nate kissing story. And Roy isn't really that mad, probably because he doesn't really see Nate as a true threat. He just thanks her for telling him. He then tells her about the situation with Phoebe's teacher, about how she asked if he was married or not, and he just said no, and nothing else. But Keely one-ups everything when she tells Roy about how Jamie came up to her during the funeral and told her that he still loves her. And that is a whole lot for Roy Kent to process. And they don't talk about it because the photographers come back and she starts snapping away. And then finally, there was Ted. He heads up to Dr. Sharon's office to invite her to a party the next day, but she's not there. Higgins is. He's reclaimed his office because Dr. Sharon dipped out a day early. Ted cannot believe that she left without saying goodbye. And Higgins tries to hand him a bunch of letters saying, well, she wrote everybody a letter saying goodbye, but for Ted Lasso, that is not good enough. So he heads to her apartment and he waits her out. And when she shows up, he doesn't even wait to exchange any pleasantries. He gets right into it, yelling, "How could you just leave?" She apologizes, saying she's not very good at goodbyes, and he says, "Well, as a baby, I wasn't very good at walking and talking, but I stuck with it, and look at me now." I mean, we had a whole thing planned for you. Instinct's bye-bye-bye routine. Hell, we even got you a gift. And that's when he slams down the envelope of cash. Fieldstone says, well, "Ted, you knew I was leaving." And Ted says, "Yes, I did. But at the very least, I thought I'd be able to say goodbye to you. I mean, my dad left. My wife left. I mean, out of everybody in the world, you're the only one who knows how I feel when I get abandoned. And you picked up and left." Fieldstone explains that she wrote about all of that. It's all in the letter that she wrote him. And Ted pulls out the letter and says, "Oh, this? Well, I'm not going to read your letter. You got something you want to say to me, say it to my face. I mean, I thought we had a breakthrough." And she says, "We did, Ted. Thanks to you, I've learned that expressing my vulnerabilities can help my patients with theirs. You helped me become a better therapist." And Ted cannot believe that she was about to just skip out of town without telling him any of that. But she tells him, "Ted, it is in the letter." So Ted picks up the letter and he opens it up and he starts angry reading it. But it doesn't take more than a paragraph for that angry face to turn into an emotional one, because Ted is pretty touched by what Fieldstone wrote. When Ted finishes the letter, she explains that she's just more comfortable with writing goodbye than saying it. And Ted's demeanor has changed. She tells him that her train to Royster doesn't leave till midnight and asks him if he wants to buy a drink. And since she suddenly has a ton of cash, he takes her up on it, so they head to the pub. And they're having a ball. They're playing pinball, throwing back a few drinks. But Ted heads to the bathroom and Fieldstone heads to the bar to grab 2 more drinks. But when the bartender returns, she only returns with 1 drink. And Fieldstone's a little confused because she ordered 2, but that's when the bartender hands her a letter and says, "Ted asked me to hand you this." And it's a handwritten letter from Ted Lasso that says, "Goodbye." And Fieldstone can't believe that Ted just got her with her own move. He also made sure the bartender put one of those little army men in the drink. So Ted Lasso's night ended on a high note, but as he's standing in his apartment, he gets a text message from Trent Krim, the Independent. And Trent sends him a link to a story that he's written saying this will be in tomorrow's paper. And the story is all about how Ted had to leave the sidelines because of a panic attack. Trent then texts him, as a journalist, I had to write that. But as somebody who respects you, my source was Nate. Would you care to comment? And Ted says, no comment. And in the season finale, the soccer world is abuzz with the Trent Krim report. Everybody's talking about how Ted had a panic attack. He can't avoid it. He's getting a lot of supportive texts, including his ex-wife. They start going back and forth, but he just kind of plays it off like he's fine. But as he steps foot out of his apartment, he realizes that he is the center of attention. Everybody's staring at him. It's like everybody knows his deep, dark secret. When he finally meets up with Beard, though, Beard acts like he doesn't know what's going on, even though he definitely does. As he makes his way over to the pitch and up to Rebecca's office to give her biscuits, Rebecca has received flowers from Edwin Akufu. But it's not as nice of a gesture as it seems, because the card says, sorry for your loss. Sam will be great with us. Ted then walks into Rebecca's office, and immediately Rebecca says that they will find the rat. And not only will they find the rat, she's planning on calling Trent's newspaper and finding out who the source is. But Ted starts defending Trent, saying he's a good guy, and saying that they really don't need to look into who the rat is. He tells the group that everything the anonymous source said was true, but also they have a massive game coming up. They're up for promotion. All they need is a tie or a win, and they're up. But as Ted, Keely, Higgins, and Rebecca chatted up in her office, downstairs, the courting of Sam Abasanya has continued because Edwin Akufu sent him a Casablanca jersey with his name on the back just to get a feel for things. And he really likes the way it looks. Now, one person who has yet to show up to the pitch that day is Roy, and he's got two people looking for him. Jamie, to tell him what happened, and Nate, to tell him what happened. They both end up trickling into Beard's office and asking, have you seen Roy? And Beard gives both the same response, no. But when Nate comes in, Beard shows him the paper and says, hey, have you seen this? And Nate goes, oh, yeah, no, it's awful. And Beard just stares at him and says, yeah, it was awful. It gets really awkward, and all Nate can do is back up out of Beard's office. But that's when he almost runs into Roy, who has shown up that day. Beard lets him know that Jamie's looking for him, but he's looking for Jamie as well. He yells for Jamie, and they go into the equipment room. And before Roy can even get a word out, Jamie explains the whole thing and apologizes, saying he doesn't want to get in between Roy and Keely's relationship. And instead of beating the crap out of him, which is probably what the old Roy Kent did, he just grunted and forgave him. Everybody then needs to head out to the pitch for practice, and Ted needs to address the elephant in the room. He apologizes to the team, saying that what was written in the paper is true, but he didn't like the fact that they found out that way, because they should have found out from him. They immediately forgive Ted for this, but vow that when they do sniff out the rat, they're planning on taking socks full of soap to his stomach. But Ted tells them the same thing he told Rebecca. Guys, don't even worry about it. Let's focus on something more productive, like Nate the Great's false nine. So the team heads off to practice. But as they're out there trying to perfect the false nine, Keely gets a very exciting email. The people that back Banter want to back Keely, giving her enough money to open up her own PR firm. Problem is, this would force her to leave Richmond. Because of this, she needs a little bit of advice. Normally for a thing like this, she would go to Ted or Roy, but they're at practice and she can't tell Rebecca, so she goes to Higgins. And the advice that Higgins gives her is that a good mentor will hope that she moves on, but a great mentor will know that she'll move on. So that gives Keely a pretty good idea of what to do. So practice wraps up, everybody goes their separate ways. Keely goes home to Roy, and they're talking about their days, and Roy tells her what happened with Jamie. And she tells Roy about the finance PR firm. And they start celebrating a little bit. Keely tells Roy how much she loves him. Spirits are flying high. As they crack open a bottle of wine, Keely gets a ping on her tablet, and it ends up being the Vanity Fair article. It's published. But as they scroll through it, all of the pictures are just of Keely. None of them include Roy. And Keely feels terrible. She vows to contact the publisher, have it fixed immediately. But Roy says, no, don't you dare. You look incredible in these. And then they head up to the bedroom to, celebrate in other ways. But then there's Sam, who's walking home, and he's still conflicted on exactly what to do with Edwin's offer. Edwin is still in town, waiting for his response. And Sam needs some advice, just like Keely did earlier. But Sam doesn't go to Higgins. He ends up calling his dad. And the advice that his dad gives him is that the universe will give him a sign to let him know what he should do. As soon as he hangs up the phone with his dad, he sees a bunch of kids playing in the park. And one of those kids is wearing Sam's Richmond jersey. and that could be the sign that Sam needed, but he still is undecided. Now, two people who are not celebrating, but they are together, are Beard and Ted. They head to the pub that night for dinner, and Beard says, "So, are you going to say anything to Nate?" And Ted has this philosophy that when it comes to apologies, you have to wait for it to come to you. But Beard knows that that's not going to happen. Nate's not going to go to Ted. But even though Nate might need a little push, Ted's not going to push him to do it. Beard, though, is concerned. He thinks that getting an apology from Nate will be good, not just for Nate, but more importantly, good for Ted. Because Ted has been bottling all of this in, and he's worried that eventually he's going to bust. The next day, everybody starts heading to the pitch, and Keely has told Rebecca. And Rebecca is thrilled for her friend, but she's sad because she won't have her friend around anymore. As the two women are crying and hugging, Rebecca gets an alert on her phone that Rupert has bought West Ham United. All of that crap about how he was done with football and he was giving up his shares because it was the right thing to do was just that. It was crap. Now, if the team ends up getting promoted, they're going to be seeing West Ham United. Now all they have to do is get a tie or ideally win. The group huddles up in Ted's office, and Ted says, "All right, we all good to go on running Nate's false nine today?" And everybody agrees that that'll be the strategy they go with. Before the group heads out to the pitch, Ted asks, "Does anybody else have anything they want to talk about before we get out there?" And Roy takes about 45 words to say, "I could use some advice," but he finally gets there. And Ted asks him, Are you saying you want to join the Diamond Dogs?" And Roy says, "Hell no. I'm just saying I wouldn't mind being in the room as, stuff happens." And Ted says, "Oh, okay, well, we'll hand out a one-time visitor's pass." So the Diamond Dogs mount up, and Roy tells the group that when he did that photo shoot, they didn't end up using a single picture with him in it. And honestly, it hurt his feelings a little bit. But the thing is, she looked amazing. And she looked amazing on her own. She looked amazing without Roy Kent. To the point where it actually would have looked weird if he was in the pictures. And then at Rebecca's dad's funeral, Jamie Tart has to go and tell Rebecca that he's still in love with her. And the group is shocked that Jamie's still standing, and Roy is equally as surprised, and he's mad at himself for it. And the group doesn't offer any advice. Ted just says, "Roy, we appreciate you barking at us." Nate then announces to the group that he also has something to say. Beard and Ted are kind of waiting for him to man up and tell him that he was the anonymous source, but instead, he just tells Roy that before the photo shoot, he ended up kissing Keely. And Roy could not have cared less. He immediately forgives Nate. Nate can't believe that he kissed his girlfriend and he doesn't care. Jamie just talked to his girlfriend and he's furious. But Roy says, "Nate, you made a mistake, man. It's all good." The Diamond Dogs then dismount, and Roy can't believe that that was actually a Diamond Dog meeting. He actually ends up liking it. But the team needs to worry about getting promoted. They head out there, and Nate's false nine is not working. At halftime, the team is trailing 2-0. Ted ends up getting the coaches in the room together and saying, "It's not looking good. I mean, do we abandon the false nine?" And Nate, who all of a sudden became Harry Hardass, says that they should abandon the false nine. It would work if they had the players who knew how to execute it. But Ted doesn't agree. He thinks they should stick with it. He asks Roy his opinion, and Roy says, "Why don't you go ask the players? They're the ones who have to do it." So that's exactly what Ted does. He heads out to the locker room where he sees a bleak group and asks them, "Do you guys want to abandon this thing?" And Jan, of all people, stands up and says that the group is perfectly capable of executing the false nine. It's a good strategy and it will work. And he's so honest that everybody knows he can't lie. So it's set. The group is going to go out in the second half and try to execute Nate's false nine. They all put their hand in a circle together, but they're waiting for one person, and that's Isaac, who walks right through the circle over to the believe sign that Ted put up last year, and he touches it. And instead of everybody doing a hands in a circle, they touch the believe sign and they head out for the second half. But as Ted is making his way out, he notices that Nate is just pacing in his office. He goes in and asks him, "Is everything okay?" And Nate says, "Yeah, Ted, everything is okay." Ted walks in and says, "Nate, what is it? What did I do? You're mad as hell at me. I just want to know why." So Nate turns around and tells him, "You made me feel like I was the most important person in the whole world. And then you abandoned me. And I worked my ass off trying to get your attention back. But the more I did, the less you cared." Nate starts wiping tears from his eyes and he yells, "It's like I was invisible. You don't even have the photo I gave you for Christmas in your office. It's just a picture of dumb Americans," which I'm going to assume are Ted's family. But Nate's on a roll. He yells at Ted, "Now you're just going to play Nate's false nine. So when the team messes up, and they will mess up, you're just going to blame that on me." Well, screw that. Ted, everybody loves you. Well, I think you're a joke. Without me, we wouldn't have won a single match, and we would have shipped your ass back to Kansas, where you belong with your son. Because you sure as hell don't belong here. But I do. I belong here. This didn't just fall into my lap. I earned this. Ted says, I know you did, Nate, and if I didn't tell you how important you were to me before, I apologize. And Nate says, no. You're full of it. You know what? Fuck you, Ted. And then he walks out. Ted can't dwell on it too much. He does have a game to coach. And that's exactly what Ted, Roy, and Beard are doing. Nate, however, is sulking on the bench. It's understandable. His false nine hasn't worked. 80 minutes in, they're still down 2-0. But then they finally get their first break. Sam ends up putting it in, and now they're only down 1 with 10 minutes left. The team has life, but Nate is still sulking on the bench. Even when, in the final seconds, Jamie ends up drawing a penalty kick, Nate still is kind of sulking on the bench. This could tie the game. This could send Richmond back up to where they belong. And luckily for them, Jamie hasn't missed a penalty kick all year. But instead of Jamie taking it, he ends up giving it to Danny Rojas, the man who, the last time he took a penalty kick, ended up, unfortunately, killing a mascot. That time, Danny ended up missing. This time, though, he ends up sending Richmond back up to the Premier League. The team celebrates on the pitch, everybody except one person, Nate, who ends up storming off into the locker room where he rips down the Believe sign, tearing it in half, leaving it on Ted's desk, and then leaving forever. In the locker room, the team, though, is celebrating. But there's one person that needs an answer, and that is Edwin Akufu. He ends up getting Sam alone in an office and congratulating him on the goal, but saying, man, they're really going to miss you when you come play for me. But Sam rejects him. He thanks him for the offer, but says that his time in Richmond isn't done, and he hopes that he understands. And Edwin does not understand. He screams at Sam that he's going to ruin his career. He'll never play for the Nigerian national team. He is very upset. Sam then heads back in to celebrate with his teammates, and Ted heads to the podium to do the post-game presser. And the big question on everybody isn't necessarily going up to the Premier League. It's the report that came out over his panic attack. And Ted opens up to the media about his struggles with anxiety, but there's one media member that is noticeably absent, and it's Trent Krim from The Independent. After the presser, he heads up to Rebecca's office and they celebrate with some champagne, and she lets Ted know that Rupert just bought West Ham United. So they end up talking about how they're going to end up running into Rupert next season. But as they're discussing this, Sam walks in, and it gets extremely awkward because Sam doesn't know that Ted knows. Rebecca knows that Ted knows. And obviously Ted knows that Ted knows. But he tries his best to make things not awkward. So Sam stays, and he tells them that he's decided to stay at Richmond. Ted ends up asking him, Sam, I'm just curious, but why did you decide to stay? And Sam looks at Ted and says, I wish I could say it's because of my feelings for you, but the truth is, I think I need to stop worrying about how others feel about me. I'm staying because it's what's best for me and my journey. And then Sam leaves. But that message, even though it was spoken to Ted, was clearly directed at Rebecca. Ted ends up heading out of the facility, and he runs into that missing reporter, Trent Krim. It turns out Trent Krim is no longer Trent Krim, the Independent. He's just Trent Krim, Independent, because Trent Krim was fired for revealing an anonymous source. Ted tells him, Trent, it wasn't me. And Trent says, Ted, I know it wasn't you because I'm the person who told the newspaper that I revealed the anonymous source. Ted tells him, I hope our paths cross again soon. And Trent says, yeah, me too. I enjoy our chats. Trent then wishes him good luck next season, and Ted heads home. 5 days later, Keely is packing up her office with Roy. And because it's the last day they're working in the same building together, Roy has gotten her a present. It's a vacation, a 6-week vacation. But Keely tells him while she appreciates it, she can't go. She starts her new job the next day. Roy thinks that she can do her job from that villa by the sea, but she can't. So she tells Roy, Roy, you deserve the vacation. Go by yourself. But Roy looks at her and says, are we breaking up? And she says, no, of course not. You're going to take a well-earned holiday while I lock myself in a room and work to death for 6 weeks. She then tells Roy that she loves him and promises that they'll be okay. 3 weeks after that, Sam has decided to follow Edwin's lead, kind of. He ends up buying a storefront, which he's going to turn into a Nigerian restaurant. So he's setting up some roots in Richmond. But then 2 months later, training camp opens up. It doesn't just open up for Richmond, it opens up for West Ham United and their new coach, Nate Shelley. That's right, Nate was hired by Rupert to be the new coach of West Ham United. And Season 3 picks up a couple of weeks before the season kicks off. Ted has to drop Henry off at the airport. Henry spent the majority of the summer with Ted, and now he has to go home. And it's got Ted pretty bummed out. He is still talking to Dr. Sharon, and those sessions do make him feel better. But what Dr. Sharon can't do is fix the preseason predictions. Everybody pretty much has the Greyhounds finishing dead last, which really upsets Rebecca. When Ted hears about these predictions, he doesn't really care. They're predictions, they're meaningless. But Rebecca is so focused on them, and mainly about the fact that they're picking West Ham to finish in the top 4. That's really what she's bugged out about. Her finishing last, Rupert finishing top 4. It's just not good for Rebecca's psyche. Rebecca wants to know how exactly they're going to beat Rupert and West Ham. And Leslie brings up, we probably should upgrade our roster a little bit. But Ted doesn't really think that's the issue. He says, I think we'll do just fine this season. But just fine isn't what Rebecca's into. She reminds him that he said that they were going to win the whole thing. And he completely forgot about that proclamation. The meeting with Rebecca has to end because Rebecca has to go have a meeting with Keely. Keely is running her own PR firm. She's a bad bitch, but she's also a single one as well. That's because Roy broke up with her. They had to break the news to Phoebe, and she took it better than Keely did, that's for sure. But to Roy, it was just a matter of their lives were too complicated, too busy. He's focused on being a coach, and he thinks he's developed a pretty good game plan on how best to play this season to not get relegated. When they finally go out to practice, though, for the first day, everyone's pretty distracted because the predictions aren't just bothering Rebecca, they're also bothering the team as well. Ted turns to Beard and says, I think we need a road trip. It's like one of those days you want to have class outside, which Roy points out they are outside, but he wants to take the group on a field trip. He tells everybody to file on the bus, and then he takes them to the sewer, which is very amusing to a couple of bystanders who snap photos of the Richmond team literally heading down to the sewers. They're all kind of wondering what they're doing there, and Ted says, me and Henry actually took a tour of this place because he got obsessed with the movie It. But this place was developed because they wanted to keep the crap separate from the streets. Yeah, there's a lot of poop down here, but there's also a lot of poop up there. And right now, all of your brains are London circa 1877. They're blocked up by other people's poop. You need to make an internal sewer system. Get a good flow going. And then connect to a teammate's tunnel. So if you're having a crisis of confidence, you can borrow some of Jamie's. If you're feeling down, maybe Danny can help you out. But if you do this successfully, you can let anything you don't need just flow right through. Like preseason predictions. While this message is great, what Ted is unaware of is the poop up on the streets, mainly coming from West Ham. Nate has settled in, but he's still the same old self-conscious, timid, insecure Nate that he was at Richmond. One of the first things he does when he comes in is check Twitter to see what they're saying about him. The one person who tries to instill some confidence in him is Rupert. He calls Nate into his office so they can have a good laugh about the preseason predictions, mainly the fact that everyone's picking Richmond to finish last. Nate, though, needs to get ready for his first introductory press conference, one that Rebecca is watching to see what he's going to say. And Nate is terrified. The Wonder Kid is really at a loss for words. He definitely doesn't seem like someone you'd instill a lot of faith in. He realized that he's bombing this thing, so he ducks under the desk to kind of collect himself. When he pops back up, he has that little fake bravado that he had back in Richmond when he confronted Ted. When a reporter brings up the fact that 2 years ago he was just the guy washing the clothes, he completely claps back at the guy. Another reporter asks what he thinks about Richmond getting predicted to finish dead last, 20th in the league. To which Nate says, well, they're predicted to finish 20th in the league because there's not a 21st team. Which gets a good chuckle from the room, and Rupert loves it. But man, Rebecca, who's watching it in her office, she's fuming about it. All the reporters' phones start buzzing in the room. And when they look, they see the picture on Twitter that's gone viral of the entire Richmond team heading into the sewer. The one that was taken by the bystanders, it's tweeted out and it's gained some traction. So the press asks Nate what he thinks about this picture. And Nate says, it makes sense to me. I mean, they probably have to train in a sewer because their coach is so shitty. Nate looks over at Rupert when he says that, and Rupert has a big crap-eating grin on his face. And it seems like Rupert has really become a father figure to Nate. Nate just clamoring for his approval. When the Richmond team return to Nelson Road, they see what Nate has said. And at first, a lot of the members of the team are infuriated. And Jamie points out, guys, it's just poop. Let it go. But one person who's not going to let it go is Rebecca. When she finds out Ted has returned, she demands a one-on-one with him. She's infuriated. She feels like Ted has embarrassed her club. He does realize how this could be a pretty bad look. Skipping training, going into a sewer. Yeah, the optics aren't great. She then asks if he's planning on addressing what Nate said about him. And Ted says, no, I'm not. Rebecca can't believe it. She tells him everyone's laughing at us. Rupert is laughing at me, Ted. And I am begging you, Ted. Please, fight back. But that's just not Ted. He goes down to address the media. And the first question the media does ask has nothing to do with Nate, but it has to do with those preseason predictions. Ted just says that they have 38 opportunities to prove those predictions wrong. He then gets a question from the Independent's replacement for Trent Krim, a guy named Marcus Adebayo. Marcus asks Ted if he has any response to what Nate said. And with Rebecca just a few feet away, Ted does the opposite of what she wanted. He says, I thought what Nate said was hilarious. I mean, he came and got us, but hey, that's Nate the Great for you. But he's the same way on the pitch. He'll find the tiniest weakness in a team and he'll attack it. That kid's a junkyard dog, and he's real smart. West Ham's really lucky to have him. I wish Nate nothing but the best of luck. But I guess I am a little surprised that's all he could come up with. I mean, especially against me. I mean, not one joke about me being a dumb American? Come on. He then starts dishing some of that Ted Lasso humor that has the entire room cracking up because it's just so damn corny. And while Rebecca was mad about Ted's response at first, she gets a text from Keely saying, way to let Ted just be Ted. Because instead of firing back at Nate, Ted came out looking great in this situation. And it's something that the Twitter sphere certainly notices, because Twitter's abuzz with the fact that Ted has class and Nate doesn't. And when Nate sees that, he gets pretty downtrodden. It gets even worse for Nate when he gets a text from his mom saying, your dad saw what you said on the television and he's not happy. But one person who is thrilled is Rupert. He loved how Nate handled it, and he wants to gift him something. A brand new car for his Wonder Kid. So that should make Nate feel a little bit better. Ted wasn't gifted anything by his owner. He just headed home to FaceTime Henry, and he showed Henry the modifications that he made to Henry's Lego stadium that he was building over the summer. One question Henry has is, why do you have Nate off to the side? And Ted says, well, you know that. It's because Nate's not on the team anymore. And Henry says, yeah, but you can still be friends, right? And Ted says, yeah, buddy, you're right. We can still be friends. Ted, though, has been dealing with a little bit of an internal crisis. He's starting to wonder why he's still in London. He misses Henry. Henry spent a lot of time with him. He didn't want to see him go. And it's Henry who reminds him, Dad, you're there to win the whole thing. Henry then shows Ted his new toy. It's a Thanos Infinity Gauntlet. And when Ted asks, who gave that to you? Henry says, oh, Jake, Mommy's new friend. And now Ted has that headache to deal with. In episode 2, when Ted shows up at the office that day, he's surprised because not only is he greeted by the normal Leslie and also Rebecca, but Keely's there. That's a pleasant surprise. And Trent Krim. Trent has approached everybody about the idea of following the team around for a book. While they told Trent that it's ultimately Ted's choice, it's pretty clear that no one thinks it's a good idea. They kind of all give Ted a look like, please God, don't say yes. And he says yes. Shortly after welcoming Trent, big news hits the soccer world as a guy named Zava is now a free agent. He's leaving Juventus. Zava is a bit of a diva. The guy's been on 14 teams in 15 years. He's also extremely expensive, but he's the kind of game changer that every club should be looking for. And Rebecca doesn't really seem interested in dealing with that drama until she finds out that Rupert and West Ham will absolutely be interested. When she hears that, she is all for getting Zlatan. Sorry about that, getting Zava. And the fact that Rebecca now wants Zava because Rupert wants him is something that Trent Krim really respects. Once they leave Rebecca's office, Ted is able to speak to Keely about her new business venture. And Keely tells him that it's going well, but she's having problems integrating herself to her new coworkers. Everybody seems super stiff. Barbara in particular. Ted suggests that she find something to do with these people outside of work, and she thinks that's a great idea. As she's trying to leave, she runs into Isaac, who wants a shoe deal, and then she runs into Jamie. The two quickly get caught up, and then Keely makes her way over to Roy, who's got some things from his place that he needs to give her. As this conversation is happening out of earshot, Isaac notices the two must have broken up. Body language is there. And the fact that Roy and Keely broke up definitely piques the interest of Jamie, who still has never given up hope that maybe he and Keely can one day rekindle their relationship. But first, Jamie needs to confirm that Roy and Keely broke up, so he pulls Roy into an office and says, "Did you guys break up? Is it true?" And Roy confirms it, but what really comes as a surprise is the fact that he was the one who initiated the end of the relationship. He wasn't dumped. He was the dumper. He also really doesn't want to talk about it. While Roy and Jamie were having this conversation, over in Ted's office, he was discussing Zava with Coach Beard. And Coach Beard thinks it's a no-brainer to get him. But then they hear a commotion out in the locker room. When they go to check on it, Sam says, "We just heard the most upsetting rumor." And Ted says, "Is this about us getting Zava?" And that's not upsetting at all. That excites everybody in the room. Ted restores order by saying, "Okay, if you weren't talking about Zava, is this about Trent Krim writing a book?" And they had no idea about that. The rumor that they found upsetting was the fact that Roy broke up with Keely. Everybody liked that relationship. Even Ted is completely shocked by this. Shortly after Ted almost faints from hearing the news, Roy walks in and he immediately blames Jamie because he thinks that Jamie told everybody. But Jamie said, "No, I didn't tell a soul. I just came in and they were talking about us getting Zava." And that distracts Roy completely, who is all for the team going and getting Zava, even though he's crazy. Ted then tries to get the conversation of why the relationship ended, but Trent walks in with Leslie and Roy shuts down. He's not willing to discuss anything in front of Trent. And he tells the entire team, "No one says a word around this guy unless you want my forehead through your skull." And at that threat, everybody quiets up around Trent. The other side of this breakup, though, Keely headed off to a music video for one of her clients, where she gets rekindled with one of her good friends, Shandy. They get caught up pretty quickly, but then Shandy gives a suggestion to the director of the music video that they're working on, and it's a really good suggestion. Keely loves Shandy, and it's a good suggestion. She decides, you know what, you should come work for KJPR. The problem comes when Barbara, her CFO, finds out about this hiring. She's very dismissive of the fact that Shandy has no experience whatsoever, and she feels like Keely is simply hiring her because they're friends. And Keely does not like the way that Barbara treated Shandy. So she goes and confronts her about it, saying that it's completely inexcusable. She gets distracted, though, when she sees the snow globe collection that Barbara has. And Barbara mentions that she gets a snow globe from every place she's ever worked. And she's worked at a lot of different places. Probably because her attitude sucks. Keely then gets back on track, telling Barbara that she cannot speak to people in a dismissive tone just because she feels like they're not qualified. She's not rude about it. She just wants to hammer home the point that at KJPR, Barbara needs to treat people with respect. And Barbara does that by coming up with an official title for Shandy. While that work relationship was getting mended, the work relationship between Trent Krim, who's just trying to write a book, and Roy is still on the rocks. Trent is actually put in an office with Roy, but Roy is very disruptive and still has no interest whatsoever of talking to him about anything, and he has no interest in squashing whatever beef the two have with each other. And it's really just one-sided beef, because Trent has no problem with Roy, but Roy clearly has a problem with Trent. But since Roy put that edict to the team, they've heeded it. No one talks around Trent Krim, making his work nearly impossible to complete. As for the actual Richmond team, they're preparing for their season opener against Chelsea. And Rebecca gets great news. Zava is planning to sign with Chelsea. It's great news because he has flat out said, "I'm not signing with West Ham, I'm signing with Chelsea." And that's all that Rebecca really cares about. While she would like to have Zava as a Greyhound, ultimately, her main goal is to just make sure Rupert doesn't get him. So she heads to Chelsea's pitch in a great mood. She's in an owner's box. She's hanging out with Keely. This game's also sort of homecoming for Roy Kent, who played years for Chelsea and is beloved by the fan base. And this is the first time he's coming back to the pitch. He's greeted with a huge ovation. But the guy who gets the biggest ovation is Zava, who shows up and is watching it from a suite. It's distracting not only to the fans, but to the players as well, because the Richmond team still thinks that they have a shot of getting him. And maybe it's the Zava distraction that leads to the Greyhounds losing 1-0 at the half. Halftime is where things start to go south. Rebecca looks to her right and sees Rupert talking to Zava, and that's when she starts to panic, because she knows how convincing Rupert can be. She remembers being wooed by him back when she was just a bartender. She knows that if Rupert really wants Zava and is able to get him one-on-one, like he currently has him, there's a pretty good chance that Zava changes his mind. She's not ready to just let Rupert take this guy from her. So she gets up from her seat and tries to make her way to his suite. But she gets stopped by security, and that's when she sees Rupert, who forgot something in the suite. They start trading the most subtle, petty insults, and it's Rupert's who hurt the most. She also gets shut down by Zava. When he walks out of the suite, she introduces himself, but he flat out says, "Yeah, I'm not signing with you guys." But Rebecca still isn't willing to give up and let Rupert win. She follows Zava into the bathroom, and as this guy is taking a piss, she reams him out, saying that he's being a little bitch. Signing with West Ham, that's easy, but he's clearly not as good as he thinks he is, because if he was, he would sign with Richmond and cement a legacy. She insults him, she calls him overrated, a chicken, and then just has a mic drop and walks out, leaving Zava with a lot to think about, because nobody comes at Zava's ego like that. And while Rebecca was insulting the number one free agent, Ted was trying to motivate his guys, but that's really hard to do because every time Trent Krim enters the locker room, everybody gets quiet, and Ted can't work like this. He pulls Roy aside and gets real serious with him, telling him, "I don't know what your beef is with Trent, but I'm going to need you to squash it right now, because your ego is about to sabotage a whole lot more than a stupid football match." So Roy calls Trent into the showers where they can speak privately, and he pulls out an old newspaper article from years ago. It's from when Roy made his Premier League debut, when he was just 17 years old, and Trent Krim wrote that he was overrated, overhyped, and already a disappointment. And it hurt Roy to the core. It ate at him so much that he kept that article in his wallet for years. He never forgave Trent for the nasty words that he said after this kid just had his dream come true, only to be dashed by some stupid journalist. And Trent owns up to it, saying, "Look, I was young in my career and I was trying to make a name for myself by being edgy." He apologized to Roy. The two squashed the beef, and when they walk out of the room, Roy announced to the entire team, "Okay, you can talk around him now," and they start strategizing about how they're going to beat Chelsea. They end up going out in the second half and tying, leaving Chelsea with a point. But Chelsea doesn't care because after the match, they're hosting a press conference where they're hoping to announce the newest signing, Zava. Although Zava shocks the entire football world by announcing that he is not signing with Chelsea, he has changed his mind and he is now signing with Richmond. Everybody in the Richmond locker room is thrilled about the news. They're more excited about this than actually tying the match. As they're leaving, though, Ted, Roy, and Trent all have a conversation about what it was like for Roy to be back at Chelsea. And while you would think that it would be great to get an ovation like that, it was sad for him because he remembers his last match with Chelsea. He remembers what it felt like to know at that moment he no longer had it. He didn't want to be one of those broken down players just taking up space because of legendary status. So going back there today, there's a slight part of him that wonders maybe he should have stayed and enjoyed himself. But he tells Ted, "That's just not who I am." And Ted says, "Well, not yet. I mean, think of the bright side. If you didn't leave Chelsea when you did, we never would have met." And that does elicit a bit of a smile from Roy. In episode 3, Ted and the group are excited to introduce Zava to the world. They have a noon press conference scheduled, and beforehand, they start talking about what they're going to do with Zava in the lineup. Someone's going to have to come out, and it's going to be Colin. But the exciting thing about having Zava on your team is that he can pretty much play anywhere. It doesn't matter. And the coaches aren't the only ones who are excited. So are Zava's teammates. Everybody except Jamie. Jamie doesn't seem to understand the big deal about having Zava on Richmond. Although it does seem like it's more of a jealous thing than an overrated thing. Everybody, though, has to head out to the pitch for the introductory press conference, and it's packed with media members, with fans. But the one person who's missing is Zava. No one knows where he is. Rebecca, Higgins, Keeley, they all start trying to do damage control and figure out, one, if the contract is signed, which it is, and two, what they're going to do if they can't find this guy. They can't have people just waiting around. On top of it, Zava being late is screwing up Rebecca's plans. She has a meeting with a fortune teller who her mother suggested she try out. And while Rebecca thinks it's ridiculous, she's going to do it anyway. After a little while, the stress of Zava not showing up is really getting to Rebecca, so she pulls Ted and Keeley upstairs to figure out what they're going to do next, while she sends Leslie out to be a sacrificial lamb in front of the crowd. When they get up to Rebecca's office, they're surprised, though, because Zava is sitting there in her chair. She kicks him out of her chair and then introduces him to Ted for the first time. And Zava's a different dude, but he is excited to meet Ted, and he seems to be open to being coached. He's also winning over just about everybody, including Keeley. But Keeley isn't the only one who is amazed by the sheer presence of Zava. So are his teammates when he finally makes his way down to the locker room. They are all stunned to be finally in the presence of the great Zava. He makes a speech to the group addressing the most important person in the room, Will, the equipment manager, because he used to be a ball boy. He appreciates what people behind the scenes do. He then does a weird breathing exercise in order to bond with his teammates. As I said, very different dude, very eccentric. But nobody other than Jamie really questions any of it. They're just excited to have somebody with this much talent on their team. With Zava getting integrated to his teammates, it allows Rebecca to run out and meet up with her mother's psychic. The two women sit down and they do a weird exercise with a bowl, and the woman starts getting a vision of a green matchbook in Rebecca's hand, and she claims that it's very special to her. She then hears somebody speaking to her about a shite in Nining armor. You heard that correctly. At this point, Rebecca thinks that this woman is nuts. It's a waste of her time. She gets up to leave, and that's when the psychic tells her, "You're going to have a family. You're going to be a mother." And at that prediction, Rebecca actually curses the woman out. Back over with her club, Keeley is doing a PR campaign about the arrival of Zava. She's interviewing some of the players about their feelings on it. Everybody's positive. And Roy walks in and says, "Keeley, if you need an interview, I'll do it for you." And this is a big deal because Roy doesn't do interviews. And Shandy steps up and says, "Well, yeah, I'll interview you. Why did you dump my friend?" And because of her brashness, Roy knows exactly who Shandy is. He remembers Keeley talking about her. Roy walks out because he's not about to waste his time with Shandy of all people. Roy walks back into his office and he interrupts a conversation between Jamie, Beard, and Ted. Jamie's a little concerned because he knows about players like Zava. They're all about themselves, he says. And this comes as a real surprise to Roy and everybody else because the irony of Jamie Tart talking about a selfish player is not lost on anyone in the room. Beard says as much, and Ted just tells Jamie, "Look, man, we're going to give it a couple games and see how it goes." The next day is Zava's AFC Richmond debut, and the message is clear from Roy and the rest of the coaches: get the ball to Zava. Right before they head out to the pitch, though, Ted remembers that Henry has a big game that day, and he wants to call him up and wish him good luck. He can't find his cell phone, so he picks up his office phone, and he realizes he doesn't remember Michelle's phone number. He's pretty surprised at himself, but he decides to just call the house, and that's when another guy answers the phone. The guy on the other end is doing a pretty decent Donald Trump impression, and Ted, as per usual, plays along with it, but the guy gets really uncomfortable because he knows Ted. His name is Jacob Bryanson, and he was actually Ted and Michelle's marriage counselor. It's extremely uncomfortable for Dr. Jacob, and it's also pretty surprising to Ted. Ultimately, Ted is able to wish Henry good luck, but he's pretty shell-shocked at this. He has to switch modes, though, from being shocked that the guy who was supposed to save his marriage is now tucking his wife in goodnight from 4,000 miles away to actually coaching a match. Not to worry, with the addition of Zava, AFC Richmond go out and win. And the next week, they win. And the week after that, and they win, and suddenly, they're pretty close to the top of the table, right there with West Ham. The addition of Zava has really paid off for them in the standings. But even though he's having career success, the Dr. Jacob thing is really eating at Ted. When he's not at the pitch and he's not working, it's all he can really think about. This dude giving Henry high fives after he scores. This dude giving his wife high fives after they score on each other. It's just awkward. He does talk to Dr. Sharon about it, but that's only going so far. But if you didn't know any better, you'd think everything was going great because everything is going great for Richmond. After 6 games, the team is 5-1. They're the Cinderella team of the year, and they're crushing it. So much so that after the latest win, Sam invites the entire team to a soft opening of his restaurant. The entire team does show up that night. Everybody's having a good time, and that includes Colin, who lost his starting job to Zava, but hey, he's cool with it because it's with Zava. He even invited a friend. He introduces Michael as just his mate to all of his teammates, but Michael is a lot more than that because Colin has been hiding a secret, and that's the fact that he's gay. Michael isn't just his mate, it's his boyfriend. But Michael knows to play the part. So when he meets all of Colin's teammates, he just says, yeah, I'm the best wingman in the world. The only person at this party who doesn't seem to be having a good time is Jamie. While Zava is scoring on the pitch nonstop, Jamie is in a bit of a slump. The addition of Zava has taken the shine away from him quite a bit, but he also isn't getting the ball as much, which means he's pressing. When he does get the ball, he kicks it way over the net. So while everyone's enjoying the food and the ambiance, Jamie can't help but think that he's become a weak link. It also doesn't help the fact that he's not getting the ball. Roy notices Jamie sulking in the corner, so he decides to walk up to him and say, dude, what is going on with you? We're on a 5-game win streak. Why aren't you happy? And Roy gets his answer when Zava walks in the room and Jamie kind of scoffs at it. Roy looks at Jamie and says, he's the best player on the team. You used to be, but now you're not. And you still could be the best if you weren't such a prima donna. Jamie tells Roy, I want to be better than him. And Roy says, I could train you. And Jamie says, yeah, I want this. So the training starts right then and there. Roy ain't letting Jamie eat any of this food, no matter how delicious it is. Sam, though, didn't invite just the team to this party. He also invited the front office, and that includes his former fling, Rebecca. While she's having a good time hanging out with Keely, what she heard earlier the day from that psychic is still sitting with her. She's been trying to make sense of all of it all day, and she just can't. That is until Sam starts handing out some party favors, and they're matchbooks for his restaurant. Green matchbooks. He hands them out to everybody, including Trent Krim, who takes one before he leaves and starts to walk home. And he looks down an alley not too far away from the restaurant, and he notices that Colin is hooking up with Michael. And it's hard to tell whether he'll include that in the book or not. In episode 4, Roy was definitely not lying. While he started training the previous night, he also continues it early in the morning when he wakes up Jamie for a run. Ted had a little bit better of a wake-up. He woke up with Sassy after the two had a nightcap, but as she's leaving, Ted asks her out on an actual date, and she says no. When Ted asks why, she says, Ted, you're a mess. She's just simply more comfortable with the current arrangement, friends with benefits. Ted then has to get ready for work because it's a big week. They're playing West Ham, something that is consuming Rebecca's mind. She heads to KJPR to vent to Keely about the nice things that Rupert said about Richmond in the press. And while Keely is being a good friend and being supportive, she also has a business to run, and she's sending Shandy over to the pitch because Shandy is doing a new campaign for Banter. The man that you could be talking to on Banter might be a professional football player. It's going to involve all the single players, and when Rebecca hears that, she mentions all of them, but really focuses on Sam being single. She finds out, though, that Sam isn't on Banter anymore. Not that Rebecca cares about that sort of thing. Shandy heads out, and then Barbara comes in because she's looking for 2 tickets to the game on Saturday. Their big investor, Jack Danvers, is coming into town. Keely's so oblivious that she doesn't even know this guy's name, but she's willing to get him tickets. Rebecca takes care of that. Back over at the facility, the boys are trying to figure out how they're going to beat West Ham, and there's definitely some concern in the room that they just can't do it. When Ted finally interrupts, he gets the conversation on a more important matter. The fact that Sassy said that he was a mess. It ends up resulting in a meeting of the Diamond Dogs. Initially, Roy doesn't want to be in it, but he gets into it because Beard says, this has nothing to do with Sassy. This has to do with Nate. You're acting like everything's normal, like he didn't hurt you, but he did hurt you. Ted tries to tell him, look, this has nothing to do with Nate. I'm asking you if I'm a mess. And Higgins says, I just don't understand. I don't understand how you're not mad at Nate. No matter how much Ted doesn't want to talk about the issue, it's become clear that this is going to be the main topic of the Diamond Dogs meeting. The fact that Ted continues to act like Nate's actions didn't affect him at all. Roy jumps in when Ted says, Nate didn't hurt me. Roy yells, that's bullshit. While they were having this meeting, though, outside in the locker room, the players were discussing how they need to ignore the talking heads of the media. Zava especially says these people don't know what they're talking about. And Jamie agrees with him, saying, yeah, we just have to focus on what we need to do. Isaac gets up in support and says, yeah, you guys are right. And he goes to slap the Believe sign, only to reveal that the Believe sign has been torn in half. Up until this point, the players had no idea, and now they're wondering who the hell did it. Trent Krim, who watched this entire interaction, decides to go searching for some answers. Meanwhile, the guy who actually did tear the sign, Nate, is trying to turn his newfound celebrity status into a date. He goes to that restaurant that he tried to get a reservation at last year and kind of got turned down, but eventually turned it into a reservation. Yeah, he heads there. He kind of tries to hit on the hostess, but she doesn't really seem to care about him or his celebrity status or any of that. The owner knows who he is, and he comps the meal, but Nate still walks out of that place single. Nate heads back to the office, but he's not worried about Saturday's game. What he's really worried about is this is the first time he's going to see Ted since the whole blow-up. He tells Rupert that he feels like he owes Ted a little bit of an apology, but Rupert says no. You did what was best for you. What were you supposed to do? Hang around and support Ted for the rest of your life? You've done nothing wrong. You've earned this job. Nate asks Rupert, what am I supposed to say when I see him? And Rupert says you shake his hand, you say hello, you look him in the eye, and then you go out and beat him. Nate really, really appreciates this talk. Back at his former club, they're finding out, though, what Nate did. Trent Cram might have been a reporter, but now he's an investigative journalist who found the security camera footage. He calls Ted, Roy, Beard into a room and shows them that it was Nate who was the one who tore the sign down. Beard and Roy want to show the video to the team. They feel like it could motivate them, really fire them up. But Ted doesn't want to do that at all. He just tells them to go home. He's not going to use that tactic. For the team, it's ignorance is bliss. They've started Keely and Shandy's banter campaign. It includes Jamie, who Shandy seems to like quite a bit, and who Keely doesn't seem to be over. She starts talking about how Jamie used to be all about himself, but recently he's changed. And as she's talking, she's realizing what she's saying. Because up until this point, she knew it, but she had to say it out loud for her to actually realize it. Shandy, though, doesn't care about any of that. She just wants to know if it's okay if she tries to sleep with him. And Keely plays it off like it's okay. The next day is match day. Keely and Rebecca show up because they're going to be watching the game together, and Keely's really nervous because she's going to meet Jack for the first time. She wants to impress him. She heads into the bathroom, though, before she heads to the suite, and she realizes that it's that time of the month. Lucky for her, there's somebody in the stall next to her, so she decides to ask her, hey, do you have a tampon? And she starts making some comments that probably are a little too forward, a little too brash. She doesn't really think anything of it, though, until she gets out of the bathroom and meets Jack. And Jack isn't a guy, it's a woman. And Jack was the one who gave her the tampon in the bathroom. It's kind of embarrassing for Keely. Jack, though, seems to handle it well. She understands because, she's been through that kind of thing before. Doesn't really think anything of it. She just kind of wants to enjoy the game. But most of this game is going to be centered around the coaching battle between Ted and Nate. It's also going to be the first time these two see each other, and it's going to be a little bit awkward, especially for Nate. Even after Rupert's pep talk, when Ted gets in the same elevator as Nate, he tries to hide in the back and not be seen, but Ted sees him. Ted acts like nothing went down between the two, like he's excited to see Nate, and it seems like Nate gets pretty close to apologizing, but when the elevator doors open and Rupert's standing there, he can't bring himself to do it. They then have to get ready for the actual game. Even though they seem to have a pretty good interaction in the elevator, when Nate and Ted go out to the pitch, Ted walks up to Nate and shakes his hand and says, hey man, let's have fun out there. But Nate just gives him daggers. And Nate isn't the only one. So are Beard and Roy because they know what Nate did at this point. Unfortunately, though, it doesn't go down like that after one half. Jamie's form is still pretty poor. He misses a pretty easy goal, but they are getting good goaltending from their new goalie, Van Dam. He got the confidence from Zava to change up his name from Zorro to Van Dam because he likes Jean-Claude Van Damme. And it seems to be working until West Ham score. And then right before halftime, thanks to Nate the Great's tactical genius, they score again. And it's 2-0. Ted goes in and talks to the team, but he sees Rebecca, so he puts that on hold to go see what's up with her. And she's freaking out a little bit. This one really meant a lot to her. She doesn't want to lose it. So she tells Ted, I just want to tell you I believe in you, and I know I've been putting a lot of undue pressure on you, but forget all of that. Be yourself and have fun. Although she's not overly convincing with any of that. When Ted walks back into the locker room, the team is fired up. And that is because while Ted was out in the hallway talking to Rebecca, Beard and Roy decided to show them the video of Nate tearing up the sign. The Richmond team walk out of the tunnel for the second half, and they are ready to kill. All of them shooting death stares at Nate. but it actually works against them. They get yellow cards that turn into red cards. They play completely undisciplined, and they end up losing 4-1. At the end of the match, Ted goes to shake Nate's hand, but he just runs onto the pitch, completely blowing off his old boss. It also didn't go much better in the stands. Jack is really tough to read for Keely, but it didn't seem like she had that good of a time. She also overhears a conversation between Shandy and Keely when Shandy proudly announces that banter is trending, but it's not for a good reason. Shandy, without the consulting of Keely, decided to change one of the lines in the banter ad to say, "Want to hook up with a rich celebrity?" although she didn't use the word hookup. This is a really embarrassing moment for Keely because it looks like she doesn't have control of her company. She pulls Shandy aside and says, "You need to change this right away. This is not acceptable." But Shandy pushes back, saying, "Banter's going to love this. I've tripled their subscribers in an hour." Keely, though, reiterates, "You need to change it back." And Shandy reluctantly agrees. As for Rebecca, she's milling about the suite level when she sees that Rupert hasn't changed his ways at all. He's sneaking off with his secretary. When she eventually does go to leave and she's going to get her car, she ends up running into Rupert and Bex. They're cordial, but Rebecca whispers into his ear, "I saw you with your assistant. Your daughter deserves better, and so does Bex. Stop messing around." Down in the locker rooms, it's pretty catatonic after the match for Richmond. Beard and Roy just want to get yelled at by Ted, but he doesn't give them that. He just tells them to shake it off. There's a lot of football left. And they hate that. They'd rather be yelled at. In the other locker room, things are great. Nate tells the media that it was easier than he thought it would be. But they did notice that he snubbed Ted in the handshake. And they ask about it, and Nate didn't even realize he did it. He just tells them that he got caught up with the excitement. He is getting rewarded, though, for this big win. Nate does see Ted near the bus, and he's about to walk up to him and shake his hand, apologize, just talk to him, but Rupert's assistant comes down and says, "Mr. Shelley, Mr. Mannion wants to meet you here in an hour, and it's a VIP pass for a club in London." When Nate shows up at that club an hour later, Rupert has a couple of ladies waiting for him, and they look a lot better than the hostess from that restaurant. Later that night, the losing coach, Ted Lasso, is not even thinking about the game. He's thinking about what's going on at home. He FaceTimes Michelle, and he tells her how he feels about the whole situation. He tells her that this whole situation pisses him off, and he's upset that they didn't get to talk about it earlier. He apologizes for saying it, but he also adds in, "I'd feel bad if I didn't say it, because we have to raise this little boy together." They then say goodnight to each other, and in episode 5, it is a month after the team lost to Nate in West Ham, and their form has gotten worse and worse. They are on an unbelievable skid. Everyone's pretty pissed off, and everybody thinks they have the reasons on why the team's playing so badly, except Ted. He doesn't seem all that mad about it. He just figures it's a bad stretch and they'll fix it. But Rebecca is furious. She storms into the coach's office right after the latest game and says, "Are we ever going to win again?" It's an attitude that Ted hasn't really seen much, so he gets a little concerned, honestly, and he tells her, "Yeah, we're actually talking about it right now, about some strategies. We'll fix this thing." Once she leaves the office, she heads to go grab some coffee by herself, and she ends up running into her ex-boyfriend, John. He's doing quite well. Actually, he's engaged, and he thanks Rebecca because if she never broke things off with him, he never would have met his fiancée. His fiancée, of course, agrees with this, thanking Rebecca as well, and says that John is her shite in nining armor. And that freaks Rebecca out because that is what the medium said. It didn't make sense at the time, and now Rebecca hearing it, it's as if everything is coming true. First the green matchbook, and now this. So it really changes her mood up. For the rest of the day, it's all she can focus on. But back over with the team, they're pretty confused as well. It has nothing to do with shite in nining armor. It has to do with how Nate ended up getting the model Anastasia. The guys don't know that Rupert set up that date. But that date has ended up making the tabloids, so it's circulating that Nate and Anastasia are currently dating. In reality, they only met that one time. It's not much, and in fact, Nate didn't even ask for her number. Rupert's assistant walks into Nate's office and gives it to him, saying, "My friend was pretty surprised you didn't ask for this, so you might want to call her." And Nate does that, and they do, in fact, set up a date. Nate takes Anastasia to that restaurant, the same one with the hostess that he's been crushing on. He feels like it might impress her, make her jealous a little bit. But Nate's actual date, Anastasia, is not impressed at all. In fact, she finds the place pretty drab and dreary. Nate explains to her why that restaurant means so much to him, but she just doesn't care, and she uses an excuse to get out of there. Nate has to watch as Anastasia hops in a convertible with the rest of her model friends as Wake Me Up Before You Go blasts in the background. Apparently, it wasn't just something from Zoolander. Models really do this. But it leaves Nate in the restaurant all by himself. Jade, the hostess that Nate's been crushing on, comes over with the baklava that he ordered, and he mentions how he can't eat it alone. So she actually sits down, and the two finally have a conversation. And it seems like it goes pretty well. So this night that looked like a disaster for Nate ends up turning around pretty quickly because the girl that he actually wants to date finally seems interested in him. Back with Nate's former boss, Ted, he, along with Beard and Roy, are trying to figure out how they're actually going to get back in the win column. They're going through tactics, and even Trent Krim chimes in with a tactic, but he thinks that won't work. The problem, ironically, is Zava. The guys are just kind of stuck watching him do everything. While it worked in the beginning, it's no longer working, and they're concerned. But Ted really gets concerned when he sees a message from Michelle telling him that Henry had a bullying incident at school. Michelle just kind of wanted to keep him updated on what's going on. But this really throws Ted for a bit. He feels like if he were at home in Kansas, it never would have happened. So he's going to try to set up a time to talk to Henry one-on-one about the situation. The next day, things don't get better for Ted. He doesn't know it, though, but Leslie goes up to the office and tells Rebecca, I think we need to consider letting him go. And it doesn't bring Leslie any joy to do this. In fact, he putters through trying to say it. He hates the idea of letting Ted go. And Rebecca hates it as well. She feels like the club will eventually get back in the win column. But Leslie just mentions the fact that, hey, if we continue down this road, it is something we need to consider. And it's the first time since Ted has shown up and Rebecca's actually got to know him that letting Ted Lasso go has even been brought up in conversation. Rebecca isn't really thinking, though, about firing Ted. She just can't shake what this medium said. And the fact that things are happening is troubling her even more. So she heads to the doctor to find out if it's even possible that she can have children. And when she sits down with him, he says, yes, actually, it's very possible. I treat women like you all the time. But just to be sure, we'll run some tests and make sure that you can, in fact, have kids. So Rebecca goes through the battery of tests, and she's hoping to get the updates the next day. Back with the club, they're a little frazzled too. It has nothing to do with mediums. It has to do with their poor play. And the fact that they're playing the best team in the league next, Man City. It seems like a foregone conclusion that they're going to lose this one. And even Sam's usual positivity isn't working on the club. Jamie actually has to stand up and say, guys, we're good too. We're in a bit of a rut, but stop acting like we're not talented and we can't hang with that club because we can. And Zava stands up after Jamie and agrees with him. He looks around the room and says, I know that in my heart and in my bones that there is no opponent that this team cannot conquer. You will win not because of me, because you guys will work together. And together you can achieve anything. This really pumps up the group, and they're ready to take it to Man City the next day. But Man City really isn't on Ted's mind at the moment. When he gets home, he finally gets to FaceTime Michelle, and she tells him some troubling news about the bullying situation. Up until this point, Ted thought it was Henry who was bullied. No, it was Henry who was doing the bullying. Ted wants to talk to him because he's troubled by this, but Michelle says he's at the park right now. Jake thought it'd be a good thing to get outside and get some fresh air. So now, not only does Ted know that his son is being a bully, but he knows that his son is getting this fatherly advice from his former therapist. For Ted, this is his hell. But he does have to forget about it because the next day they have the big match against Man City. Before they go out, Beard and Roy give Ted some words of encouragement because they can tell that his mind's not really in it. They then have to go out to the pitch, but there's one person missing, and it's Zava. He just didn't show up, and no one quite knows where he is. So Colin's back in the starting lineup, but everybody's wondering where the team's best player is, including Ted. They're going to have to go this one without Zava, and it doesn't go their way. They get absolutely hammered again. When Rebecca gets back up to her office after the game, she finds out from Leslie where Zava was because word has gotten out that he's hinting at retirement. Before she can even process this information, she gets a phone call from her doctor with the update. It's hard to really tell what news she gets because all she says is, yes, right, that's what I thought. She does seem kind of thrown off by what she hears on the other end of that phone. She calls up Keely, but Keely doesn't answer because Keely had a really busy day at KJPR. It turns out Jack does like her. She actually sides with Keely in a debate between Keely and Barber on the future of the company. Barber thinking that they should expand and Keely wanting to stay boutique. And at least Keely has gained a friend in Jack because she's losing one in Shandy. Shandy's still pissed off about the whole banter thing. So yeah, she's still mad and her attitude sucks. Jack hears all of this, and once Shandy leaves, Jack tells Keely how she could appropriately fire Shandy, which is something that Keely hadn't thought of. But once Keely gets back from lunch, Shandy makes her own grave because Barber comes in to let her know that Shandy called up a client at 4 a.m. and was pretty harassing to them. It caused the client to fire KJPR. And that is just the straw that breaks the camel's back, and Keely has to let Shandy go. And Shandy does not take it well. She tries to pull a Jerry Maguire, storming out to the sales office and saying, all right, I'm starting my own firm. Who's with me? And no one really is. She leaves, but she eventually comes back, and as a parting gift, she puts a baby goat in the conference room, which craps all over the place, stinks up the entire office, and forces Keely and Jack to miss the Richmond match. This allows Jack and Keely to bond, though, and boy, do they ever bond. As they drink some of Shandy's alcohol that she hid around the office, Keely eventually kisses Jack, and it leads to the two hooking up in the office. But when they're hooking up, Keely misses Rebecca's phone call, and in that moment, Rebecca really needed Keely because she needed somebody to talk to about what she heard from her doctor. On top of it, her club is in shambles. After the match, Ted's mind was still focused back home in Kansas, and as he stood at the Pyramid of Success, he couldn't stop thinking about it, and he could feel a panic attack coming on. He snaps out of it, though, when he hears his phone ring, and it's finally Henry. He's finally able to talk to him one-on-one. Henry owns up to his mistake and says that he's made good with the kid that he bullied, and they set up time later that night where they can play video games together online. But as Ted is talking to Henry out in the locker room, Leslie is informing the team of the unfortunate news that Zava has retired. And then Zava makes a video statement. He basically says that he's done with football, he's played his last match, and he's going to live his days on a farm with his family. This news is heartbreaking to some, mainly Danny Rojas, who really grew attached to Zava. Ted, who knows about the news at this point, walks out to address the team, but he doesn't address Zava. He just tells them that they'll get this thing back on track. There's no practice. He basically acts like it's business as usual. Until Sam brings up Zava, and it kind of forces Ted to address the elephant in the room. Ted says that Zava was great, but he wants guys that want to be here. And clearly Zava didn't. He knows that deep down, they can win with the current team that they have. There's no reason they can't. And all they need to do is believe it. And as he says that, the believe sign once again comes down because it was never fixed. All the players think it's a sign. And Ted says, no, you're right, it is a sign. Guys, it's just that. It's just a sign. He grabs it and starts tearing it up. He turns to everybody and says, belief doesn't just happen because you hang something on a wall. Belief happens because of what's inside of you. A lot of time, you have so much crap inside of you that crap gets in the way of the belief. But I don't want to mess around with that crap anymore. You know what I want to mess around with? The belief that I matter, whether I achieve something or not. Or the belief that we all deserve to be loved. Or how about the belief of hope? That's something I want to mess with. Believing that things can get better, that I can make them better. And if each of you can do that, if you can truly do that, can't nobody rip that apart. This little speech puts the team's mind back on track. In episode 6, the team goes to Amsterdam for a friendly. And as Ted learns, a friendly is a really fancy way in soccer of saying an exhibition. The team gets hammered. Roy probably has the best answer in a post-game presser ever. He's asked about the team's struggles, and he says, this is a friendly. It's a fake game. You're a fake reporter. These are fake questions. None of this matters. And he walks away. He didn't really even want to do the post-game presser, but he was asked by Keely, and he's still in good terms with her, so he agreed. But Keely isn't staying in Amsterdam. She's asked by Rebecca if she wants to hang out, but no, Keely has plans with Jack, So as soon as the game's over, she runs off. And that's something that Roy notices. He asks Rebecca where she's going, and Rebecca wisely says, to somebody who appreciates her. The team, though, is playing extremely stiff. It can't be ignored. So even though they just got crushed, Ted decides no practice tomorrow. He announced to the team, guys, go out, live it up. We're in Amsterdam. Go have fun. Let loose. I'll see you tomorrow on the bus when we head home. But upon this announcement, Roy announces to Jamie, yeah, you're not doing that. We're still training. He's not happy about what's going on with Keely, and he's going to take it out on Jamie. At least he planned on it. Jamie loves Amsterdam. He basically takes Roy on a tour of Amsterdam, acting like he's an Amsterdam expert. At one point, he decides, you know what, let's get some bikes and do a bike tour. But he learns that Roy Kent has no idea how to ride a bike. He was planning on learning from his grandfather, but then his grandfather died, and he just never learned how. But Jamie isn't deterred by that at all. He decides in that moment to teach Roy how to ride a bike. Roy gets really frustrated, but after a while, he picks it up, and the two head off to go find a windmill, an actual windmill in Amsterdam. Turns out they actually get along quite well. They aren't the only twosome, though, to split up. Higgins asks Will, the equipment manager, if he wants to hang out with him, and Will says, yeah, that'd be great. And Higgins tells him, all right, our first stop tonight is the red light district, which was something that Will didn't expect. But when they actually get to the red light district, it's not what Will was expecting. Now, Higgins is a jazz aficionado. He's obsessed with that kind of music. And there was a jazz musician who was famous who died in the red light district. So Higgins wanted to stop off and see the area that he died to pay respects to the legend. The second stop they go to is a jazz club. Higgins really wants to show Will live jazz music, which, as it turns out, Will likes quite a bit. But the two are front row center, and Higgins is really getting into the bass quite a bit, and the people on stage notice it. So they call Higgins up to perform live on stage, and Higgins revels in it. He's loving it, and he also crushes it. But he's not the only one who crushes something, because Will gets the eye of a couple, and they end up inviting him back for a threesome. So good for Will. He got laid. Ted had planned on hanging out with Beard, but he also texts Rebecca to see if she wants to hang out as well. Beard and Ted are planning on going to dinner, and Ted's looking up restaurants. The first one that catches his eye is a place called the Yankee Doodle Burger Barn. They came all the way to Amsterdam, and Ted wants to go to an American-themed restaurant, which Beard really isn't into. As Beard is getting ready, though, Ted mentions how he currently feels stuck. He needs to do something to get himself out of his own head. Beard comes out of the bathroom and says, I've been waiting for you to say those words for a very long time. Because even though they're in Amsterdam, Beard has brought his own drugs with him. Ted isn't so sure about taking stuff. Beard convinces him, though, that by taking some hallucinogens, it will definitely change the way that Ted sees the world, and it could inspire him. So he puts the stuff in 2 glasses of tea and pours one for him and one for Ted. Beard drinks his pretty quickly. Ted, however, has some reservations. They wait a little bit, and finally Ted turns to Beard and says, you know, if you want to go, and Beard doesn't think twice, telling Ted, yeah, I'll see you in the morning, and he leaves. So Ted's just left alone with this glass of tea. He once again texts Rebecca to see what she's up to, but she's been blowing him off all day. He gets sick of just sitting in his hotel room, so he drinks most of the tea and heads out. The first place he heads by himself is to a Van Gogh exhibit. The museum guide actually says some beautiful words to Ted about finding inspiration through beauty. Like Vincent, he implores Ted to never stop doing what he's meant to do, because if you're meant to do it, you need to always try. He then gives Ted a book and tells him that they close in 10 minutes, so Ted's got to get going. He gets a little hungry, so he decides to head to that burger barn, and it is as hokey as one would expect. You've got 3 sections you can sit in, the Windy City, the Big Apple, or Hollywood, and the host doesn't even know that Windy City is Chicago. But Ted sits down, gets a huge portion of food, and all of a sudden, that tea kicks in. As he's sitting there watching an old basketball game of Michael Jordan and the Bulls, one that he actually watched as a kid with his father, he gets inspired via the triangle offense. He starts thinking about triangles, where they came from, the origins. But then he starts thinking about triangles in the sense of soccer. And he starts frantically mapping out plays using, at first, the book that he was given, and then next, ketchup and mustard bottles. Now, his team, they didn't have as inspiring of a night. With all the freedom in the world, they decided that they would do something fun, but they couldn't agree on anything. They tried for hours. They threw out some ideas, including going to see a sex show, but no one could agree on one thing, and Isaac was very adamant that the team has to pick something to do together. They can't even agree on what food to eat, and finally, some of the alcohol starts talking, but Isaac gets tired of it, and he stands up and he yells at the group. So Sam grabs a piece of paper and writes down, "pillow fight." And they all agree. Yeah, that's how they're going to spend their night. Grown men with pillows and feathers flying everywhere, but they love it, and it does help bond the team. Although one member who is missing is Colin. He decided to bow out, saying that he didn't want to go to a sex show, which was originally going to be the plan. He wanted to go to a sex show, but it was a different kind of sex show. He slipped off to a gay bar. As he's ordering a drink, Trent Krim comes in, and Colin gets completely spooked. He rushes out of the bar so he's not caught by Trent, and Trent runs after him and says, "Colin, I've known for months, and there's probably a good reason why I haven't said anything. Think about it." This immediately puts Colin's mind at ease. They go, they grab a drink, they talk about Trent coming out to his wife and how happy his child currently is, but the struggle of keeping that lie was too much for him, and he doesn't understand how Colin's able to do it. Colin tells him that nobody at the team knows, and he'd like to think that nobody would care, but he doesn't want to put him in that situation. But it does seem like having somebody know that is close to the team is helping put his mind at ease. And for the rest of the night, he and Trent go and hang out at a gay bar and have a blast together. So that's what the team was up to. The owner, she wasn't blowing off Ted's text just because she was mad at him. She wasn't. She actually fell into a canal. She was rescued by a decent-looking guy on a houseboat. She was soaking wet, so he let her change, dry her clothes, hop in the shower to clean up a bit, and he even gave her some tea, promising that he didn't drug her. They ended up talking, chatting, really getting along. Turns out that this guy had a long-term girlfriend, but she cheated on him. And he was in a bad place, but he's no longer like that at all. Guy's former military, he owns a house, he owns a boat, albeit they're the same thing, but he seems like the total package. Oh, and he can cook. I mean, Rebecca really gets along with this guy, to the point where when her clothes finally are dry, she decides to throw some alcohol on them so they're wet again, so she can spend more time with this guy. He wraps up the night by giving her an incredible foot massage that actually puts her to sleep. When she wakes up the next morning, she has to ask him, "Hey, did we hook up?" And he says, No, we didn't. He offers to cook her breakfast, but she says, "No, I got to get going." And right before she leaves, she tells him, "I'll never forget you." And then she kisses him. But she never even gets the guy's name. She never even gives her name to him. It's just a really, really good night. Rebecca heads back to the hotel to join the team on the bus, and everybody is in a good mood. Ted thinks he's revolutionized the game of soccer. He shows Beard, who somehow found his way into a animal-themed David Bowie band during the night. And Beard loves it, but he has to reveal to Ted that it was actually a theme that was created in Holland. This whole triangle offense, positionless soccer. He then, though, reveals to Ted that they got a bad batch of tea. He was able to confirm it with the bus driver back in Richmond who gave him the batch. So it turns out that Ted wasn't tripping. He literally came up with this inspiration on his own. But it is something that they definitely are going to try once they get back to Richmond. And once they get back to Richmond, they've got a bus full of people that are flying high, good spirits and all. In episode 7, when Sam gets back into town, he heads to his restaurant. He's really excited because his dad is finally coming into town, so he's going to be able to see it. But most of the staff, including his head chef, Simi, is more concerned with the political situation. There's a boat of refugees headed to Britain, but there's one politician who wants to close up the borders. She doesn't want to let them in, even though the refugees include women and children. Simi is really, really pissed off about it, and Sam just tries to cheer her up because, as he says, it's way too early for you to be this angry. After checking in on the restaurant, though, he has to head to the training facility to go through practice. And at practice, Ted decides to introduce the team to total football. The idea that he dreamt up in a somewhat fever dreamish state, but was actually created years earlier. Beard gives a whole presentation on its origins, its ideas, who uses it, who's been successful with it. And the idea of it is positionless football. If you want to jump up in the rush, that's fine, but somebody needs to know to drop back. All of the team is kind of hesitant to buy into this idea. And Roy gets up and yells at all of them, "This is what we're doing. We're going to train this, and in a couple of months, we'll be experts at total football." But there was a communication disconnect between Roy, Beard, and Ted, because Ted informs him, "No, we're actually doing this today, and we're going to unveil it this week." And Roy says, "Well, that's just dumb." But they try it day one. It doesn't go great. And after practice, Beard and Ted head off to the bar. When May, the bartender and owner, drops off the beer, they can tell that she's disappointed. And she explains that when Richmond isn't doing well, business doesn't do well. So yeah, she isn't in the best mood. And neither are the supporters. They walk up to Ted and tell him that they got too soft on him. It's pretty clear that when they were hard on him, the team performed better. And Ted understands their frustration, so he actually invites them to come watch practice all week. Beard thinks this is a wild idea, but as Ted says, hey, it's their team. We're just renting it for a bit. The next day, when they show up to the training facility, there are the supporters sitting there, wanting to see what Ted Lasso has in store. He tells the group that there are 4 things they need to focus on. Number 1 is conditioning. They have to be able to run up and down the pitch and then some. Number 2 is versatility. They need to be able to play everywhere. Number 3 is awareness, because they have to know where to play and when. And then number 4, well, Ted doesn't know what that one is yet, but he'll get to it later. So they start off with the conditioning, and Roy runs them to death. After practice, Sam decides to go head back to the restaurant where the refugee story has gotten bigger, because the boat is on the outskirts of England, and it's a big story on whether or not the officials will let them into the country. The politician that Simi hates had some bold remarks about the situation. She says anybody trying to enter the country illegally will tell them that England is closed. Simi cannot stand this woman. She thinks that she's ruining the country with this ideology. And Sam says, maybe somebody can speak to this clearly misguided person. So he writes off a tweet. It simply reads, "Profoundly disturbed by the situation in Portsmouth Harbor. I hope Brenda Barrow will reconsider her position and help make Britain better than this." He fires off the tweet and doesn't really think much of it. The next day, Sam, along with his teammates, head to practice. Now they're going to work on versatility. So Ted gives everybody a card and makes them switch positions. Everybody except Jamie, that is. They let him say striker, and he can't quite figure out why. But he goes along with it. After 3 days of this, it's been a pretty big disaster. So much so that Trent Krim comes in and asks Ted if he really thinks this is a good idea. And Ted admits he has no idea. It could go either way, but he's willing to try something new. Now, the 4th day of practice, things just get weird. They work on awareness, and the way they do this is by tying strings to one another's tails. Because if somebody's going to go up, then the other person needs to go back, so you need to be aware of where your teammates are at all times. And Roy figured that this would be the way to do it. It's a bold training tactic, and it doesn't work at all. But after practice, Sam comes off the pitch, opens his phone, and there's a tweet from that politician, Brenda Barrow. She says that Sam should worry less about the safety of our nation and worry more about being a mediocre player on a mediocre team. Hashtag shut up and dribble. This comment hurts, and Sam decides to respond with saying, well, I'd rather be a mediocre player than a world-class bigot. Before practice the next day, Sam decides to once again head to the restaurant, but he's surprised at what he finds, because the whole place has been absolutely destroyed. Burglars broke in and just ransacked the place, and they wrote on the wall, "Shut up and dribble." Sam is infuriated. He shows up to the pitch a little bit late. Isaac tries to joke with him, but he loses his cool. And Isaac says, "What's your problem?" And that's when Sam just goes off. He yells at everybody in the room that the world is full of evil people who do crappy things, but I can't deal with that right now because I have to go kick a little ball around. Which, by the way, those same people love me for, unless I mess up, and then they hate me again, and they want to ship me back to where I came from. Sam is irate. It takes all of the team back. Well, more than the team, it takes his father back, because Sam was unaware that his dad was in the room. And when Sam sees his father, he just walks up to him and cries into his arms. the team and Ted give Sam a little bit of time alone so they can chat it out. Sam reveals to his dad that he doesn't even know if he's going to reopen the restaurant. And his dad said, "That's ridiculous, Sam. You absolutely have to open the restaurant. Do it for the people that come here looking for a taste of home. And as for the people who did this, if you really want to piss them off, forgive them. Yeah, just act like it's nothing." This chat with his dad does a lot for Sam to make him feel better about the situation. But it also means a lot to Sam and his dad when Ted walks up and says, "Hey, if you want to sit out, you can." Although his dad says, "Oh, no, he's not sitting out. He's going to practice." As the team is training, though, Rebecca finally is able to sit down with Keely and tell her all about what happened in Amsterdam with this mystery man. Keely can buy the fact that they didn't exchange names. She can buy the fact that they didn't exchange numbers. What she can't buy is the fact that they didn't have sex. But as Rebecca says, what we had that night, it transcended sex, although I would have liked to at least look at it. She then, though, asks Keely about her relationship with Jack, and it's going great, but there is one issue. Jack is buying Keely everything. It's a first edition book of one of her favorite books. It's filling up her office with flowers. And Rebecca warns her, "Oh, she's love bombing you. Yeah, she's buying you all of these things at first. Rupert did the same thing to me." And I'm not saying that Jack is Rupert, but what I'm saying is those shiny things, they tarnish. So just be aware and trust your gut, because I ignored a lot of red flags. The two women hang out again the next day, but this time it's at the match. Richmond is heading to Arsenal, and Rebecca has a very, very awkward interaction with Sam's father, who knows all about their relationship. Keely kind of saves her from that one. And luckily they don't have to talk too much because the match kicks off, and Richmond is struggling to get the whole total football down. They find themselves losing 3-0 at the half. Beard asks if they should just go back to the good old days, but Coach doesn't want to do that. He gives a whole speech about his mustache and facial hair and the blue-collar comedy tour, but deep down, the whole meaning of it is you got to get through some bad to find the good. So what they're going through now is nothing more than growing pains. Jamie then speaks up to the group and tells them that everybody is playing total football wrong, including himself. He's listed as striker, but what he should be doing is he should be playing midfield, because the whole game should be going through him. He shouldn't be the one scoring the goals. He should be setting them up. This logic makes sense to everybody, and when they go out in the second half, they execute it. They finally look like they're working as a team for the first time in weeks. They still lose. They lose 3-1, but they look better doing it. After the game, Trent Krim is the most pumped up person in the room. He says that total football is going to work for this team because of the Ted Lasso effect. And what the Ted Lasso effect is over 3 seasons, he's slowly but surely started building a club-wide culture of trust and support through thousands of imperceptible moments. That is the Lasso effect. And there's no bigger example of the trust and support than what happens when they get back to Richmond. Sam is driving his father around, and he asks his dad, "Do you want to go see the restaurant, even though it's destroyed?" And his dad says, "Yeah, absolutely." But when they get there, it's not destroyed anymore, because the team felt so bad for what happened to Sam that they secretly called Simi up and tried to fix it. The entire team is in there, fixing up the windows, painting over the graffiti, cleaning up the chairs. It really touches Sam's heart. Sam is also able to introduce his dad to Simi, who he's talked about quite a bit. And to reward everybody, his father gets in the kitchen and starts whipping them up a meal, because after all, the restaurant is named after him. And speaking of meals, Nate finally gets his date with Jade. It took a lot of hemming and hawing, but he finally just nutted up and asked her out, and she accepted. So the two sit down and have a meal, not at the restaurant that she works at. In episode 8 on the pitch, everything's going great. The Greyhounds are flourishing. They've won 4 in a row. But in his personal life, things are awkward. Michelle visited along with Henry. That should be the good thing, but they brought a guest, Jake Jacobson. That's right, Dr. Jacobson. The man that heard all of their marital problems and then decided to be the ultimate interloper. With a stupid name. You can't tell I'm on Team Ted with this one. But Ted's handling it about as well as one could expect. It's awkward for everybody involved, but Ted's trying to focus on the fact that he does get to spend time with Henry. He does, however, get really concerned when he hears Michelle say that Jake is taking her to Paris. And the reason why he gets concerned is the fact that Paris has always been a dream vacation for Michelle. It's got her favorite hotel, her favorite museum, even though she's never been. So what Ted's thinking is that Jake is going to propose to Michelle, and that is consuming his mind. So much so that he has to have a Diamond Dogs meeting to ask about where everybody would get engaged if they had a dream location, and everybody said Paris. The Diamond Dogs, though, make him feel a lot better by saying, well, Ted, you're getting obsessed over something that hasn't even happened yet. You probably should wait for it to actually happen to feel this way. So Ted's going to need some answers. That requires hiring a private investigator, and he goes to talk to Rebecca about that. And Rebecca, much like the Diamond Dogs, try to put his mind at ease, but he tells her, I have to know. So Rebecca's going to hire a private investigator to follow the couple around to figure out if they are, in fact, getting engaged. He then goes down to focus on practice, and the big story in the locker room is that there was a giant data leak of a bunch of celebrities. Nudes, videos, the whole shebang. They're calling it the Great Awakening. They all have a conversation about the ethics of looking at the pictures. People like Isaac think that you shouldn't because those pictures weren't meant for you. Other people in the room think that, hey, it's fair game. And people like Jamie think that the real enemy here is people who stole the data. But as they're talking, they then see a familiar name on the list of celebrities whose videos are out there. Keely. It's a surprise to everybody, and Isaac tells everybody in the room to delete all of the news that they have on their phone. Because now it's close. They actually know somebody affected by this. And he doesn't want it happening to his teammates. One person who's really, really concerned about this is Colin, because the nudes that he has on his phone are a little bit different than everybody else. So when Isaac commands everybody to delete everything right then and there, Colin decided to walk out of the room to privately delete his photos. And Isaac got mad. He followed him out there and said, dude, what did I tell you? Delete it right now. And he just instinctively grabs his cell phone and he sees what Colin was looking at. He doesn't say anything. He just nods, gives the phone back, and walks back in the locker room. But Colin's secret is out to at least one teammate. And as for Keely, she's not handling this all that well. She was in bed with Jack. They were discussing how they were going to go and spend time with Jack's uncle at a polo match. And that's when her phone started blowing up and she saw the video. She starts panicking, but Jack reassured her, don't worry, I'll take care of this. Keely, though, found out what take care of it meant when she got to her PR firm. Barbara handed her a statement from Jack that Jack wants Keely to put on her social media accounts. And it's pretty cold. The statement that Jack wants Keely to read is essentially, I am very sorry, I'm regretful, I vow to do better. It's a statement that you would write for someone who just had a DUI hit and run, not somebody whose video she made for a boyfriend leaked on the internet. Because of that, she gets pretty upset. She goes to talk to Rebecca about it, and Rebecca tells her this is nothing more than lawyer BS. I guarantee that Jack didn't actually write that for you. She just passed it down the pipeline. Go and talk to her about it. Let her explain herself. When Keely goes to leave the pitch that day, though, she runs into Roy, and Roy apologizes to her. He feels really bad about what's going on, but then he makes a mistake by asking her, who did you make that video for? And she's disgusted. As soon as Roy asks it, he knows he made a mistake. And Roy doesn't get the answer to this, but she made it for Jamie back in the day, because it was Jamie whose data was leaked. Keely, though, heads home. She does ask Jack about the statement, and just like Rebecca said, Jack blames lawyers. When Keely tells Jack that she can't do it, she can't make that statement, Jack understands and says that's fine. But while Jack tried to be supportive, deep down, she did want Keely to make a statement. Because after a fun day of going to miniature golf, she does rework the statement to make it sound more human, but it causes a big fight between her and Keely. Keely feeling like she shouldn't have to make a statement that makes it sound like she's sorry for making a video for a boyfriend, because she's not sorry. And Jack feeling like this is a really bad look. The girl that she's dating, whose PR firm she's funding, just had this video leak out. But what really sets the fight off is that Jack thinks Keely should be embarrassed about this video, and Keely doesn't think she should be embarrassed about the video. So the status of Jack and Keely is kind of up in the air at this point. But after Jack leaves, Keely does get a visitor, Jamie. Jamie feels horrible about what happened. Even though Keeley tells him that it's not his fault, he feels like ultimately it is because the video was sent to him, and he reassures her that he did delete the video, but he forgot about emails. She can tell that Jamie is genuinely sorry for this, and she gives him a big hug. She really appreciates it. While one relationship is dying, another is blooming. Nate and Jade are doing really good. She slept over. They did sex stuff. That's cool. Nate, though, is wondering what exactly they are. I mean, the guy did just lose his virginity, so he's thinking this could be the one. But the relationship is in such an infancy stage that he just doesn't know what to make of it. So he decides to bring the Diamond Dogs to West Ham. It doesn't really go over all that well, though. He invites Rupert. He doesn't even show up. The West Ham version of Leslie thinks he's getting fired. The assistant coach doesn't want to be there. They don't really give Nate any good advice. And Nate realizes that the West Ham version of the Diamond Dogs is probably a one and done. Nate, though, has to get ready for a match anyway. But as he's out there coaching, his assistant coach says, "Yo, look behind you. You're never going to believe it." And Nate turns around, and there's Lasso, Beard, and Henry. And Henry is sporting a West Ham jersey. Because with Michelle and Jake in Paris, that gave Ted the opportunity to spend the entire day with Henry, and Ted didn't have work. So he asked Henry, "What do you want to do?" And Henry told him, "I want to go to see a football match." The only one in town was West Ham. So this wasn't like they had their pick of the litter, but Henry was excited to see Nate in action because Henry doesn't know about the bad blood between Nate and Ted, even though that bad blood's pretty one-sided at this point. The image, though, of Ted being at the West Ham match does reach Twitter, the press, and Rupert texts Nate after the match and says, "Hey, I'm sorry about that. It'll never happen again." Initially, Nate says, don't worry about it. I thought it was funny." But he deletes that and says, "Good." When he gets to his apartment later that night, he is spending time with Jade, and she can't figure out why he doesn't want to celebrate the West Ham victory that day. And it's because all Nate can do is look at the picture of Ted, Beard, and Henry in the stands cheering him on, and he's got mixed emotions about it. But Jade points out, they look like they're happy for you, so you should be happy for you. And then she refers to Nate as her boyfriend. And that immediately puts Nate in a much better headspace. As for Ted, after the match, Ted, Beard, and Henry went to Maze, and that's when Ted got the phone call from Rebecca giving him the insight that her private detective came up empty. As far as he knows, Michelle and Jake didn't get engaged. But Rebecca has a very important message for Ted. Stop focusing on the past. Your relationship with Michelle, it's over. Go spend time with Henry. You're lucky that you get to be in his life. And you're so focused on your ex-wife getting engaged that you're losing precious moments with your son. Ted realizes that his boss is right, and he walks over and rejoins Beard and Henry, who are belting out "Hey Jude." Her private investigator was also right. Michelle didn't get engaged. And it seems like Ted realized he spent the majority of this trip worried about something that never even happened. In episode 9, we'll start out at West Ham, where Nate is enjoying life. His team is at the top of the table, and his relationship with Jade is going great as well. She actually stops by one day to give him lunch. But while he's thanking her, Rupert stops by. Nate introduces Jade to Rupert, Rupert to Jade. And if you didn't know Rupert, you would think he was friendly enough. But because we do know Rupert, he's a dick. Very dismissive, and you can tell he doesn't think much of a hostess. When it comes time for match day, as Nate is walking out to the pitch, Rupert says, "Hey, after the game, why don't me and you go out for a drink later?" And Nate says, "Yeah, that'd be great. Should I bring Jade?" But Rupert says, "No, just a boys' night." Although after the game, he finds out it's anything but a boys' night. Because he goes to the club that Rupert invited him to, and Rupert has 2 girls waiting. Nate is so turned off by the fact that Rupert is basically asking him to cheat on his girlfriend that he makes up a poor excuse on why he has to leave, one that Rupert knows is bullshit, and he walks out, actually going straight to Jade's apartment because she's the only one that he wants to be with. Now, over with Nate's former club, Richmond, things are also going great. The whole total football thing has really caught on, and Roy has to admit, "Yeah, I thought this was stupid, but it seems to be working out pretty well." The team is flourishing. They've won 7 in a row, and things are really looking up for Ted's club. At least that That's what it seems. There is some inner turmoil. It's really only between two players, Isaac and Colin. And that's because ever since Isaac found out about Colin's secret, he's been giving him the cold shoulder. Colin's tried to talk to Isaac about it, offering to go get a drink and discuss, but Isaac doesn't want anything to do with him. He's completely ignoring him. Ted doesn't know about any of this, though. As far as he's concerned, the club is happy. After a practice one day, he heads up to Rebecca's office where he finds Keely crying. That's because Jack has completely ghosted her. Jack saying she wanted to take a break certainly seems like it means break up. So Rebecca was being a good friend and consoling her in the moment. The reason why Ted actually showed up, though, wasn't to make Keely feel better, although he does feel bad. It was to let Rebecca know that he won't be able to do the press conference that day. He's got Zoom meetings with Henry's teachers, and he doesn't want to miss it. Keely actually suggests that Roy do it. Even though he hates that kind of thing, he's really good at it. So later on, Keely and Rebecca head down to the locker room to find Roy, and they tell him, "You're going to be doing the press conference." And Roy is not happy finding out that he will be the one to address the media. But he grits his teeth, and he tells both Keely and Rebecca that he'll reluctantly do it. Although, when it comes time to actually address the media, Roy's nowhere to be found. It's actually Beard getting into a very spirited debate with the media over the greatest guitarist of all time. Leslie doesn't know what's going on, so he goes and gets Rebecca, and Rebecca is just as confused as Leslie because she told Roy you're doing it. She didn't expect Beard to be arguing about Jimmy Page. But she quickly stops that press conference, and just to keep things organized, she tells the media, "Hey, if you have any questions for me." But their only question is the greatest guitarist of all time, and she stupidly answers, "The guy from Cream." When she gets out of there, she's pissed off, though. She specifically told Roy that he was to address the media, and then he blew it off, and everyone chalks it up to just, "Oh, that's Roy being Roy." Yeah, well, she's done with that. She has to go into boss mode. She storms into the training facility and yells at Roy, "Get in my office right now." When Roy does show up, she yells at him for skipping the press conference, and he apologizes, but does so in a manner that doesn't really seem like he's sorry. He just says, "I didn't know it was a big deal to you." And she rips into him. She basically gives him the same speech that he gave her last year when she was dating that average Joe type fella. She criticizes him for giving up when things are tough or they're not fun. And this whole woe is me act that he does, it's old. The problem is, in her mind, that Roy has convinced himself he doesn't deserve to be happy. And he needs to change that philosophy quickly. Now, one person who's trying to be happy is Colin. He wants to fix this thing with Isaac. Isaac's one of his best friends on the team, and now he's not talking to him all because he found out that he's gay. He goes to Trent for some advice, and Trent's advice is just give him time. Like, he probably shouldn't need it, but some people do. You've known you were gay your entire life. He just found out. But if you give him time, I'm sure he'll come around. The day of the match, though, Isaac is still giving Colin the cold shoulder. So much so that when they put their hands in to do the 1, 2, 3 Richmond, Colin puts his on top of Isaac's, and Isaac moves it. It seems like Colin's mood is carrying on over into the game as well. He seems very distracted and just out of sorts. But Colin also seems a little bit out of sorts. He makes an errant pass that leads to a goal, and Isaac screams at him. It's very uncharacteristic, but it leaves Richmond down 1-0 at the half. As they're leaving, some fan has some choice words for the team, but he crosses the line when he says the F word. And I'm not talking about fug. No, I'm talking about the one that is really, really crossing the line. When Isaac hears it, he actually storms into the stands and confronts the fan. Doing so is against the rules. It earns Isaac a red card, and red cards mean that you're kicked out of the game. So Richmond will now have to play the rest of the game a man down. But nobody knows exactly what's going on with Isaac. This is a completely out of character. So much so that Roy Kent has become the voice of reason, which no one expected. When they finally get everybody back in the locker room, it's pretty quiet. And Ted has to go, "Oh, okay, so no one's going to say something? Well, I'll say it. Isaac, what the hell's going on with you?" Isaac, though, doesn't want to say it. He doesn't want to expose Colin. He doesn't want to give him his secret. He doesn't even want to say the word. But Sam overheard it, and he tells the team what the guy had said. While Ted sympathizes with Isaac because it's a completely out-of-line insult that the fan had said, He also criticizes Isaac because he's put the team in a tough situation. Now they're one man down. The team kind of dismisses it, telling him, look, man, we've all heard that before. But there's one member of the team that is staying quiet, and that's Colin. He's got a lot of nervous energy right now. But Isaac, constantly hearing from his teammates that it's just something he needs to get over, it's nothing they haven't heard before, pisses him off even more. He finally freaks out at everybody and says, we shouldn't have to deal with this. What if one of us was gay? And then he walks out. Roy goes after him to make him feel a little bit better about the situation, but the rest of the team, they're left wondering if Isaac is gay. And they feel like he probably is. That outburst just seemed like it was out of left field. The reaction to the word seemed really personal. So the entire team starts talking about how they're going to support Isaac in this moment, because that's exactly what he needs. But Colin cannot sit back and let the entire team think that his friend is gay, knowing full well that he isn't. So Colin bravely stands up in front of the entire team and tells them, guys, Isaac's not gay. I am. To Colin's relief, everybody is super, super supportive. Most of them say things like, Colin, we don't care. But Ted stops and says, no, Colin, that's not true. We do care. He then goes on to tell a story about when he was a kid and he lived in Kansas City. Surrounded by Chiefs fans, he had a friend who was a Broncos fan. And he told the Broncos fan, I don't care that you're a Broncos fan. But that Broncos fan had to watch the Broncos in the Super Bowl alone. And Ted realized that he was a bad friend. Yeah, he said he didn't care, but he should have been there with his buddy. Instead, he, quote, didn't care. And his buddy was left alone to eat dip. Yeah, it's a questionable analogy, but it also makes a lot of sense. And it makes Colin feel a lot better when Ted says, we do care, and we're with you, 100%. With the team rallying around Colin, they head out to the pitch motivated, and they come back. They win 2-1 for their 8th straight, and Colin is the man of the match. He was incredible in this one. After the game, though, nobody wants to talk about the come from behind win. They want to talk about Isaac's outburst. Normally, Ted would handle the podium, but no, this time it's Roy. He heard what Rebecca said, and he's going to heed her advice. So he steps up, reluctantly, and he does the press conference in a very Roy Kent fashion. The first question is about Isaac and whether the organization condones it, and of course, Roy says no. And then the question is, well, then why did he do it? Roy doesn't answer that question, but what he does do is tell a story from when he was a youngster at Sunderland. There was an older player, and him and his wife were pregnant for the first time. Roy made a snide remark about how there was a % chance that he was the father, and this older player went nuts. He beat the crap out of Roy. It was very uncharacteristic, and it actually got the guy kicked off the club. And because of this outburst, no other team would touch him. Roy realized later on that he was a dick for the comment, and he saw the guy in the pub about a year later. He apologized for the comment, and the guy told him that the reason why he really snapped was because him and his wife had lost the baby a month earlier. He didn't tell anybody. Nobody knew. He just kept it bottled up. So the point of this is, nobody knows what other people are going through. Yeah, fans buy a ticket, they think they can say whatever they want, but at the end of the day, we're just people. And footballers have the same problems as others. So Roy doesn't know why Isaac did what he did. Of course, that's a lie, he does. But he also tells the media, it's none of my business. Roy absolutely shines in this presser. At the end of the night, everybody goes home, including Colin, but he gets a knock at the door. And it's Isaac. Up until this point, Colin thought that Isaac was mad at him because he's gay. But it's actually the farthest thing from the case. Isaac was mad at Colin because Colin didn't tell him. That's what really upset Isaac. Colin didn't feel comfortable telling one of his best friends the truth, that he was hiding this. And Colin explains, I was 99% sure that you'd be okay with it, but that 1%, it gave me too much doubt. He then invites Isaac in, and the two discuss what it's like being a gay professional athlete. In episode 10, the Greyhounds continue to flourish on the pitch, but it is the international break. It's the point of the season where players go off and represent their home countries in international play. Some of those players are going to include Jamie Tart for England, Colin for Wales, and then the big match is going to be between Danny Rojas and Van Dam. Although Danny makes it painfully clear to Van Dam that he's not here to be his friend. They are currently enemies. The normally smiley, happy Danny Rojas has turned into an absolute stone-cold killer. The one person, though, surprisingly not chosen to represent their home country is Sam, and the slight is pretty big. The whole team feels bad for him because the whole team realizes that Sam Adesanya should be chosen for the Nigerian national team. Right before Ted goes off for the break, he goes and meets with Rebecca. Now, while things are going well with the Greyhounds, things have certainly taken a turn over at West Ham. Nate has resigned. He's out as head coach. They start hypothesizing what could have led to this, and Ted's like, it's none of my business, I really don't care. But according to Trent, he's hearing that it could be inappropriate workplace violations. And that just doesn't sound like Nate. Leslie then enters the meeting and he tells everybody that Edwin Akufu is back in town and he wants to start a Super League. Right after Leslie explains to Ted why a Super League would be horrible, Rebecca gets a phone call from Rupert, although she sends it straight to voicemail. That doesn't mean Rupert is going to give up, though. Later on in the day, when Rebecca's out of her office, she runs into Sam. She apologized to him that he didn't make the national team. It's a little bit of an awkward interaction between the two. But when she returns to her office, there's Rupert. He snuck in from the guy that works the sewers. Rupert figured that Rebecca wouldn't be returning his phone calls because, she hates him. But he wanted to get a hold of her because he wants to invite her to the meeting with Edwin Akufu. She's definitely suspicious, but she tells him, I'll give it some thought. As Rebecca thinks about what she's going to tell Rupert, everybody leaves the pitch behind. That includes Sam, who heads to his restaurant, and he's expecting a packed house because they were sold out, but he finds it empty. And that's because there's only one group there, and it's Edwin Akufu. He had called under fake aliases and booked the restaurant up only to cancel last minute. He also paid the Nigerian national team $20,000 to leave Sam off. And finally, he's looking to open a Nigerian restaurant just a few blocks away from Olu's. So time has not healed this wound for Edwin Akufu. Roy Kent had a better afternoon than Sam, that's for sure. Phoebe wanted to celebrate Uncle's Day, which is a made-up holiday that she created, but she just wanted to celebrate her favorite Uncle Roy. They had a little bit of a party that Roy is completely uncomfortable with the entire time, especially when he finds out that Phoebe invited Roy's best friend, Jamie. Now, both Jamie and Roy claim that they're not best friends, but as Phoebe points out to Roy, you talk about him all the time. You're always hanging out with him. So while they deny it, it does seem like Phoebe has a point. And it wasn't like Jamie came empty-handed. He brought Roy a gift. It's Roy's English national team jersey. Roy likes that a lot better than what Phoebe got him. She made him a tie-dye t-shirt with red, orange, and yellow because they spell out Roy. And it's just really not Roy's thing, but he accepts it anyway. He even wears it into the office the next day, which catches everybody by surprise. And while they don't have practice and they don't have a game, everybody came to the training facility because they want to watch the international games. They want to watch their teammates. Even Sam showed up, even though he's completely depressed. Now, Rebecca's not watching the game with her team. She's up in her office, but she's pondering what to do about this Rupert invitation. She's asked Keely, but Keely isn't getting back to her, so she asked Leslie his thoughts. What she's concerned with is the fact that Rupert only invited her because she's a woman, and it would look really good on the resume of the Super League if they had a woman representing them. And Leslie tells her, go. Take the meeting. Hey, at least you have a seat at the table. So, per Leslie's advice, Rebecca texts Rupert back and says, I'll be there. She then heads home, she reminds herself in the mirror who she is, and she heads off to go meet with this Edwin Akufu Super League. And it's as she expected. It's a lot of old white dudes who want to just line their pockets full of money. Edwin has a meal prepared beforehand, and then he makes his pitch. He's promising big returns for all of the teams invited. And some teams are immediately in. I mean, hey, who doesn't like more money? But Rebecca gets a text from Keely wishing her well, apologizing for not being able to get back to her, but giving her some advice, saying, just think of all of these old men as little boys. And it works. Rebecca envisions the whole table full of little boys, and she yells at them, saying, what the hell are you guys doing? I mean, do you really need more money? You guys own these football clubs, but you don't own the football club. You don't realize how much these teams mean to these communities. She then tells a story to the entire table about a little boy who loved Richmond. but his family didn't have money to afford tickets, so he would sneak in. Eventually, one day, he got caught by a security guard, and he kicked that security guard in the balls, and he fled. And he didn't return until 25 years later when he bought the club. And the first thing he did was find that security guard and give him a raise. And didn't even tell him the reason why. And of course, that kid was Rupert. And the whole message is basically, football is for people. It's not just for you to get rich off of. Now, to the dismay of Edwin, this speech works. The vote doesn't pass, teams don't join, and Edwin is furious, throwing food at people. It leaves both Rupert and Rebecca to just crack up laughing at how ridiculous his response was. But through the laughing, Rupert gets the sense that maybe there's something there, and he goes to kiss Rebecca, although she pulls back. Yeah, that thought is still pretty gross to her. Rupert, though, wasn't the only person that's thinking about rekindling a relationship. So is Roy. He went to go pick up Phoebe at her school, sporting that brand new tie-dye t-shirt that she made him. He sees her teacher, and he's always had a pretty good relationship with her teacher. She's always flirted back at him. And she mentions how he looks better. He looks lighter. Like the last time she saw him, he was just bogged down in his own crap, but now he just looks more spry. They're talking with the teacher, though. He realizes that he has kind of messed up things with Keely. He feels like he should apologize. So he rushes off, he buys a notepad, and he starts trying to jot down an apology to her. He goes to deliver it thinking that she won't be home, but to his surprise, she is. And that's because Keely has had a bad few days. She went into KJPR to find it being raided. People were taking furniture out, and she wasn't sure why. And it was Barbara who told her that the funding was being pulled. Jack was supposed to get in touch with her, but apparently she never did. Eventually, Jack did get in touch with her, but it was via text. So unfortunately, Keely has lost her dream job. So that's why Keely's home when Roy stops by in the middle of the day. Keely reads the note, but then makes Roy read the note. And the note says that Keely never did anything wrong. It was all him. He feels really bad if she ever felt like she wasn't worth it or good enough, because she is. And he loves her. They end up going in, hooking up. It's cool. And then later on in the day, Rebecca stops by. Rebecca fills Keely in on why she's covered in food and how she was the baddest bitch at this meeting. Keely fills Rebecca in on everything that happened with the KJPR fallout. And Rebecca asks, well, how much money could they possibly be investing in this? Keely goes back and forth with Rebecca because Keely ultimately doesn't want to take her friend's money. But when Rebecca sees how much money it would take to keep Keely's PR company open, she laughs at it. She's like, I have this in my pocket. Yeah, we can keep your company open. They then have a good laugh about the whole Rupert trying to kiss her thing, with Keely pointing out that Rebecca would have to be at her lowest moment to hook up with her ex. And that's when Roy walks in the room. The next day, Keely walks back into KJPR, but she's all alone. She had given Barbara a goodbye gift. It was a snow globe. But as Keely is trying to make phone calls, Barbara walks back in. She tells Keely that she told Jack she no longer wants to work for her, and she wants to work for Keely. So KJPR has doubled the amount of employees they have to 2. That's the same day that everybody also comes back to the pitch from international play. And the weirdest thing is Van Dam has a broken nose because of Danny Rojas, but Danny is back to his old self. He's laughing, he's joking. It really freaks out Van Dam. And just like Danny, Rebecca has also had a change in attitude. When Ted comes up to give her morning biscuits, she tells him, Ted, I've realized I no longer care if I beat Rupert. Yeah, I want to beat Rupert, but I now want to win for all of us, for Richmond, not just to beat him. Now, it's unfortunate that they don't play Rupert's team right now because Rupert's team doesn't have a coach, and Nate is going through it. He's got paparazzi parked outside, and Jade comes and visits him, and what he's dealing with is the thought that he just made a horrible mistake, like he quit his dream job. Although when Jade asks, do you regret it, he says no. He's just wondering if it was the wrong move. Jade has to go out of town for a few days, so he's all alone. And he doesn't want to be surrounded by paparazzi, so in the middle of the night, he sneaks back to his parents' place. He kind of hunkers down in his childhood room. But eventually, his parents go out to the farmer's market, and he's got the house all to himself. He goes up in the attic, he finds his old violin, and he starts playing it. But he's taken aback when he turns around and his dad is sitting there listening to him. His dad mentions how he misses listening to Nate play, and Nate's surprised at that because he vividly remembers his dad saying he hated listening to Nate play. And this leads to a heart-to-heart with Nate and his dad. His dad tells Nate, "I love you. It was just difficult for me because you're a genius. I mean, you've always seen things differently. So I wanted you to be the best. I wanted you to use your gift for good. I just didn't know how to go about doing that." For the first time, Nate feels like his dad truly does love him, especially when his dad says, "Nate, all I wanted was for you to be happy." And for the first time since he won that day about a week ago, Nate is happy with him and his parents just playing cards. When he gets some free time, he decides to do a little bit of a redemption tour. He's able to sneak into the FC Richmond locker room, and he fixes all the kits, leaving a note for Will to find that says, "Sorry." The unbelievable season for FC Richmond continues with 2 games left, and they have a shot at winning the Premier League championship. The next game against Man City is huge because Man City is in first place. They're 4 points up. So winning or tying is a must if they want to hoist the trophy at the end. Normally, Ted would address the media, but he's not there because a special guest has arrived in town, his mother. He didn't know she was coming, and he's really uncomfortable when she shows up uninvited. But it's your mom, so you kind of have to entertain her. Because of this, Roy, Sam, and Jamie address the media. And for Roy and Sam, it's a normal press conference, but there's something going on with Jamie. He just is down on himself, which is weird because he just won the Premier League Player of the Month. But in his opinion, he didn't really deserve it. It's like that old confident Jamie Tart is nowhere to be found, and in its place is an insecure little boy. Now, while they were addressing the media, Colin, Isaac, and Will went searching for someone. Nate the Great. Nate has rebounded, if you want to call it that. He's gotten a job at the Taste of Athens with Jade. And they get wind of it, so they head over there. But not to mock their former coach. No, it's actually to ask if he wants to come back to the team. Nate's certainly interested in it, but he asks, "So this was Ted's idea?" And they say, "No. We just wanted to make sure that you were open to coming back before we talk to Ted." And even though they tell him that the team wants him back, when Nate finds out that this wasn't Ted's idea, he says, "No, I'm okay with being a waiter." After getting this no, they head to the pitch, and everybody meets Mama Lasso. Everybody quickly falls in love with Mama Lasso. She tells story after story regarding Ted. The issue that Ted has is a lot of them are half-truths. And the guys don't care. Rebecca doesn't care. But Ted does. Because deep down he feels like his mother is there for an ulterior motive, but he hasn't quite figured out what it is yet. It gets to the point where Ted stops story time to tell everybody, "All right, we actually have to go practice. We got a big game against Man City." Zora gets ready to go out there, but he's going to be wearing a face mask. It's something that most of his teammates are making fun of him for because he just looks goofy. But Jamie doesn't. He says, "I think it's smart to think about safety first." And that's the final straw for Roy. He's got to figure out what is going on with the team's best player. So he pulls Jamie into the cleat room and he says, "All right, what's up?" And Jamie starts having a breakdown. He starts crying and shaking and says, "I don't know what's going on with me. I'm just tired. I can't sleep. I can't eat." He doesn't know what's wrong with him. And Roy doesn't know what's wrong with him. He also doesn't know what to do. So he goes and asks Keeley for help. He wants Keeley to come with them on the trip to Manchester because the two people that know Jamie the best are Roy and Keeley. And they know that it's going to be emotional going back home for Jamie because his dad might be in the stands. The last time they visited Manchester, it didn't go so well. So it's really a last-ditch effort, but it's one that Roy thinks is worth trying. Before Roy leaves to go ask Keeley for help, which she ultimately accepts, he's in Ted's office along with Beard when Leslie shows up, and he's actually the one that sent the players along with Will to go ask Nate if he wants to come back. Everybody's on board with it, except Beard. He tells Ted, "If you bring that Judas back, I will burn this place to the ground." So bringing back Nate might have to wait a little bit. After practice, Beard, Ted, and Ted's mom go to May's pub. The boys are playing pinball. And while Ted's mom asks Beard how her son's doing, which Beard says, Ted. Ted is over in the corner trying to avoid small talk with his mom. When they get home that night, Ted's still a little bit on edge about his mother's arrival, but he's trying to handle it the best he can. She's not going to be coming to the game in Manchester City, even though she's invited. She's going to make a home-cooked meal for him. She does ask him, "Are you still having those episodes that you were suffering from?" And Ted reveals that he's been seeing a therapist. It's been good for him. He asks his mom if she's ever thought about talking to somebody, but she says no, it's just not her thing. The next day, the team heads off for Manchester City. While still back in town, Nate is the head waiter at the Taste of Athens. But it's a job that Jade knows he's just way overqualified for. She tries to talk him into leaving Taste of Athens and going and taking the Richmond job. And he says that he is planning on getting back into coaching, but after the season. And it won't be going back to Richmond. That's the one place he can't go to. Deep down, he just doesn't want to face Ted. Later that night, though, the team has arrived in Manchester City. They're having a team bonding night by watching You've Got Mail. And Jamie's in the room, but he's not doing so hot, especially after Keely went to check on him, and she did more damage than good. She meant well, but she brought up his dad and how he might be cursing him out from the stands and what people are saying online, and it just backfired in her face. So once the movie ends and Jamie leaves, Keely and Roy tail him. They want to make sure he's not going to do anything stupid. Although they don't do a really good job of being inconspicuous because he catches on to them. And he takes them to where he was heading. It wasn't his dad's house or a bridge to jump off of. It was actually his mom's. His mom is remarried to a really nice guy, and she's super proud of her son. It's clear that the relationship between Jamie and his mom is the exact opposite of his relationship with his dad. They make the group some food. Jamie chats with his mom. And eventually they get to the real reason of why Jamie showed up. It's not just to make a house call. He asks his mom if she's heard from his dad, and she says, "No, I haven't heard from that guy in years." He tells his mom that he feels like he's got impotence, but in his soul, and he can't figure out how to shake it. His mom, trying to make her son feel better, says, "Jamie, your father is who he is, and he's never, ever going to change. And like it or not, you've ended up being who you are so that you can prove him wrong. And you are amazing." She starts crying and says, "Jamie, when you came on for the England team, I bawled my eyes out. And yeah, your dad'll be in the stands tomorrow, drunk, rooting against you, and it won't matter because you don't have anything to prove to that guy." It's not like the old Jamie Tart is back, but at least having the support of one of his parents means the world to him, and it's going to help Jamie move on. While Jamie was talking to his mom, Roy and Keely got a tour of the house, which included Jamie's childhood home. Jamie's stepdad tells him that there were a lot of posters that came and went, but the one that always stayed on the wall was Roy Kent. The other poster, by the way, was of Keely Jones, which is ironic because they later hooked up. But while they have some alone time, Roy tells Keely, "I don't want to be friends." Keely really doesn't have a chance to respond because the door opens up and it's Jamie. He's in a much better mood than when they arrived, but he's ready to go. And the two head off, saying goodbye to Jamie's mom, and they have to get ready the next day because it's match day, and it's a big one. When Jamie enters the pitch, he's still a little bit of a shell of himself. He starts looking around the stands for his dad, but he doesn't see him. He doesn't really have time to look around too long, though, because the game has to start. And Jamie plays brilliantly. He not only leads to the first goal, but late in the game, when it's tied, Jamie Tart, on a bum ankle, ends up scoring a miraculous goal that puts it away for Richmond. It's also worth noting that Van Dam played out of his mind this game. Richmond will now enter the final week of the season with a chance to clinch the Premier League championship. But that might not be the most surprising thing that happened that day. The most surprising thing was when Jamie Tart was taken out of the game because of that bum ankle, the Manchester City fans gave him a round of applause. Even though he's playing for another team and they booed him when he came out, he is one of their own. And while he's not in the stands, his dad was also watching that game. It looked like from a rehab center. And his dad had a smile ear to ear because he was also very proud of his son. After the game, Jamie actually reaches out to his dad, texting him for the first time in a while, saying, "Hey, it's been a while. I hope you're okay." When the team gets back to Richmond, they get ready to celebrate. Everybody except Jamie. He's got to get his ankle tended to. But he's not going to be alone. Roy and Keely celebrate with him. Ted won't be celebrating, though. He has to head back to his apartment to go check on his mom. Before he leaves, though, he shows Beard a video clip of Nate tearing up the sign. Now, that's a clip that Beard has seen plenty of times. But what Beard hadn't seen was the aftermath. Nate went to go leave, but the team came back, so he hid under a desk for a couple hours. And then he went to go leave again, but the cleaning crew showed up, so he hid under that desk even longer. He finally left the facility at like 9 o'clock at night. Legs jelly. And he was locked in the room. He had to hop out of the window. Ted kind of chuckles to himself and says, I don't know about you, Coach, but I hope that either all of us or none of us are judged by the actions of our weakest moments, but rather the strength we show when and if we're given a second chance. And that really hits home for Beard. Because when Beard and Ted met, it was in college. They were both backup special teamers. They never got in the field. Ted went into coaching, Beard went into prison. And when he got out, nobody wanted anything to do with him, so he looked up Ted. And Ted gave him a place to stay, he fed him, and how did Beard repay him? He stole his car. And Beard would have went back to prison if it wasn't for Ted telling the cop that he actually gave Beard the car. What Ted did in that moment was give Beard a second chance. Later on, he would give Beard a job and ultimately a life that he could be proud of. So even though Beard is mad at Nate, through this lesson, he realizes that he has to forgive him. Beard heads over to Nate's apartment, where Nate has already decided he has to go back to Richmond. It didn't help that he got fired from A Taste of Athens. Jade absolutely had something to do with that. But when there's a knock at the door, Nate was actually writing Ted a 16-page apology note. Nate gets up, he opens the door, and he's terrified when he sees Beard. But Beard explains his whole backstory, and he offers Nate a chance to come back. And Nate offers Beard a chance to punch him in the face, but he doesn't do that. He just hugs him. Before he leaves, he tells him to show up tomorrow at 10 a.m. That was a difficult discussion for Beard to have, and Ted also had to have a difficult discussion, but it was with his mom. He asked her, all right, what's wrong? Why are you here? She plays dumb, saying that she just wanted to spend some time in London with her son, but Ted knows that that's not the case. So he says, well, thank you for cooking dinner, but F you for not wanting to talk. It catches his mom off guard, but Ted gets it all out. He starts complimenting her while then following it up with an F you. Thank you for all those small, silly little things that you did for me as a kid that would make me laugh. And F you for not working on yourself. It gets his mom to apologize, and she admits that she just didn't know what to do after Ted lost his dad. She tried to cope with it by just ignoring it. And through therapy, Ted's realized that he followed his mother's lead. And that's led to him bottling it up for all these years, which hasn't been good for him. His mother then says, you're right, Ted, I do have something to say to you. Your son misses you. That is really difficult for Ted to hear because he knows. He starts crying and he tells his mom, I miss him too. It's just like I'm scared sometimes to get close to that little boy because I know he's going to leave. His mom walks over, gives him a hug, and tells him that being a parent isn't all about the wins. Sometimes you do win, but most of the time you just tie. When he wakes up the next day, his mother has left for the airport, but she did leave him sunflower seed bread, so there's that. He heads into the office where he meets with Rebecca. Rebecca, by the way, the night before had a very interesting night. She got a knock at the door, and it was Bex. But it wasn't just Bex. It was Bex and Rupert's old assistant together. They wanted Rebecca's advice. On what, we don't know exactly, but you can figure out that it probably had to do with what to do with Rupert. Fast forward 12 hours later, and Rebecca isn't at her house listening to her ex-husband's lovers. She's at the office looking at Ted because this is normally the point of the season where she reveals something to him. Although this year she's got nothing. But Ted has something. And that will have to wait until next week. Ugh, the drama. And in the series finale, as you probably guessed by now, the big announcement that Ted had for Rebecca was, this is it. It's his final season. And because of that, Rebecca doesn't even want to talk about it. She doesn't want to think about the club without Ted. So it's going to take her a few days to come around and discuss it with him. It's not like she's mad. She completely understands why he wants to go home. In fact, the whole team does. They just don't want to see him go. That's how popular Ted is. But they do actually have a game to get ready for, and it's a really important game. They're playing West Ham, which is a obviously heated rivalry, but also this could be for the championship. Right now, they're 1 point behind Man City. And if Richmond win and Man City lose or draw, then Richmond is the champion of the league. It's also a bit of a revenge game for a few people. Nate the Great is back, albeit not in an assistant coach role. He's back as the assistant equipment manager. He's actually behind Will. It's also a revenge game for George, the coach that was fired by Rebecca in favor of Ted Lasso. He was hired by Rupert to be West Ham's new coach. And speaking of Rupert, his name is in hot water. Bex has filed for divorce, and his former assistant has filed charges on sexual harassment in the workplace. Plain and simple, Rupert needs this win in order to stay in the Champions League and kind of brush this scandal under the rug. So really, it's a big game for both teams. Everybody arrives at the pitch that day for practice. Trent Krim is excited because he's finally finished his book and he wants Ted and Beer to take a look at it. But up in Rebecca's office, Higgins has arrived with a list of potential candidates to replace Ted. She tells Leslie she's not ready to discuss that maybe after the season. And he's got some exciting news for her, though, that's not Ted-related. The fact that the club has done so well this season means that people are interested in buying the club, at least buying a share. He tells her that she could sell 49%, retain full control, and make a boatload of cash. And with that money, they could make some renovations, buy some new players, the works. And it's an enticing offer, but Rebecca says, what could I possibly get if I sell the entire club? And he tells her $2 billion, which is something she wasn't expecting. But the reason why she's thinking about selling the club is because she wanted this club to ruin Rupert's life, and he's doing a pretty good job of that on his own. She no longer really cares about Rupert, so she doesn't really have a need to keep the club. She kind of would rather just travel the world and enjoy life. She kind of just threw that idea out there, but with $2 billion hanging on the line, she needs to talk to somebody about it, so she goes out to lunch with her mother. As she's discussing this and her mother is imploring her to sell the team, get rid of it, a couple of the supporters come up, and they paid for her meal. They did it because they really appreciate what Rebecca has done for the club, but mainly for the town and for them as fans and supporters. They appreciate how much Rebecca cares for the team, and it gives Rebecca a little bit of pause on the whole selling the team thing. But she decides to try to use this offer to sway Ted on his decision. After practice, she gets a one-on-one with him, and she begs him to stay, telling him that if he goes, she goes. She'll sell the club. But if he stays, she'll sell the 49%, and she'll make him the highest-paid coach in the league. She thinks that maybe this kind of offer would be one that Ted would have to go home, sleep on, come back the next day and talk about. But she can tell by his face he's already made up his mind. There's just no amount of money that's going to make it worth staying away from Henry. And he's not about to move Henry and Michelle out to London. As Ted goes to leave the pitch that night, he's walking by the locker room and he notices that Nate is just staring at the wall. He walks in the room and he sees that Nate is staring at where the believe sign used to be. It's a little bit awkward for both of them, but finally Nate starts to apologize, and Ted tries to stop him, telling him it's fine, but Nate says, no, I have to do this. And he just cries into Ted's arms, apologizing for everything he did. He feels really, really bad about it. Ted, trying to make him feel better, says, hey, you tore that sign up once. I tore it up twice. It does diffuse any tension in the room. But Ted turns to the wall and says, you know, when I look up there, I still see it. Nate and Ted, though, weren't the only enemies turned friends that had an awkward conversation that night. Earlier in the day, Jamie got approached by Nike to do a photo shoot, and he needed a PR rep. He thought Keely would be perfect. So he pulled her out in the hallway, he had a conversation with her, but that conversation was seen by Roy. Roy, trying to rekindle his relationship with Keely, invited Jamie out for a beer to tell him he's proud of him, but then nicely explain that him and Keely are on the road to recovery, so you might want to back off. But Jamie, finding out that the couple aren't official yet, told Roy, I ain't backing off. And this resulted in a fist fight between the two, where they finally realized, What are we doing? We're not Neanderthals. We should just go have her decide. How nice of them. And that's exactly how Keely took it. Oh, wow. That's really nice of you to let me decide who I'm going to be with. She kicked both their asses out to the street. It's probably for the best because the next day is the big match day. Everybody who's anybody is there, or at least they're watching. Like Dr. Sharon, she's watching. But so are Michelle and Henry. They're watching, and they're extremely invested in the game. But stupid Jake Jacobson, or whatever the hell his name is, he's also watching with them, but he's just belittling soccer the whole time, saying how boring it is and whatnot. For a therapist, the dude just cannot read the room. His Yelp reviews must suck. Back over in the locker room, all the coaches are meeting. Nate walks in to wish everybody luck. And then Roy comes in, and he shocks the entire room when he asks if he can be a member of the Diamond Dogs. And the reason why is because he wants to know if they think it's possible people can change. And it's kind of split, but yeah, for the most part, people do think that it's possible to change. As the coaches are discussing change, Will runs into the locker room because they got a package from Zava. He wants to wish the guys luck, but he's also sent them the biggest avocado you've ever seen. This thing is the size of a small child, like a toddler. This isn't the only reconciliation that goes on in the locker room, though. Danny Rojas does feel bad about breaking Van Damme's face, so he gives him a badass-looking black carbon fiber face mask. Ted then walks in because he asked Coach Beard to make the guys a video. It really just goes through all the highlights of the AFC Richmond team under Ted Lasso. The good times and the fun times. No bad times here. But even though it probably was supposed to be a feel-good moment, it's an emotional moment. And when the guys head out to the pitch, they're not really fired up. They're crying. Maybe it affects them because they enter the half down 2-0. And to make things worse, Man City is up 1-0 in their match. Ted enters the room at the half, but he starts off the halftime speech not about the game, but about thanking the guys, telling them what an honor it was to coach each and every one of them. He truly appreciates them. As for the game, he doesn't know what's going to happen, but he does know one of the beauties about sports is nobody knows what's going to happen. At one point in this speech, he does turn to where the believe sign used to be, but then he remembers it's not there anymore, and he kind of just pivots. But just because the believe sign isn't there doesn't mean it's not in the room. It starts with Sam, who's been keeping a piece of the believe sign in his locker. He stands up and throws it down. That's followed by Jamie, who's been keeping some of the believe sign in his locker. And one by one, all of the players start pulling out the bits of the torn up believe sign. They throw it down on the table, and then they start trying to reconstruct it because, after all, it was torn up. This really motivates the club because they come out playing like their hair's on fire. Doesn't take too long for Jamie Tart to score and make the game a 2-1 contest. Shortly after that, they get a penalty kick. Normally, Jamie or Danny would take it, but they elect Isaac to take it, which is bold because he doesn't take penalty kicks. But it ends up working out. Isaac hits it so hard, he hits it through the damn net. The game is now tied 2-2. Because of this, they need to fix the net. And at this point, Rupert is fed up. His team just blew a 2-goal lead, and he's dangerously close to losing his second Premier League club. So he storms down to the field and demands George take out Jamie Tart. Injure him. And Coach George tells him, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to play that kind of game. The two get into a heated argument that ends when Rupert pushes George down, and everybody sees it. It's a really bad look for Rupert, and as he's leaving the pitch, he's serenaded by the fans with the word wanker, which is not an endearing phrase. Doesn't get any better for Rupert, because as the game is tied 2-2 in the 90th minute, Richmond has one final play that could win it. The coaches all huddle up, they start discussing what play they're going to run, and Ted decides they're going to run Nate's play. It works. With just about no time remaining on the clock, Sam threads it through and scores to win the game for Richmond and put them in contention to win the championship. Everybody piles onto the pitch and they start celebrating. It looks like Richmond is going to win this damn thing. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be. Man City ended up winning their game and thus winning the Premier League championship. Richmond finished second. As for Rupert, he lost his club. But Rebecca decided to keep hers. She sold 49% of it, though, but it was to the fans. She ended up meeting Ted at the airport to wish him goodbye. She's really going to miss him. As she's leaving, though, she watches a little girl fall to the ground, and when she goes to check on her, her dad is running up to them. But it turns out her dad is that dude from Amsterdam. They finally get a formal greeting, and it looks like they can possibly rekindle the magic they had on that boat. As for Ted, him and Beard are on the plane, but Beard decides, I can't do this. He explains to Ted that he wants to stay. He wants to go, run off the plane, and marry Jade. Ted is very supportive of this, but unfortunately the doors have locked, so Beard has to fake a burst appendix. Eventually, he and Jade do end up getting married. Trent Crimm's book does come out, and it's a big success. There was one tiny thing that Ted suggested he change. Originally, the book was called The Lasso Effect, but Ted said, it's not about me. It never was. So instead, Trent decides to rename it The Richmond Way. As for some of the players, Sam Abasanya will be finally living his dream and playing for the Nigerian national team. Jamie rekindled his relationship with his dad, and it seems like things are going to go real well for them. Both of those guys are going to be coached by Richmond's new coach, actually their old coach, Roy Kent. He was officially named the manager of the club. But they did welcome back somebody else, Dr. Sharon, and Roy has taken up therapy with her. They also decided to bring back that belief sign. Beard, Nate, Roy, they just figured it was right. They'll also have to make room at the pitch because Keeley has proposed a women's team for AFC Richmond, and that's something that Rebecca is a big fan of. So that's going to happen next year. And as for Ted, he went home to Kansas City and was welcomed back like a king by Henry. And he was perfectly content, no longer coaching in the Premier League, but coaching Henry's soccer team. And while there's no finale on his relationship with Michelle, Dr. Jacobson's nowhere to be found, so that's good. He can kick rocks. And that is the end of Ted Lasso. Thank you so much for getting this part of the recap. I really appreciate it. Please consider subscribing to the channel. Hit thumbs up if you liked it. Smash that thumbs down button if you thought this sucked. Be nice in the comments section. If I mess something up, hey, it happens. Just hit thumbs down. Keep it moving. I have merch. I have a Patreon. I have a bunch of ways you can give me money. Or you could just let the ads run. That works too. And let me know in the comments if you think this will be the final season. Once again, though, thank you for watching.